Good morning, Virgin Islands, colleagues, staff, and testifiers. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. I am Senator Marie C. James, and I will be presiding over this meeting today. As we gather today, I want to offer my condolences to the family and friends of Mrs. Gloria Huggins, Canigata Waterman, a leader in the educational field who will be laid to rest tomorrow. May she rest in peace and may her memory be a blessing. I want to also begin by saying that as we launch into this new academic year, let us be reminded of the transformative power of education. Education is not merely the transmission of knowledge. It is the key that unlocks the doors to opportunity and empowers individuals to reach their full potential. One of the fundamental aspects of education is the development of strong reading and math skills. Proficiency in reading allows our children to explore worlds beyond their own, as I did as a child growing up here on Little St. Croix, fostering empathy, critical thinking, and creativity. Meanwhile, a solid foundation in mathematics equips them with problem-solving abilities essential for navigating an increasingly complex world. However, it is essential to acknowledge that improving our children's reading and math skills is not solely the responsibility of schools or educators. It is the collective effort of our entire community. And this year, I really hope that we engage our community. Parents, guardians, mentors, and community members all play a vital role in supporting and encouraging the learning journey of our children. Let us actively participate in the education of our children, showing them that their growth is of utmost importance to us, whether it be by engaging in daily reading routines, participating in math-related activities, volunteering at our local schools. We can all make a difference. Together we can empower our children to dream big, reach high, and build a better tomorrow. Thank you, all of you sitting in the chambers today, for your dedication to the education of our youth. I really appreciate it. I look forward to working with you on my committee, the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Wishes everyone a successful and inspiring school year ahead. I ask Madam Clerk to conduct the roll call.
Senator Diane T. Capehart. Present. Senator Capehart, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
Here.
Senator James, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Present. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. I also want to acknowledge that we have non-committee members present with us today. Senator Marvin Blyden, I see you on St. Thomas. Do you have any correspondence to be read into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair. Correspondence dated July 31st, 2023. The Honorable Maurice C. James, Esquire, Chairperson, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairperson James, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room in St. Croix. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chairperson, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will recognize Senator Fred Gregory when she arrives. Please mark her as tardy. Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Education and Workforce Development for Monday, July 31st, 2023, at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. In Block 1, the committee will receive a status update from the Virgin Islands Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Board of Education on the following. Number 1, information on summer enrichment programs and after-school programs. 2, current status of school facilities and assessment of school readiness. 3, latest data on teacher vacancies, recruitment efforts, and unfilled positions on the overall education system. Data on student enrollment, information on assignment and reassignment of principals, and any initiatives or programs aimed at enhancing school leadership and administration. 4, a detailed breakdown of federal grants and utilization of funds for their respective purposes or programs they support. Each school's proposed plan to utilize the $250,000 in ARPA funds. 5, a comprehensive report on the availability, accessibility, and quality of pre-K programs. 6, major priorities of the Board of Education for the 2023-2024 school year. 7, concerns or issues that should be brought to the attention of the legislature. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Dr. Kaiza A. Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. In Block 2, Bill number 35-0082, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter I, Section 91, to limit the expulsion and suspension of students in pre-kindergarten through 3rd grade, and amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by adding a section to make a course in mitigating behavioral issues and misconduct in the classroom for school-based professionals a requirement, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I also want to recognize Senator Milton Potter, a non-committee member. Thank you so much for joining today's committee meeting. I first want to ask all the testifiers in this block to speak clearly and put your name and title, position on the record. And I don't think we have anyone joining us virtually, so I will begin by asking those of you who are in the St. Thomas chambers to begin by putting your name and title on the record. Thank you, and then we'll come to St. Croix.
Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner.
Keisha Culpepper Smith, Director of Federal Grants.
Good morning, Kimo Smith, Deputy Commissioner, Fiscal and Administrative Services.
Good morning, Millen Cooper Shelford, Acting Human Resources Director.
Good morning, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District.
Good morning, Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer.
Good morning, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry. Good morning. Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas, St. John District.
I know how you feel about good afternoon. On St. Croix, we're going to start with Assistant Commissioner Sum.
Great morning. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Education.
Good morning, Dr. Arisilda Otley Herman, Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Good morning, Mikal Reimer Brown, Program Director, Federal Grants.
Good morning, Winona Hendricks, Chairperson of the School Plant and Facilities Committee, Board of Education.
Good morning, Emanuela Perez Cassius, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome. And welcome again. And I'm looking forward to a fruitful meeting today as we embark on a new school year. I will begin, of course, I want to remind everyone that you need to always identify yourself when you begin to speak. And I will begin with Commissioner Deanne Wells Hedrington.
Dr. Deanne Wells Hedrington. Good morning, Committee Chairwoman, Senator Maris C. James, Vice Chair, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, other committee members, Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Javon E. James Sr., Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Carla J. Joseph, and other senators present in the chambers today. And good morning to the listening and viewing audience. I appreciate this opportunity to be here today to discuss the summer enrichment programs and the after-school programs, the status of our school facilities, the latest vacancies, a detailed breakdown of our federal grants, and a comprehensive report on the availability, accessibility, and the quality of our pre-K programs. With me are the members of my leadership team, Mr. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Mr. Kimo Smith, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, St. Thomas St. John District Insular Superintendent, Dr. Aracilla Otley Herman, St. Croix District Insular Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Disha Powell, Marlene Cooper Shelford, Acting Human Resources Director, Alan Fleming, Chief Operations Officer. Also with me is Ms. Mikal Reimer Brown, in charge of the federal offices or federal grants office in St. Croix, and Ms. Keisha Culpepper Smith, Federal Grants Director. VIDE is committed to providing a quality educational experience for all of our students. We are reforming, rebranding, and rebuilding public education in the Virgin Islands. We are happy and excited to open our doors on August 7, 2023, to welcome our faculty and staff, students and parents to the school year 2023-2024. The districts have been working tirelessly to ensure that all of the much needed preparations are in place for a successful opening of our schools. At this time, we request a moment of silence for our active employees that we lost over this summer. Laura Sanchez, paraprofessional in the St. Thomas St. John District. Diane John Francis, teacher in the St. Croix District. Nikisha Jeffers, paraprofessional in the St. Thomas St. John District. Kelly Charleswell, teacher in the St. Thomas St. John District. Marilyn Paris, custodian in the St. Croix District. The Virgin Islands Department mourns their loss, and we are grateful for the contributions that they have made to the lives of so many children. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Today, we commend the hardworking employees of the Virgin Islands Department of Education for their commitment, dedication, and passion for our children as we embark on yet another year of enriching, inspiring, and educating the young minds of the territory. At the Virgin Islands Department of Education, we share a common vision that we are transforming today's learners into tomorrow's leaders. With our rebranding, communication is the key, and we will continue our efforts to keep our internal and external stakeholders informed. We are open to having those difficult conversations, finding solutions to our myriad of problems, and working together closely with all stakeholders to make our schools exceptional learning communities. At VIDE, we are doing the 3 R's: reforming, rebranding, rebuilding public education in the territory. Under our agency reform plan, we outlined 3 priorities: digitizing our processes, updating our standard operating procedures, and improving teaching and learning. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has spent the last year looking closely at our data to make informed decisions resulting in improved outcomes. When it comes to the operational processes of the department, we have begun updating our policies and procedures for better management of our resources to ensure that the experience our clients receive is effective and efficient. Standard operating procedures ensure that all internal and external stakeholders know exactly what the expectations are to ensure consistency and quality of job performance. This process required us looking closely at existing policies to determine which ones are most critical to the opening of schools. Due to the oversight of the third-party fiduciary, many of the policies have been updated to include those that are tied to federal funding, such as procurement, federal grants, SOPs. Those SOPs in progress include payroll, the compliance line, per diem, travel, cash management, and a multi-tiered system of support, which will be rolled out in a couple of weeks. Under legal advisement are the donated funds, SOPs, and the special education ones. The goal is to have all of our SOPs updated by the end of the school year 2023-2024. The digitization of our processes will benefit the department tremendously. We were excited to look for ways to make our parents and our employees' lives easier. Digitization allows us to streamline workflows, save time and money, ensure compliance and monitoring, and accelerated growth and efficiency. Some of the steps taken thus far include online registration, where our parents can now fill out the required application and upload documentation to register their children into our public school system. Internally, we have digitized our personnel request form for employment and are working on our per diem process. We have begun creating a one-stop shop through our existing Power School platform, where employees can access their gradebook, human resources files, professional development modules, and the evaluation system. To minimize the interruptions to the schedules of our parents, we are establishing a cash management system that would allow our parents to access their child's accounts to pay fees and all other costs related to school activities and fundraisers. That system should be in place by the end of this calendar year. These are just a few steps taken to ensure that the service we provide at the Virgin Islands Department of Education is efficient and effective. The main crux of what we stand for at the Department of Education is teaching and learning. We acknowledge that here at VIDE, we have lots of work to do to ensure our students receive quality learning experience within our school system. This means going back to the basics, where principals have developed their school improvement plans and created budgets for implementation. This allows school-based personnel the flexibility to design programs within the buildings unique to the needs of their population. Site-based management will enable principals to run their schools and to be accountable for teaching and learning. Each school has developed targeted goals for their campuses, and that will be used to determine their success. This year is the first in many years that we will be evaluating schools individually based on their academic performance. This journey began with the design in the school year 2021-2022, where VIDE convened a task force to review the Every Student Succeeds Act and made recommendations for the development of accountability. ESSA requires states to differentiate school performance by focusing on student proficiency, on annual assessments, student growth in middle and elementary schools, the graduation rates for high schools, and the English language proficiency progress. Accountability is about equity, providing support to achieve fairness and equality in outcomes. The Virgin Islands Department of Education's goal with this system is to articulate clear expectations to improve teaching and learning, differentiate the performance of schools, timely report actionable data on performance, and foster a culture of commitment to innovation and improvement. Working into 2022-2023 school year, the workbook was developed and we launched using results from previous years. This school year, we will release the report cards using the spring 2023 data in which schools will be identified for support. These reports will be public knowledge. The star rating for the school will be based on how they perform on 4 indicators: achievement, growth/graduation rates, English language proficiency, and absenteeism rates for all students and each student group. As a department, we have a system of supports and intervention for schools when students overall or in any group are struggling. Our 1 or 2 star schools will require comprehensive support and intervention and will work directly with the district and state to engage in comprehensive improvement efforts. As we get closer to the launch of these ratings, there will be more public engagement so that the territory understands how the department will address student performance. In addition to the current supports that the department has in resources and human capital, we are designing a structured program to support our educators in those low-performing schools intensively. We recognize that student success really depends on all of us being committed to teaching and learning. It means ensuring that there is training, coaching, modeling, and consistent support in our buildings. As such, my superintendents know that they must be visible in the schools and support teaching and learning. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has begun the framework for the launch of the Education Turnaround Office, the first in the territory, that will be responsible for providing that much needed support to those schools identified as low performing. The goal of this unit is to provide intense support in schools, holding them accountable for the results while limiting the operational obstacles and focusing the work on teaching and learning. The Virgin Islands Department of Education will continue to focus on teaching and learning in our efforts to reform public education. The entire team, to include myself, will be in schools monitoring instruction and providing the much needed support. As our plans get solidified, we'll be sure to communicate that with all of our stakeholders. Now we will continue with the summer enrichment and after-school program information that will be read by the superintendents, beginning with the St. Thomas and St. John District. Dr. Yergin.
Summer enrichment programs and after-school programs in the St. Thomas St. John School District. Summer programs, 2023. Summer 2023 was filled with a lot of learning and excitement for over 1,100 students in the district. These programs were open to general education students as well as special populations such as special education, 504 students, and English language learners. The Pathway to Success summer programs are designed to help students improve academic skills and access support so that they are better prepared for the next grade level, accelerate students' learning, and build interest in targeted areas. These programs help to reinforce and strengthen essential foundational skills in reading, writing, comprehension, math, and other courses, and offer an array of enrichment classes and activities as well as field trip experiences. During the summer of 2023, the elementary programs were housed at Alamola Elementary School, 41 students, 77 students at the Janie Tuitt Elementary School, 50 students at the Lockhart Elementary, 77 students at the Yvonne E. Milenabowski Elementary School, 97 students at the Joseph A. Gomez Elementary School, and 66 students at the Julius E. Sproul Elementary School. The Kinder Camp program is designed to help students successfully transition by utilizing thematic units to engage students in learning activities and conversations that support common core communication standards. These students are introduced to pre-K and the kindergarten curriculum and receive additional support and experience that help reinforce skills that will strengthen their transition to kindergarten. This year, 116 students participated in the program housed at the Lockhart Elementary School and Joseph Gomez campuses. The elementary STEAM camp targeted students in grades 2nd through 5th. These students were engaged daily in problem solving, hands-on application, and experimental learning activities with a focus on science, mathematics, and engineering. In the area of career and technical education, Summer Employ Explorers Academy is in its 3rd year of operation. The program provides exploratory experience in CTE fields for students in drafting, carpentry, hospitality, financial literacy, life skills, barbering and hair braiding, and human ecology. The 60 student participants rotated through each module. Programs were housed at the Bertha Sieber Shelter Middle School and the Julius E. Sproul campus. The Summer Bridge program is a 4-week program designed to help students successfully transition from elementary 6th to 7th, middle school, and from 8th to 9th, going on to the high school. Programs were held at Lockhart K through 8, formerly at Alida Cancray, Bertha Sieber Shelter Middle School, Ivana Udorakan High School, and the Charlotte Amalia High School. 281 students participated in the Summer Bridge programs across the 4 schools in the district. Credit Recovery served 293 elementary, junior high, and middle school students and high school students, 8 of which were from non-public schools. This program gives middle, junior, and high school students a second chance at academic success by allowing them to retake courses that they failed during the regular year, earn credit, and in some cases, move on to the next grade level. Students' participation criteria are as follows. They must be counselor or principal recommended. They must have failed a course with 60% or higher. At the school's recommendation, and willing to sign a credit recovery program, academic and behavioral contract, parents must also be willing to sign the same contract and meet the student attendance requirements. Students must attend 20 days of classes. This permits no more than 2 absences during the summer, and students may accumulate no more than 3 late arrivals per class and get the opportunity to redo courses or retake a course through alternate means. I have some charts to show the students in the various programs that are listed. A credit recovery for adult continuing education also existed, and there were 27 participants. 27 or 100% successfully completed the program. Among the 27 students enrolled, there were 7 co-enrolled students, 2 students from the Ivana Udokan High School, and 5 students from the Charlotte Amalia High School. 5 were able to receive their diplomas, 1 from ACE, 1 from the Charlotte Amalia High School, and 3 from Ivana Udokan High School as a result of their interacting in the summer program. The STEAM summer enrichment was once again offered to students in middle and high school. These 42 students were engaged in high interest in science, mathematics, and the arts programming. Students were able to solve real-world problems and engage in hands-on application, project-based learning, and collaborative learning experiences. Participants' stipend have been submitted for students that participated. Another 12 students spent their STEAM time in on-the-job STEAM experiences for the 4 weeks of the program. The College and Career Readiness Secondary Summer Intervention Program provided experiences in trades for 20 students, providing them with targeted skills in the effort to prepare them for skill-based careers such as interior and exterior painting, basic carpentry, and basic air conditioning and refrigeration. These students also received counseling services, career and college readiness skills, and financial literacy training. Students also participated in weekly field trips. These students even traveled to St. Croix to overnight as part of their experience. 18 students attended the Project Jumpstart program that was started by the Edith Williams Alternative Academy this year. This served as a summer intervention program to narrow the skill gap for incoming students. In addition to academic support, students also received counseling services, enrichment activities, and some career exploration opportunities. 15 students also traveled to Piney Woods School in Piney Woods, Mississippi, accompanied by their chaperones. They attended a 2-week program from June 12th to June 24th. Some activities that they experienced included American Sign Language, interpreting American Sign Language and interpreting, agriculture, STEM activities, outdoor games, sports, baseball academies, horseback riding, fishing, and field trips. 14 students and 2 chaperones traveled from June 12th to June 16th to Boston, Massachusetts. Students participated in the Harvard on-campus summer academies academic enrichment programs for high school students, which were held on Harvard's campus. Students selected from 3 areas to include business, pre-law, and pre-med. Each program contained 40 hours of programming featuring engaging lectures, keynote speeches, and professionals in the field trips, and a final project presentation. The academies are uniquely positioned to foster connections between the students and Harvard undergraduate mentors. Our students represented themselves, their families, and our Virgin Islands exceptionally well and went on to win several awards. One student that received a tuition scholarship to attend Berklee College of Music, and the district supported additional expenses to include travel fees for the student and an adult chaperone. Session started on June 6th and are slated to end on August 11th. This program draws musicians from more than 70 countries to Boston to receive one-on-one instruction with Berklee's renowned faculty using their rigorous curriculum. That student will be receiving college credits. This immersive program will enhance participants' instrumental and vocal performance masteries. The program culminates with a final week of concerts where learners will perform for faculty, fellow students, and friends. Our goal continues to expand this opportunity to additional students this summer. Three students and one chaperone attended a summer program at Emory University from June 14th to the 22nd in Atlanta, Georgia. The program provided an opportunity for future doctors and healthcare practitioners to discover their passions through hands-on medical experiences. Students resided on the campus and experienced the collegiate lifestyle firsthand, learned from doctors, participated in an interactive curriculum, visited an accredited medical school, and engaged in clinical skills rotation. They were also able to explore professional opportunities in the ever-expanding field of medicine and healthcare among fellow high school students. Students were invited to participate in the Summer Academy due to the exceptional academic performance in school. SPED Extended Summer Year Program, ESY, supported the continuation of learning during out-of-school time for 30 students in grades K through 12 who required additional services to maintain previously learned skills. 22 students received district intervention and support as a result of being referred for expulsion during the 2022-2023 school year. Those students met with program staff weekly for skills building and development in social, emotional content, as well as areas of interest to students. Students were also monitored for their engagement in positive learning opportunities and work experience. In addition, they were provided guidance and support to assist them in achieving educational goals. The district also partnered with Livewire Sports Incorporated to send 12 student athletes to a 3-week baseball camp at IMG Academy in Bradenton, Florida. The training at the summer program aims to provide these young athletes ranging in age from 14 to 17 the chance to experience intensive off-island baseball training for 3 weeks. After-school programs. The district also provides after-school programs and small group tutorials. During the 2022-23 school year, the district served over 700 students enrolled in after-school programs at 11 school sites. Student attendance in programs. However, attendance was sporadic. 516 students attended consistently. These programs offer 20 weeks of academic tutorial and enrichment. Programs place emphasis on English language arts, mathematics skills for students who are at or below standards based on data obtained from the iReady and Smarter Balance assessments. Results from these data points have indicated a need for emphasis on reading, comprehension, literature and comprehension, information text, math, measurement and data and geometry. After school classes sessions are held Monday through Thursday. Saturday Academy. In addition to after school classes, students have opportunities to engage in extended learning opportunities through the Saturday Academy programs. In the Saturday Academy programs, students received either 2 hours of math and ELA or 1 hour of math and ELA based on their individual needs. The focus skills are identified during the beginning of the school year during the iReady diagnostic testing period. Students who have consistently participated in Saturday Academy have outscored their counterparts by 10 to 15 percentage points for the past 2 years. During the 2022 and 2023 school year, there were 181 participants. Additional after-school and Saturday programs provide enrichment in all arts as well as exposure to an array of agricultural and environmental studies, literacy, music, athletics, leadership, and cultural activities. Last school year, a small team of community artists and students artists began a creative project intended to promote awareness of art education as part of the STEAM concept. St. Thomas St. John Mural Art Project staff was tasked with creating a team of visually creative students and community artists across the district. The first phase was completed at the Bertha Sewell Shelter Middle School. This was followed up by smaller projects at Janie Tuitt and the Ivani Durkin High School. Lastly, the homework hotline. The homework hotline has been explored for the past 2 years to offer an option for students to receive assistance at both the elementary and secondary levels. This program targets students not enrolled in after-school programs. Usage was low, but a consistent 37 students utilized the services. That concludes the report on after-school and summer programs for the St. Thomas St. John District. I now turn to Dr. Irisilda Atley Herman, Superintendent of St. Croix, to report on the St. Croix District.
Good morning. St. Croix District Extended Learning Opportunities. This summer, the St. Croix District conducted 11 summer programs from June 5th, 2023 to July 7th, 2023, to include academic enrichment and interest-based sessions, credit recovery, pre-kindergarten smooth transition program, 6th and 9th grade bridge programs, the STEM program, Computer Science Academy, and Music Academy. It is important to note that several of these programs served both the public and non-public schools. Academic enrichment and interest-based summer academies was a 6-week program broken into 2 sessions daily. Session 1 focused on academic tutorials and interventions, primarily in reading and mathematics. Session 2 allowed students to anticipate interest-based activities to include coding, gardening, STEM, arts, etc. Resources included iReady Teacher Toolkit, Journeys, and Common Core Math. This summer, 190 students participated in this program. Schools utilized end-of-year iReady data as a baseline. Of the 93 ELA students who completed the end-of-summer assessment, 16% were in Tier 1, 33% were in Tier 2, and 51% were in Tier 3. Of the 96 students who completed the end-of-summer assessment, 9% were in Tier 1, 40% were in Tier 2, and 51% in Tier 3. Pre-kindergarten Smooth Transition Program provided an extended opportunity for our youngest learners to receive instruction in preparation for entering kindergarten. Students engaged in activities that allowed them to be fully prepared for the upcoming year. 50 students consistently benefited from this program. Students are flagged in Power School to track their academic progress in comparison to their peers.
Superintendent,
Yes,
slow.
slow down.
Yes, thank you.
Summer Bridge Academy. This non-academic program focuses on providing students transitioning to 7th and 9th grade with time management and organizational skills needed to reduce retention rates. Students engaged in campus tours, self-esteem building activities, and social emotional activities. 20 students participated in this program. Students are flagged in the Power School system and tracked to document their academic progress in comparison to their peers. The Credit Recovery Academy. 227 students attended these programs at various schools. The program focused on providing secondary students who are in danger of being retained with the opportunity to recover credits needed for promotion or graduation. Teachers utilized a variety of instructional resources, including hardcover text, online text, and supplemental programs such as Edmentum, iReady, Khan Academy, etc. Data shows that there has been a steady decrease in the post-summer retention rate in the St. Croix district since school year 2021. School year 2021, we saw 9%, and this year it's 5%. Math, Science, STEM Research Academy. This program is centered around hands-on learning experiences through a created atmosphere where students select an environmental issue, conduct research, collect and analyze data, and provide plausible solutions with community partners. 66 students participated in the program and were eager to share all they had been exposed to in the final program showcase. Computer Science Academy. This program allows students to develop and deepen awareness and engagement among students as computational thinkers and become responsible digital citizens. The program was conducted online, and an average of 7 students out of 25 attended the program consistently. Next year, this program will be in person with a strong campaign to entice participants. Music Academy. This program allows students to hone their skills in band and is open to all public high schools. This year, 10 second and third year band students opted to participate in the Music Academy with a focus on rebuilding both high school band programs. The students receive one-to-one instruction with the instruments of their choice. Students clearly articulated and demonstrated what they learned in the final recorded showcase. Extended school year. This summer, students in the special education program participated in the district's annual summer program. Students received targeted instruction aligned to their individual education plans. Teachers and paraprofessionals conducted mini lessons in various subjects to address learning slides during the summer. Approximately 25 to 30 students participated. Off-island student experiences. This summer, students across the district were able to engage in professional learning communities across the United States of America. These opportunities allow participants to be exposed to many learning activities that will help transform our district for the upcoming year. 5 middle school students attended a phenomenal one-week coding program at the University of California, Berkeley in sunny San Francisco, California. The coding sessions fostered critical thinking and problem-solving abilities as students learned to break down complex tasks into manageable steps. Coding encourages creativity by enabling students to bring their innovative ideas to life through programming. Additionally, we had an exceptional group of 22 high school students coming together from the St. Croix Educational Complex and St. Croix Central High School who embarked on a transformative journey at Yale University. Over a rigorous 2-week period, these remarkable young minds participated in a wide range of courses, including trial law, political science, psychology and neuroscience, emergency medicine, criminal and forensic sciences. We are extremely proud to announce that our students not only completed their summer springboard courses with excellence, but 2 of our talented students received the Outstanding Award in Emergency Medicine and the Outstanding Award in Business. After school. After school offers a myriad of benefits for participants, making them a valuable investment in personal and educational growth. Firstly, these programs provide an excellent platform for students to continue learning outside of the traditional school environment. Whether it's academic enrichment, skill development, or pursuing new interests, these programs offer targeted instruction that caters to individual needs and interests. Students can explore subjects not covered in their regular school curriculum, fostering a love for learning and intellectual curiosity. Moreover, these programs often adopt interactive and experiential learning methods, promoting critical thinking, problem solving, and teamwork, which are essential skills for success in the real world. In the St. Croix District, 9 schools conducted after-school programs from November to April. Credit recovery in secondary school was included in this program. As schools delved into their data, they were able to identify and target students in need of additional academic assistance. This past year, we increased the number of hours for the program, allowing students to receive targeted support for a longer time throughout the school year. The attendance data for after school showed that an average of 560 students participated in the after school program for school year 2022-2023. This school year, we will be implementing after school programs facilitated by community organizations in addition to the district after school programs. Students will receive additional targeted academic instruction and participate in interest-based activities even earlier. Our after-school programs will begin on October 2nd, 2022, with an end date of April 12th, 2023, with an end date of April 12th, 2024. High-dosage tutoring. The St. Croix District implemented high-dosage one-to-one tutoring based on an analysis of student performance on the spring 2022 summative Smarter Balance assessments. 50 students in grades 4 through 7 were selected for this program, receiving one-to-one tutoring with certified online instructors through the Edmentum platform, focusing on English, language arts, and mathematics. Tutors were provided with performance data to create personalized plans for each student. The program commenced in January 2023 and continued throughout the school year with 2 to 3 weekly tutoring sessions. The spring 2023 summative assessments revealed that 30% of the students showed improved performance, with some moving from level 2, nearly met, to level 3, met standard in math or ELE. The district is now working on expanding the program for the upcoming 23-24 school year to benefit more students and further enhance achievement in both subjects. That brings me to the end of extended learning opportunities for the St. Croix district, and we transition to the current status of school facilities.
Over the summer break, our dedicated maintenance team has been working diligently to address potential issues and implement necessary upgrades. We believe it is crucial to maintain a conducive and safe environment for our students' growth and development and for our employees as well. The department has established a petty cash system where the maintenance directors can have access to funding for emergency repairs at our sites. The division is also creating service contracts with local vendors so that in the event that we have an immediate need, for example, air quality testing or mold remediation, that awarded contractor could be tasked and respond to the situation immediately to remediate. The establishment of the School Maintenance and Construction Bureau is on the way. The post for the executive director is at the Division of Personnel, and once that person is interviewed and hired, preparations will begin to transition the unit. Here are some of the maintenance activities and improvements that have been completed or are currently underway utilizing the limited funding allocated to the maintenance divisions. Enhanced HVAC systems, our ventilation and air conditioning systems are being inspected and cleaned to ensure optimal performance for everyone. In some cases, some new air conditioning units have been installed, and in the addendum, you will be able to see what each school has received. Electrical and plumbing upgrades. We have conducted a comprehensive review of our electrical and plumbing systems, including inspections of wiring, outlets, fixtures, pipes, and faucets to identify and resolve any potential issues that could disrupt day-to-day activities. Renovated classrooms. We've refurbished several classrooms, creating a fresh and inspiring atmosphere where students can thrive academically. The renovations include new flooring, upgraded lighting, fixtures, restrooms, and air conditioning. Painting and repairs. A fresh coat of paint has been applied to various areas throughout our school premises, including classrooms, hallways, and common areas to create a more vibrant and welcoming atmosphere. Additionally, any necessary repairs such as fixing broken windows, walkways, and replacing ceiling tiles and window operators are taking place. Safety upgrades. The safety of our school community is of utmost importance to us. Therefore, we have conducted thorough inspections and made necessary improvements. This includes the installation of additional fire safety equipment such as smoke detectors and fire extinguishers, as well as improved emergency exit signage and evacuation plans. Landscaping and ground maintenance. Our outdoor spaces play a significant role in providing a pleasant learning environment. Our landscaping team has worked diligently to maintain grounds and trees while also ensuring pathways remain safe and well maintained. By prioritizing these maintenance activities, we aim to provide safe, comfortable, and nurturing environment within our school. We firmly believe that a well-maintained facility enhances the overall learning experience for our students and promotes the highest standard of education. Attached, like I mentioned before, you will find a detailed work for each of our sites as well as where they are in the process. Maintenance remains ongoing, and we will continue to ensure that our environment is safe and secure. Disaster recovery projects and new schools. The Virgin Islands Department continues to work with FEMA to attain the necessary funding to complete school improvements and build new schools. Local funds are being leveraged to undertake projects that support building the new Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8 rebuilding of the Charlotte Amalia High School. These early projects are in the CAHS 9th grade center at Whitley, Arthur Richards demolition, which is completed, the Evelyn Williams demolition, which is completed, and the Abraham Center for the CTEC and Adult Education. The VIDE will work with the program management firm to develop implementation timelines once the project program management firm contracts have been executed, and those are currently in process. Kitchen upgrades. Kitchen upgrades will equip the districts to respond to COVID-19 and other pandemics and health conditions, as well as to the regular operations of our schools. These kitchens where we prepare food for our students and installing and repairing fencing to control the movement of student staff and visitors to campuses during COVID and regular school hours. Plans were placed out for bid to renovate the kitchens at Rivera, Eulalie Rivera, and Clado Marco, as well as other schools in the territory of St. Croix, in the district of St. Croix, to include Central, Woodson, Garden, Mako, and Ricardo Richards. Those have been executed, and so that contractor is mobilized and ready to go. A task order for performing detailed assessments is on the way in the St. Thomas St. John district kitchens. A list of kitchen equipment needed has been prepared. Upon execution of the task order, plans will be prepared for the required electrical, plumbing, gas, and other code upgrades necessary to support the installation of new equipment to code at those campuses that need modifications to receive the equipment. The equipment may be ordered while the kitchen renovations are placed out for bids, and our federal funding will be used for those purchases. As a request for proposal is being drafted for fencing upgrades in each district, it should be out to bid this fall. We have the St. Thomas St. John district fencing RFP out, and St. Croix is being drafted. Once the funding has been moved, that one will go out as well. The following schools will receive fencing and or retaining walls. The list of schools receiving fencing in the St. Thomas St. John district, inspected by the disaster recovery project managers, include Bertha C. Shelter, Edith Williams, Ivana Udorican, Joseph Gomez, Joseph Sibley, and Alan Muller. The list of schools receiving fencing in the St. Croix district are Educational Complex, Paul B. Larson, Eulalie Rivera, John H. Woodson, Alfredo Andrews, Clado Marco, Juanita Gardin, Lumoco, Ricardo Richards, and St. Croix Central High School. Human Resources updates. The Virgin Islands Department of Education currently has 2,143 active employees at our various schools and activity centers. There are 1,049 active employees in the St. Thomas St. John district and 1,094 active employees in the St. Croix district, of which 272 are eligible for retirement. Again, 272 are eligible for retirement. The department's ongoing recruitment and retention still pose many challenges. Teachers and paraprofessionals continue to submit separation letters 1 to 2 weeks before the first day of school. Whenever these separations occur, as the school year begins, it becomes a challenge to find replacement at such a last minute. Teacher shortages continue to be at an alarming rate. And I added this because it was very, very interesting for me to read some of what has been taking place on the mainland. So Brevard County, for example, in Florida, recently lost over 200 teachers to resignation and retirement at one time. This was due, according to the article, lack of support from the superintendents and principals, long hours, and no overtime or incentive. Here at the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and that is why that shift is taking place, we must support our employees. Hence, leadership showing hands-on support in our schools. From May 26, 2023 to July 21, 2023, the department has received over 30 separation letters from the St. Croix district, of which 17 were resignations and 13 retirements. 35 letters were received from the St. Thomas St. John district, of which 14 were resignations and 21 were retirees. Territory-wide, the department has lost over 57 teachers, of which 26 were international teachers, 10 paraprofessionals, 3 administrators, 2 school nurses, 2 counselors, 1 librarian, and 16 support staff. We have several tables to look at. The table 5 is the employee count by class for each district with the totals. Then table 6 shows the personnel funding, whether it's federal or general. Table 7, the separation by class to include what type of employee it was, whether it's a teacher, principal, support staff, etc. Table 8 shows the separation by action, whether it's deceased, dismissal, resignations, or retirements. Table 9 shows the eligible for retirement. This is the table I pay special attention to because at any time, these individuals can separate from the department. Table 10 shows the international teachers that left and the breakdown of the disciplines in which they taught. The Human Resources Division has continued its recruitment efforts using various advertising means. Job fairs were held in both districts where potential candidates were given the opportunity to apply and go through a preliminary interview on site. The job fair allowed applicants to follow up on their applications and apply for other vacant positions. 15 applications were received from interested applicants at the job fairs for the following positions: paraprofessional, school monitor, custodial worker, food service worker, and teaching positions. The department interviewed and was successful in filling 103 vacant teacher positions, 53 in the St. Thomas St. John district and 50 in the St. Croix district. 32 were local teachers, of which 9 were paraprofessionals who were promoted to teaching positions. The department anticipates the arrival of 71 international teachers between the months of July and September. 35 teachers are expected in the St. Thomas St. John district and 36 in the St. Croix district through the J1 Visa Exchange Program with the Department of State. The teachers are from Africa, Guyana, and the Philippines, were hired to teach some of the hard-to-fill positions, such as math, science, special education, and physical education. We were also successful in hiring 2 school nurses and 1 librarian. The department continues to work with the Board of Education weekly to ensure that all local candidates are captured and international teachers go through the certification process and are qualified to teach in our local schools. Our superintendents are collating data on vacancies to submit to our contracted vendor to engage in distance learning opportunities for those vacancies or those vacant areas of discipline. We have also looked at the hiring requirements for our paraprofessional applicants to now open the opportunity to allow individuals to be hired on probation with the understanding that they have 3 years to complete this, as just like teachers, to complete their certification. We continue to explore opportunities to assist our employees and potential new hires in being successful in their various capacities. Table 11 shows the distribution of the new teachers that have been hired for the 2023-2024 school year by the districts and subject areas. St. Croix's total enrollment, I will allow Superintendent Dr. Erisilda Herman to read that section.
Good morning. The chart below talks about our enrollment over the past 3 years. It also breaks it down by subgroup. You can see that there has been a gradual decline where in 2020 to 2021, we started off with 5,451 students. 297 students were in the special education subgroup and 205 students were identified as English learners. Last school year, we ended with 5,072 students overall, with an increase in our special education population up to 436 students were identified as special needs, where 270 of those students were identified as English learners. Table 12 shows our fall enrollment for the last 3 school years. As you can see, there was an increase in our pre-K and kindergarten, as well as 9th grade enrollment at the end of the at the start of the 2022-2023 school year. This school year, our projected enrollment has shown that every grade level, except for our kindergarten grade level and our second grade, are starting to see an upward trajectory, which shows that the St. Croix district population is increasing, and we are especially proud of the 98 students who are registered for our pre-kindergarten program. Our ratios, in terms of our average class size, ratios in schools can vary depending on the school's population and the capacity of its classrooms. For high schools, the ratios may differ based on the specific content area and course being taught. These variations ensure that the student-to-teacher ratio is appropriately balanced to provide effective and personalized instruction. As of this day, Claudio Marco teacher-to-student ratio is 1 teacher to 16 students. Alfredo Andrews, 1 teacher to 20 students. Eulalie Rivera, 1 to 18. Janich Woodson, 1 to 16. Juanita Gardine, 1 to 17. Lou Muckle, 1 to 18. Pearl B. Larson, 1 to 15. Ricardo Richards, 1 to 22. Central High School, 1 to 18. Complex, 1 to 20, and CTEC, 1 to 14. I'll now hand it over to Dr. Jurgen to talk about the teacher-student ratio in the St. Thomas St. John district.
Ratios in school account for every single teacher, including those teacher subgroups such as students with special needs and English language learners. If you look at the ratio in table 13, it also includes special education and ELL teachers. Of the 5,094 students in the St. Thomas St. John district, you see that the district actually ended with 5,668 students. And if we look at the breakdown, elementary students account for 2,590, high school students account for 2,016, junior high 821, adult education 176, and those transferred 1%, 65 students. So in pre-K through, it goes up to grade 15. We know that there's no grade 15, but 13, 14, and 15 account for those students that are in day adult or attending our night school programs.
Initiatives or programs aimed at enhancing school leadership and administration. St. Croix District School Leadership. The St. Croix District has embraced a data-driven approach to education, recognizing the significance of evidence-based strategies in achieving educational excellence. As part of this commitment, the district has designed a comprehensive 100-day plan with a clear focus on addressing crucial areas of improvement. The primary goal of this plan is to enhance attendance rates, particularly among pre-K-8 students, as well as to transform core instruction with an emphasis on explicit instruction, nonfiction writing, and valuable feedback. Additionally, the plan aims to reduce incidents within the district, ensuring a safe and conducive learning environment for all students. Through careful implementation and continuous monitoring, the St. Croix District is dedicated to driving positive and transformative changes that will benefit its students and entire educational community. The importance of effective school leadership cannot be understated, as it sets the tone for the entire learning environment, inspiring all stakeholders to strive for excellence and directly impacting student achievement and well-being. At the end of the 2022-2023 school year, principals and assistant principals were strategically reassigned based on their leadership strengths and school data, proving to be an essential strategy in educational administration. The evaluation of each principal's strengths and careful analysis of different school requirements ensured effective and productive leadership placements. This approach allows schools to benefit from leaders who possess the necessary skills and experience to address unique challenges and maximize student success. By aligning school needs with the expertise of principals, a targeted approach to educational improvement was achieved, promoting enhanced student outcomes and overall school performance. Throughout the 2023-2024 school year, principals will receive strong support through coaching tailored to their individual professional goals, developed in one-on-one meetings, and closely monitored by superintendents and the turnaround office. This support began with the opportunity to receive training at Harvard during the month of July, with a focus on building their leadership practice. Additionally, starting in August, they will actively participate in executive coaching sessions with the Successful Practices Network and receive instructional coaching through feedback sessions from the superintendents. These comprehensive coaching initiatives aim to enhance the principal's leadership skills, instructional strategies, and overall effectiveness in their roles. By providing tailored support and valuable resources, the school district aims to foster continuous growth and success amongst its educational leaders, ultimately benefiting the students and the entire school community. As a result, we firmly believe that this strategic approach to supporting instructional leadership plays a pivotal role in fostering a conducive learning environment and empowering both educators and students to thrive academically and socially. The educators of the St. Croix District have demonstrated an unparalleled commitment to holistic growth and development of their students. Our dedication to offering varied learning experiences, supporting teachers in instructional practices, and engaging leaders in shifting leadership will continue to be the driving force behind the district's pursuit of academic excellence. By devoting time on the calendar to critical endeavors outlined in our 100-day plan, we ensure that every child receives the best possible education and opportunities to thrive. Furthermore, our proactive approach to close monitoring of instruction and making course corrections demonstrates our adaptability and willingness to continuously improve the educational experience. With a firm focus on student success and well-being, the educators of the St. Croix District have laid a solid foundation for a bright future where each young mind can reach their full potential and transform into tomorrow's leaders. Table 14 outlines the St. Croix District principal assignments for the 2023-2024 school year, where you see who the principal was in 2022 and who the principal will now be in 2023. I hand it over to Dr. Jurgen.
St. Thomas St. John District School Leadership. Great leaders have the ability to model expectations, create effective communities of practice, and support teachers as they provide high-quality instructional opportunities. The St. Thomas St. John School District is vested in the development necessary to transform current, new, and aspiring leaders into effective instructional leaders. Instructional effectiveness can only be determined by thoughtful observation and knowledge of effectiveness and knowledge of practices. By providing training and coaching support, leaders will be able to improve the instructional strategies of teachers, which will in turn increase the learning potential of their students. To achieve this goal, the district has contracted the services of the International Center for Leadership Education, ICLC, to provide training and job-embedded coaching support to all district leaders during the 2023-24 school year. During these intentional sessions, leaders will focus on key elements for creating a collaborative approach to supporting teaching as they increase their instructional effectiveness. Leaders will identify powerful teaching strategies, engage in a collaborative instructional review process, and ultimately support teachers in improving student outcomes. Leaders will also engage further in the collaborative instructional review process by visiting classrooms and discussing the observations with each other with the support of an ICLE consultant to calibrate observations while building capacity to provide effective feedback and support for teachers. They will have the opportunity to closely examine rigor indicators, high-level questioning, and academic discussions throughout ongoing classroom observations. By gauging the level of rigor, relevance, and student engagement, and the collective calibrations of findings. These collaborative learning experiences will assist the district in creating a system-wide approach to effective instruction and establish a common definition, understanding, and expectations for rigor, relevance, and engagement. Throughout the 2023-24 school year, coaching support will continue, and the intentional implementation of instructional leadership to include regular walkthroughs and instructional feedback will be monitored very closely by including the superintendents. To further address the instructional leadership capacity of leaders, principals will also be refreshed with research-based strategies that can help to strengthen instruction in the classroom. Some topics include the science of reading, vocabulary, comprehension, writing instruction and strategies, systemic and explicit gradual release of responsibility, standards-based instruction, differentiated support to teachers on planning, delivering, and personalizing standards-based instruction, math development, a focus on numeracy, numbers, computation, and math fluency, personalized learning and strategies, and interpreting and using data to inform instruction. Grades pre-K through 8 teachers on standards-based math instruction, strategies to increase student engagement, goal setting, and tracking of their own learning, project-based learning, and a multi-tiered system of support for academic and behavior. This summer, the St. Thomas St. John administrators, along with teachers and other members of student improvement teams, traveled off island to the Model Schools Conference and the AASA Learning 2025 National Summit. These trainings focused on cutting-edge insight in leadership development, leader and teacher efficacy, tiered system of supports, instructional coaching, strategic planning, student success strategies, school climate, strengthening the school's culture, whole child support, reflective practices, focusing instruction, maximizing the use of resources, personalizing learning, creating choices, and giving learners a strong voice. As the St. Thomas St. John District engaged in district and school improvement to address quality instruction and make the changes necessary to move achievement forward, it was a good time to also make some shifts in the area of leadership teams. Thus, at the end of the 2022-23 school year, principals and assistant principals were strategically reassigned based on their leadership strengths and school data, notwithstanding movement tied to retirement and internal promotions. The chart listed shows the current leadership of the St. Thomas St. John district. St. Thomas St. John School Consolidation. In the St. Thomas St. John School District, the following changes will take place for the 2023-2024 school year. During the month of August, the Raphael O. Whitley Skills Center will move to its newly renovated location at the former Gladys Abraham Elementary School. Satellite sites will also remain at the CHS site for some programming in the evening. The day adult program will also continue to operate in the CHS annex until their spaces are fully renovated for occupancy at the new Gladys A. Abraham, at the Abraham Center. Another noteworthy change is the merge of Adelita Kankrank Junior High School with Lockhart Primary School to become the Lockhart K-8 school. This will allow for the shared use of personnel and common areas such as the library, cafeteria, and outdoor learning spaces. Fifth grade students currently enrolled at the Joseph Sibley Elementary School during the 2022-23 school year will attend the Bertha Seba Shelter Middle School for sixth grade, or Lockhart K-8. Fifth grade students from the Ola F. Muller Elementary School during the 2022-23 school year will attend the Bertha Seba Shelter Middle School for sixth grade or the Lockhart K-8 during this upcoming school year. At the Joseph Sibley School, another kindergarten class has been added to this, and the second grade class will be expanded to host 25 students rather than 15, which was due to space limitations. Muller School also now will be able to house another pre-K for the first time and an additional special education classroom. At the Joseph A. Gomez Elementary School, a pre-K class and class for students with behavioral disabilities will be added to the campus. Lastly, the Edith Williams Academy, the school will once again host students in lieu of expulsion, in addition to the targeted intervention program for students in grades 9.
Federal grants. The Virgin Islands Department of Education Office of Federal Grants currently manages 13 federal grants received from the United States Department of Education. These grants are Special Education IDEA, Consolidated Grants, Striving Readers, Adult Education, Education Stabilization Funds, American Rescue Plan, and Stronger Connections. There are 7 grants set to expire on September 30th, 2023. To date, the IDE has obligated and expended over 71% in the funds and is on track to obligate the remaining balance of $20,758,481.37 by the obligation deadline. The Office of Federal Grants continues to provide program leads with weekly grant status reports and requires detailed spending plans which outline the purposes of the unexpended funds and the status of procurement of goods and services. The Virgin Islands Department of Education staff responsible for obligation of expiring funds participated in bootcamp meetings during which they prepared information for bids, requested quotes, and prepared justification letters. These meetings were a success as they have resulted in an influx of justification letters, requisitions, and budget modifications. No funds will be returned to the federal government due to non-compliance with grant requirements. The department continues to work with vendors to ensure services and supplies are delivered timely, and feels confident that we will meet the liquidation deadline of January 31st, 2024. In addition to that, meetings have been held with internal stakeholders, such as Department of Property and Procurement, especially when it comes to those goods and services that require contracts. Program technical assistance and monitoring visits are being conducted to ensure that activities are implemented as approved and with fidelity. Moving forward, the department will take a different approach to the management of federal dollars. We must monitor the encumbrance of these dollars more closely. And secondly, we will solicit outside services to evaluate programs tied to the federal grant funding to determine if they're meeting the desired outcomes. A large portion of the district funds comes from the United States Department of Education's rural and low-income school programs or consolidated grant application. The department received its FY23 consolidated grant award on July 1st, 2023. Table 16 shows the breakdown of those budgets as well as encumbrances, expenditures, pre-encumbrances, and balances. Also to the rear of the testimony has the breakdown by the districts in terms of their spending plans for those balances. Pre-K program, St. Croix District Granny Pre-K program. Dr. Herman, can you read your section, please?
St. Croix District Granny Preschool Pilot Bridge Program Initiative, the Virgin Islands Department of Education implemented a federally funded voluntary full-day pre-kindergarten program at all 7 elementary school sites within the St. Croix District. And this program started in 2021-2022. As of today, 172 students have participated in the Granny Preschool program. And you see the breakdown by year, showing that we started with 38 students to this year with our proposed enrollment of 98 students. With a ratio of 1 teacher and 1 paraprofessional to 10 students, the program provides many opportunities for students to engage in learning activities at an earlier age, which ensures that students are reading, writing, speaking, and solving grade-appropriate mathematical concepts by grade 3. According to Act 7343, the purpose of the preschool program is to provide greater opportunity for young children in the Virgin Islands to enter school ready to learn by expanding access to quality preschool curricula for all students who will become the age of 4 years old by December 31st. The Goal 1 of the Virgin Islands Department of Education Strategic Plan also aligns to Act 7343 as it states each student by the end of kindergarten will be socially, emotionally, and academically prepared for learning success. Program goals. The Granny Preschool aspires to meet the students' needs of all preschoolers as instruction emulates practices that enhance kindergarten readiness skills. Best practices include activities that foster kindergarten readiness skills, which refer to its child's readiness to make smooth and successful transitions and integration into the kindergarten environment, adapting to routines and expectations, a personalized approach to teaching and learning, and is focused as data drives instruction, and students receive support based on their needs. In alignment with the VIDE, Granny Preschool program believes all of our students are the nucleus of everything we do, and through high-quality instruction, all students achieve their fullest potential. We value active family and community engagement, adaptability, commitment, competency, continuous professional growth, honesty, integrity, passion, proactivity, respect for others, teamwork. Enrollment is open to children 4 years old on or before December 31st. All children must be potty trained and parents must have reliable transportation, as transportation is not provided for students within the program. Professional development sessions focused on building foundational skills for early learners through developmentally appropriate teaching and learning opportunities are given to teachers. All parents are required to complete the Granny Preschool eligibility questionnaire available online and at the Division of Student Services. Once eligible, parents must bring in the following documents to Student Services to begin registration. The birth paper, clearance slip, and other documents are listed below. Immunizations are an important health policy, and as such, the children must be fully immunized or have the exemption waiver. I now hand it over to Dr. Jurgen to talk about the St. Thomas St. John District Sugar Apple Pre-Kindergarten Program.
The St. Thomas St. John District Sugar Apple Pre-Kindergarten Program. The St. Thomas St. John District Sugar Apple Pre-Kindergarten Program has been in existence for 4 years. Last year, there were 4 classrooms located at the Julius E. Sproul campus on St. John, the Yvonne E. Milinabowski Elementary School, and the Joseph Sibley Annex, the Monroe campus. During the 2023-24 school year, we've added and prepared 2 more classrooms, one at the Ulla F. Muller Elementary School and one at the Joseph A. Gomez Elementary School. That totaled 6 programs, as there are 2 at Yvonne E. Milinabowski. Our 4-year-old students in the program prepare to be promoted to the kindergarten program in our elementary schools. The creative curriculum is the preferred curriculum for this program, which exposes our students to a myriad of hands-on activities as well as formative interest areas in the classroom and objectives for the development of the whole child. There are also domain-specific teaching practices that are research-based, focusing on the developmental growth of each student. Each classroom is equipped with an early childhood certified teacher and a paraprofessional who has a strong interest in fulfilling the prerequisite coursework for becoming a certified early childhood instructor. As of today, there are 129 students that have participated in the Sugar Apple Pre-K program, 27 in school year 2021, 44 school year 21-22, 58 in school year 2023. For the 2023-24 school year, 2 additional classes has been added at Ulla Muller and at Joseph Gomez, as previously stated, with an anticipated enrollment of 65 students. See the chart below, which outlines the participation and the student progress of those in the Sugar Apple Preschool thus far.
School safety and security, AC Som.
Good morning, Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner. With respect to school safety and security, school monitoring was considered in an effort to enhance, streamline, and further professionalize the role and practices of school monitors. The Department of Education hosted the first ever School Monitor Professional Development Retreat, June 6 to the 8th, 2023, at the University of the Virgin Islands, Albert A. Sheen Campus, Great Hall on St. Croix. The event is expected to be held annually in June. The 3-day in-person gathering brought together 85 school monitors from across the St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John districts with presentations and workshops from VITEMA, the Virgin Islands Department of Health, Bureau of Corrections, Louisiana State University, the Virgin Islands and Medical Emergency Services, and other entities for hands-on training and workshops on mass violence, active threats, self-defense, CPR and first aid, social emotional wellness, de-escalation techniques, incident report writing, and the rollout of a new evaluation system. Professional development for school monitors will continue to be ongoing throughout the school year. With respect to school security equipment, to better protect students, faculty, staff, visitors, and school monitors, and to ensure greater security effectiveness, both school districts are procuring school safety equipment with ARPA funding as follows: body cameras, body armor vests, which are bulletproof, arm protectors, Segway electric patrol vehicles, handheld metal detectors, and emergency vehicles. This equipment is expected to arrive in the department and be allocated before the end of the final quarter of fiscal 2023. A safety equipment use policy and training in said equipment will be done before it is assigned to school monitors. With respect to the school security initiative, we have found, as we all have, that learning is most effective when schools are safe and welcoming environments for students, staff, parents, and community stakeholders. School resource officers, or SROs, add value to learning and school environments. SRO programs first appeared in the 1950s, but did not become widespread until the late 1990s. The federal impetus came in the form of the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services, which heavily subsidized the hiring of SROs. As of 2019, there were 24,900 SROs in 5,500 law enforcement agencies across this great nation. The Virgin Islands Police Department employs 13 SROs, 7 in the St. Croix District and 6 in the St. Thomas District. They're assigned primarily at the high school level. However, there are not enough, and they are often reassigned to manage crises in the community or are needed to attend to other priorities. Therefore, the Virgin Islands Department of Education seeks to create a Bureau of School Security as a law enforcement entity internal and exclusive to the department that will support schools to achieve a safe learning environment for student achievement. It will provide school security resource officers, which are sworn police officers, school investigators, 24-hour accessibility for emergencies, intrusion alarm protection, video cameras in school, video recovery on school buses, crisis response team training, crisis planning, crime prevention, and positive preventative education. For the VID to establish internal police operations within legal standing, it must be supported by legislation. Therefore, an amendment to 3 VIC subsection 262 will be needed to transfer the function and responsibilities of the Bureau from the Virgin Islands Police Department to the Virgin Islands Department of Education. The mission of the Bureau will be to provide a safe and secure learning environment which promotes an atmosphere of trust between the diverse, multicultural school community and the Bureau. Working hand in hand with local and federal agencies, the Bureau will commit to minimizing its schools from violence, weapons, substance abuse, vandalism, and other hazards. The Bureau will play an integral role in improving the overall school climate and culture by assisting and educating the school-wide community on safety procedures and counseling and mentoring students. The Chief of School Security and the Deputy Chief will lead the Bureau and be in opposite school districts. The Chief will be a direct report to the Commissioner of Education. School security resource officers will be assigned to each district, and 2 school investigators, 1 per district, will comprise the law enforcement component of the Bureau. SROs have 4 major roles: law enforcement, informal counselors, educators, and emergency managers. The uniqueness of a VIDE, Bureau of School Security, is that it would have a wraparound or behavioral services component. An emergency program manager reporting to the chief will supervise 4 truancy officers, 2 per district, and wraparound or behavioral service staff. Additionally, the emergency program manager will supervise a school psychologist and 4 family service specialists, 2 per district, needed to provide wraparound clinical behavioral services to address the most serious of student infractions within schools. School monitors will be assigned to the Bureau for routine training, security equipment, and uniforms during the summer months. They will not be SROs unless they apply and are accepted. The benefits of a VIDE, Bureau of School Security, compared to just regular SROs are shown in Table 18. In conclusion, the Bureau will contribute to the safety of schools and the social emotional well-being of students by contributing to secure campuses through protecting, investigating, troubleshooting, and educating students, parents, and our community of schools. A written proposal is being finalized and evaluated internally and externally before it is formally presented to the governor for his review, consideration, and approval. And at this time, I will hand over the baton to the Commissioner of Education.
Curriculum management, curriculum development and engagement continue an upsurge as educators are involved and are supported through weekly scheduled meetings to build capacity on curriculum standards, #GoOpenUSVI resource site, and textbook adoptions. With the support of Region 3 Comprehensive Center, state directors for specific areas participate based on the content being addressed. The support of content coordinators and lead teachers will be reestablished to ensure accountability on all levels. CNI, Curriculum and Instruction, facilitated textbook adoptions for 3 of the core content areas outlined below. Professional development on the new adoptions for math, science, and English language arts will be provided by the publishers in person at the August 3rd and 4th Professional Development Days, and will be ongoing throughout the school year in various modalities, whether it's virtual, hybrid, or in person. Those bulleted items show you those textbooks that I mentioned. The Curriculum and Instruction Unit is fully engaged in contractual services with a vendor to develop an intentionally robust K-12 curriculum aligned to the broad approved Virgin Islands state standards for social studies. The team meets twice monthly. The contract focuses on a gap analysis implementation plan to include a rollout of those standards, trainer-trainer modules, development of lesson plans to be housed on GoOpenUSVI, and evaluation of the implementation. There are 2 instructional modules, one focused on unwrapping the standards, and the second on the instructional shifts required to address the standards that have been developed for social studies educators and will be presented at the Back to School Professional Development on August 3rd and 4th. Modules designed specifically for administrators to support teachers are under development for delivery during each district superintendent's meetings. The team is revisiting the gap analysis which started last year after the standards were approved. The goal is to gather as much information as possible about what resources are available and what is needed to support the standards. Surveys to gather this information will be sent out to directors, coordinators, teachers, school administrators, UVI School of Education faculty, the Board of Education, and retired teachers. Additionally, the Curriculum and Instruction Unit is actively engaged with Code Mantra, the contractor hired to produce customized e-text and print-ready cartridges for civics and VI history. The team meets weekly under the guidelines of the executed contract to publish the VI-centric civics text for 9th to 12th grade and the Virgin Islands History Workbook for grades 3 through 8. A team of teachers led by the district social study coordinator created the content for this work. At the end of May, the St. Thomas St. John teachers joined the St. Croix teachers to ensure collective continuity across the territory. Teachers also worked individually on creating their own lesson plans. These lesson plans are uploaded to the Google folder for all to review, which sets the tone for fidelity within the subject area. Both groups meet with the district coordinator and state instructional director weekly. This remains intense, focused, and deliberate. The instructional resources for this area are e-texts that will be ported onto Schoology, VIDE's learning management system, and accessible to teachers and students for classroom instruction. The customized civics text is between 750 to 800 pages, celebrating the rich legacy of the Virgin Islands government and civic responsibility. School visits are just one way of getting information into the hands of educators. However, there must be a systematic approach to the broader shared responsibility of dispensing this information to educators and the wider community. Development and promulgation of curriculum resources is a year-round undertaking to ensure effective buy-in. With the assistance of the Public Relations Division, Curriculum and Instruction has already established a constructive protocol for the dissemination of the curriculum work and resources available. The Virgin Islands Department of Education is always open to any recommendations from this body as we work together to improve public education in the territory. We stand ready to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Department of Education. That was very comprehensive and intensive, and I could think of a lot of words to cover this. We are going to go to the Board of Education for their presentation, and then we will follow with questions from the senators. Good morning. You may proceed, Ms. Emanuela Perez Casillas.
Emanuela Perez Casillas, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Good morning, Honorable Maurice C. James, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members, other members of the 35th Legislature present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Vice Chairwoman Emanuela Perez Casillas.
Mrs. Casillas.
You can't hear me.
Yes, the mic. Thank you.
Can you hear me better? I am Vice Chairwoman Emanuela Perez Casillas, offering testimony on behalf of Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman of the 21st Virgin Islands Board of Education, who had a previously scheduled engagement. With me today is our School Plants and Facility Chair, Winona A. Hendricks. Thank you for the invitation to provide status updates on school readiness, concerns, or issues that should be brought to the attention of the legislature, significant priorities of the Board of Education for the 2023-2024 school year. Prior to the passage of Act 8717 in April 2023, establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, Title 17, Virgin Islands Code 24, School Management Accountability mandates that the board, in consultation with the Commissioner of Education, conduct annual assessments and evaluations of all public school facilities, as well as develop and adapt standards and guidelines for annual inspection, certification, and safety before the commencing of every school year. This was achieved by utilizing the services of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Department of Public Works, Department of Health, Environmental Health Division, Department of Labor, Occupational Health and Safety, and Fire Services to identify maintenance needs, major maintenance cost estimate, and maintenance schedule of completion. Based upon assessments made under the provision of this section, the board generates the School Management Accountability Report no later than June 15th after the close of each academic year. The report also includes findings, administrative deficiencies, guidances, and counseling deficiencies, recommendation for addressing deficiencies, and each school's strengths and weaknesses, including achievement and standardized test scores, statistics of dropout, attendance, and college entrance. The board is proud to announce that the 2023 SMAR was submitted on time to the Office of the Governor, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Department of Education, and partnering auxiliary agencies previously identified. The report can be accessed by visiting www.myviboe.com/reports or scanning the QR code in Appendix 1. The board's comprehensive evaluation covered the academic years 2020, through 2023. The focus and scope of the SMAR related explicitly to the board's school walkthrough inspections and assessment information derived from auxiliary agencies. The report and progresses of capital improvement projects, capabilities of each school's administrative team to shape the future of the leaders effectively, and the role of schools counselors to assist with grade level performance and graduation requirements. School readiness. The Virgin Islands Board of Education was at the rescheduled St. Croix District tours hosted by the Department of Education for Wednesday, July 26, 2023 through Friday, July 28, 2023, in fulfilling the board's commitment to ensure that schools are safe, healthy, conducive to learning. The School Plants and Facility Committee is tentatively scheduled to conduct beginning of the year school maintenance walkthroughs on August 2nd through the 14th through the 16th in the St. Croix District and August 8th through the 11th in the St. Thomas, St. John District. See Appendix 2 for detailed scheduling. Please note the information presented today is based on recently conducted meetings with the Department of Education and walkthroughs to undertaken to complete the year-end report. Note the information for clarity is information based on previous walkthroughs that we conducted, not the walkthroughs conducted last week. On Wednesday, June 28, 2023, the School Plants and Facility SPF Committee met with Director Disaster Planning and School Safety Irvin Mason and Assistant Commissioner Victor Solms III to receive information regarding school preparation for disaster, emergencies, active shooters, school safety, and a plan for the 2023-2024 school year to include available resources and training. According to Dr. Mason, there will be 4 disaster drills per school year. Schools must create disaster plans, which will be submitted to VITEMA, VIDE, and the board VIPD and VIFEMES. School monitors were provided body cameras, bulletproof vests, and alert badges. Some materials are on order and should be available by the opening of schools. Crisis alert badges will be provided for monitors to send alert signals to VIPD, the Director of Disaster Planning and School Safety, and VIDE. Videos from body cams will be stored in clouds and will follow policies and procedures established by public safety. Monitoring training is included completing incident reports, active shooter trainings, CPR trainings, and de-escalation methods. Professional development for monitors will be aligned with school-based dates and VIDE plan. Maintenance services. The Department of Education School Maintenance Division has knowledgeable and responsive employees. The maintenance team assisted with end-of-the-year walkthroughs and answered questions about various problems, materials, school construction designs, and budgets. They helped explain maintenance procedures, processes, and challenges that impacted the delivery of services at each school. The aesthetic of a school sets the tone for students, personnel, and visitors. A school's external images include sturdy fencing and gates, landscaping, upkeep of structures, changing of fixtures, functioning flagpoles, and welcoming signs, and an overall condition of the school's campus provides the first indication of morale and school pride, which has a direct effect on teacher performance and student achievement. Some schools displayed a need to address falling and dilapidated gates, unkept buildings, tree roots that destroyed walkways, overgrown bushes, and unmanicured grass and surrounding areas. Bathroom for administrators, staff, and students had observable problems like out-of-order signs, hanging wires, standing puddles, graffiti, damaged toilet paper holders, and empty soap and sanitizer dispensers. The absence of toilet paper, soap, and sanitize caters to an unsanitary environment and may pose health risks to students and staff. A cosmetology classroom lacked plumbing and access to water for client services, and an electricity classroom was condemned due to water leaks. Lack of consistent maintenance service is often due to insufficient funds, minimal staff, and a prolonged procurement process, which critically impacts the school facility's physical, educational, and financial health. As a result of these deficiencies, principals frequently resort to using personal funds, soliciting assistance from neighborhood partners, or MacGyvering to remediate maintenance issues. When all else fails, schools go without. Problems that severely affect the quality of students' learning are water retention, caused water damages, bursts or leaking pipes, fall risk, and mold formation. Mold caused allegedly allergy symptoms like runny noses, coughing, irritated eyes, headaches, and fatigue in students and personnel, contributing to high absenteeism. Air conditioners. Lack of maintenance comprised to air quality and affected students and teaching performance. Communication problems called unnecessary safety risks for schools without intercoms, cameras, emergency equipment, and functioning fire alarms. Recurring internet problems cause delays and reduce learning opportunities. Recurring sewage or contaminated materials caused odors, bad air quality, unsanitary health risks. Recurring water and electrical interruptions caused frequent school closures, contributing to learning loss. A June 29th, 2003 meeting was conducted with maintenance personnel David Charlemagne, Territorial Facilities Manager, Yancy Milligan, District Director of Maintenance for St. Croix, and Jean Weeks, District Director of Maintenance in the St. Thomas St. John, which allowed the SPF committee the opportunity to hear brief overviews of the tremendous efforts to prepare territorial schools for reopening in August 2023. The team is very assertive in completing projects, and the project details include, but are not limited to, painting, fencing, repairs, roof repairs, air quality and water testing, and scope of work contracted out of service. The department furnished a listing of maintenance projects by school. See Appendix 3 and 4. Recommendations for disaster planning and school safety. The following recommendations were made to the Director of Disaster Planning and School Safety. The department should research robotic technologies used to perform security tasks such as weapon detection, bomb disposal, and surveillance. More significant efforts is needed to monitor to demonstrate professionalism towards students. The department must provide monitors with training to assist with detecting and referring students with anxiety, suicidal behaviors, and anger. School monitors should be hired conditionally, pending favorable psychological assessment results to allow insurance coverage of $100,000. Develop community presence, public messaging, and early notification and education for parents and the community regarding behaviors that are prevalent in schools. Recommendations for maintenance service. The board strongly recommends routine repairs that are preventative, consistent, and reliable. Essential items such as air-conditioned filters, compressors, fans, and other minor maintenance necessities should be on hand and timely addressed. Issues related to multifunctional spaces should be remedied with retractable and non-permanent dividers for convenient and easy separation of spaces. Plans for capital improvement projects should be shared with stakeholders promptly. The St. Thomas St. John District maintenance needs versus available resources are disconcerting. The following require districts' attention and rectification. 1, lack of personal and human resources to sufficiently work on targeted projects. The St. Thomas St. John District has 13 maintenance versus 33 personnel in the St. Croix District. To address standard routine issues, proportionately, 80% of the work in the St. Thomas St. John District is contracted out. More maintenance personnel are needed to complete the in-house projects adequately. Additionally, pay scales are significantly low for today's market. The department should benefit from additional collaboration with other community entities to increase services. The SPF committee strongly recommends establish time-sensitive and realistic priorities for each school. Establish realistic maintenance schedules by factoring in the procurement process to ensure completion of projects before the opening of school. Host annual collaborative meetings with the Department of Public Works, the Bureau of Corrections, the Department of Labor, My Brother's Workshop, and other career and technical programs at least once a month before the close of school to organize supportive assistance for school summer maintenance. Partnerships with other government agencies are possible and encouraged. The options to supplement the St. Thomas St. John maintenance team by providing income-earning opportunities to incarcerated workers with maintenance skills and excellent behavior that require minimum supervision and are near the end of their prison terms should be explored and seriously considered. Insufficient funding to adequately address problems. Approximately $1 million is allotted to each district to purchase materials, pay for contracted services, and address problems related to kitchen upgrades, sewage, termites, removal of non-functional equipment, and other maintenance expenses. However, the department is still in grave need of funding to complete maintenance. The SPF committee strongly recommends allocating additional funding to address maintenance problems directly impacting teaching and learning goals realistically. Walk through in a twofold approach. Auxiliary agencies' maintenance inspections occur at the end of the summer break, late July, early August. However, school begins the second week of August, resulting in many safety issues, legal standards, and regulatory codes needing to be addressed or met. The current process must allow adequate time for warning and implementing corrective measures before schools open. As a result, the School Plants and Facilities Committee strongly recommends conducting school inspections utilizing a twofold approach. Phase 1, initial school walkthroughs. To identify target areas, end of school, April 22nd to May 4th, auxiliary agencies will conduct their walkthroughs with Divide maintenance personnel to focus on health, safety, security, and facility readiness for occupancy. Safety and repairs and maintenance issues such as fire detectors, kitchen hoods, exposed wires, light fixtures, air condition filters, generators, cisterns, and other violations can be identified. Preliminary findings and recommendations for immediate corrective action should then be expeditiously, within 5 to 7 days of the inspection, issued to the Virgin Islands Department of Education, providing adequate time to purchase materials and equipment, assign maintenance teams, procure vendor services, and commence work to address problems and inspection concerns to ensure that facilities are safe and healthy and environmentally sound for occupying upon school opening. Phase 2, final walkthroughs. To review corrective actions and issue final reports, late summer, July 1st to the 12th, these walkthroughs will focus on the recommended Phase 1 corrective actions for repairs and maintenance, compliance with OSHA, fire, EMS, and other coded regulations and health and safety guidelines implemented to make schools compliant for students, personnel, and the public. A final report should be expeditiously, within 5 to 7 days of inspection, issued to the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Certificate of Occupancy. Annual school walkthrough reports indicated to the board and the department that building codes and occupancy requirements are acceptable or deficient as specified by the law. Conversely, certificates of occupancy indicated to occupants and visitors of the facility that the site is or structure meets building compliance requirements. They therefore are safe, healthy, and in suitable conditions for occupancy. Much like commercial establishments must display business license and inspection certificates, the board strongly recommends amending Act 8717 to require that these auxiliary agencies inspect and provide each school with proof of compliance. Upon implementing a corrective measure and issuing a final report, certificates of occupancy shall be displayed in the main office or other visible public spaces on the facility. These certificates of occupancy from various agencies shall be valid for 1 year as public notification and inspection and compliance. Concerns. Nominations and appointments. The Virgin Islands Board of Education is desperately in need of an at-large board member and implores the governor to fill the vacancy in accordance with Title III, Virgin Islands Code 97, subsection G. Act 8717 can only be implemented by an executive director of the Bureau of School Constructions and Maintenance. The board requests that the governor appoints an executive director in accordance with Title III, Virgin Islands Code 102, subsection A, paragraph 1. Impress funds. Timely distribution of impress funds to assist schools in addressing fundamental instructional and maintenance resolution is critical. Lack of information regarding the disbursement schedule ties the hands of school administrators. Money is theoretically on paper, but not expendable, practical, or effective in solving school issues. Distribution of school allotments totaling $250,000 is significantly delayed. The distribution timeline needs to be revised to meet the needs of the school. Review of assets. The board is concerned about the inefficient use of real estate and other recommendations for following properties. Land boundaries. School engineers should review school properties to predict future use and design for vast open spaces. Abandonment of schools. Evaluate and solicit ideas from the community regarding the best use. Lumber at Alexander Henderson School. To be sold and monies used for mold remediation and corrective actions to restore the school for use or distributed to operational schools by formula. Public libraries to be renovated and ready for occupancy and usage during the 2023-2024 school year. Merged schools. A recommended name for the combining elementary and junior high school in Paradise is Evelyn M. Williams Arthur A. Richards K-8 Academy to honor both renowned educators. St. Croix headquarters. The location requires a facelift and the name of Gloria C. H. Waterman properly placed at its entrance. Unfulfilled mandates for required courses. Unfortunately, there are many required courses that the VIDE cannot implement as mandated by statute due to limited time in the school day. The board recommends amendments to specific required courses in Title 17, Chapter 541 of the Virgin Islands Code. For example, instead of being unfulfilled mandates, an amendment should be made to offer courses like real estate appraisal and hotel and tourism training as elective workshops or on-the-job training. Parents must also play an intricate role in this program. Research and experience prove that students do better academically and socially when positive relationships are built with families. The school's vision should include notification to parents of assessment standards. One literacy level is usually a continuation of the environment they were brought up in. If a family doesn't prioritize reading, it can trickle down to the next generation. Family involvement breaks multi-generational cycles of poverty, poor health, low education attainment, and poor civic engagement due to the inability to read, write, and comprehend. Short term, it translates to a greater degree of student efforts in higher school attendance, grades, and test scores. Grade-appropriate books can be distributed to children without access to encouraging parental involvement. However, parents' engagement at home is a contingent upon parents' level of literacy and confidence. This presents an opportunity for the VIDE to support parents through Parent University, an already established program aimed to encourage, support, and inform parents through various class offerings and workshops so that they can take a more active role in their children's learning. 2022-2023 Virgin Islands Department of Education Site Data Presentation. Shortage of critical personnel. Pre-existing staff shortages made worse by the pandemic pushed the Virgin Islands public school system to its limits. Teachers' relocation, retirement, and career change forced paraprofessionals to lead classrooms, often leaving some students needing more critical services. There is a consensus amongst educators that other factors surrounding staff shortages are attributed to the need for higher pay, better working conditions, and the constant change in curriculum mandates. Programs that provide career and technical skill did not allow for meeting competency requirements due to the severe lack of specific personnel, resources, and equipment to address standardized services. Vocational programs need reliable, career-focused, hands-on opportunities for creating entry-level career pathways that will develop the local workforce. Additionally, many schools did not have a dedicated full-time nurse to address identifiable health conditions. Other critical staff needed to support safe and healthy environments that promote academic achievement are truancy officers, the dean of students, school crossing guards, counselors, art teachers, music teachers, physical education teachers, librarians, custodians, and other critical school personnel. School resources officers needed to be more adequate to address current security standards. Professional certification. Studies show that non-certified teachers are considered work-based learners, unable to address behavioral problems, address curricular goals, or prepare students for state assessment tests. Consequently, the Department of Education requires educators to be licensed in public school systems. The Board of Education issues licenses to professional educators upon review of teaching credentials. This process includes reviewing university or college degrees, continuing education courses, professional development hours, praxis test results, and conducting background and medical checks. The percentage of certified teachers at each school was highly concerning. Some teachers needed to have the introductory required courses to meet certification standards. The overall number of certified professionals working in the Virgin Islands Public Schools during the 2022-2023 school year is 228, while the number of non-certified professionals is 610. Academic readiness for first-year UVI students. A review of data provided by the University of the Virgin Islands relative to the impact of academic readiness for college performance indicated that 79% of the 2021-2022 public high school graduates are underprepared for post-secondary education and required remedial and developmental courses to achieve college-level academic success. The board encourages preparatory classes to enable students to acquire sufficient skills to entry and development for post-secondary education. The labor market improved quality of life. This is consistent with the 2021-2022 Smarter Balance test results, which indicated that 40% of high school students tested below standard in English language and 81% of high school students tested below standard in mathematics. Assessment scores clearly illustrate that students are at least 2 to 3 grades below proficiency level. The substandard performance scores placed their academic, military, and professional career opportunities at risk. Student profiles identified a greater need for academic intervention in math, mental health, and trauma disorders. The American Academy of Child Adolescent Psychiatry in 2021 declared a national emergency in child and adolescents' mental health. Students were faced with profound risk due to hurricanes and COVID isolations, including depression, low self-esteem, lack of sleep, anxiety, loneliness, and delayed cognitive development. The board strongly recommends direct communication and collaboration between the Department of Health, Department of Human Services, Department of Education, the Board of Education, other service organization concerning awareness, treatment, and school services for students with increased mental health challenges. Provide training for guidance counselors, school monitors, and other personnel with research-specific intervention and trauma-based approaches available for school teams. Provide screening to assist students affected by anxiety, stress, suicidal thoughts, trauma, and social-emotional challenges. Some schools showed limited or reduced visual reminders and contact information for administrators, teachers, nurses, counselors, and school workers regarding mandatory reporting of child abuse, neglect, and other unsafe and threatening behaviors toward children and juveniles. Major priorities for the 2023-2024 school year. The overall goal of the Virgin Islands Board of Education for the 2023-2024 school year is to support the Virgin Islands Department of Education through community initiatives. These initiatives aim to improve student achievement, create a positive school climate, boost morale, develop social skills, and support mental health challenges, and prepare for school occupancy in appropriately maintained educational structures. The School Plants and Facilities Committee and the Public-Private Liaison Committee will lead these initiatives. School Plants and Facilities Committee. The Virgin Islands School Plants and Facilities Committee is conscious of the research which associates better learning performances with clean, orderly environments free of dangerous obstructions and pollutants. It is also evident through Act 8717 that curriculum and instructional evaluations are necessary for ensuring that all learners' academic and social needs are met per the system's goals. As a result, the committee has developed a relationship with the Department of Education's maintenance team, auxiliary agencies, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the regional education laboratories of the Northeast and Islands to ensure that all entities are working toward the same goal. The SBF committee priorities for the 2023-2024 school year are: participate in school walkthroughs to ensure that schools are safe, healthy, and comply with school and building code requirements for occupancy. Review and collect evidence to support better learning practices. Actively advocate for learning environments that reinforce teaching, learning, and socio-emotional supports for students and personnel. Encourage more outstanding communication and notification to parents about student assessment standards, safety, and technological needs. To create tools to assist the quality of curriculum and the effectiveness of instructional methodologies being implemented. The committee is currently in the process of planning webinars and virtual presentations. Public-private liaison. The top 3 priorities identified by the PPL committee for undertaking during this school year are: expand efforts to improve stakeholder engagement, involvement, and participation in the VIBES programs and services, improve existing communication methods to better inform and educate our stakeholders on education-related issues and matters, strengthen existing and develop new partnerships with public and private entities to advance the board's agenda and enhance the board's image. Note: strategies and action items for the 3 priorities are integrated to support and maximize outcomes. Increase VIBES website utilization and accessibility by designating a website watchdog. B, share links to VIBES site with other partners. C, promote everything VIBE. Host back to school events and town hall meetings. Encourage and facilitate stakeholder input and feedback opportunities. And D, partner with the Department of Education to assist with the dissemination of information via email blast. Conclusion. For many years, the board has consistently reported its findings on the state of public education with no resultant and necessary investment in public school facilities and infrastructure. However, the board is optimistic that the 2023 SMARS represents a marked shift from previous submissions primarily focusing on the department's building and facilities. Instead, the direct impact of systematic neglect of public school facilities and learning environments and students' achievement was fully explored. The analyzing of the Smarter Balance and iReady assessments of each elementary, middle, and high school further indicate a public school system in crisis. It informs of the need for instructional change. The findings in the reports are expected to spur the executive and legislative branches in supporting the Department of Education by increasing infrastructure and maintenance investment as it makes decisions regarding leadership and counseling directions for academic achievement, college and workforce preparation, and citizenship responsibilities of early childhood, middle school, and high school learners. Madam Chair, today, I share the strong sentiments of the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, who testified before the House Appropriate Subcommittee on Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education on the President's fiscal year 2024 budget request for the Department of Education. In his testimony, he stated, "My time in front of you today is about choices. The choice to invest in America's children or protect the status quo of underachievement. The choice to come together on behalf of the students, parents, and educators who are looking to us to serve and raise the bar for education in this country versus the choice to break down in partnership or divisive cultural wars. Today, I plead with the 35th legislature to change the trajectory by rising above the status quo of conventional systems of developmental education which have not achieved their intended purpose or improving outcomes for underprepared students. I dare to say the system requires shifting and shifting. While it is not consolation, while it is not a consolation, the data presented does not imply that the state of our system is unique to the Virgin Islands, nor does it mean that one person or entity can be held accountable, but that all educational stakeholders must collectively take responsibility to make the appropriate changes for academic success. Preparation for the 2023-2024 school year opening is an enormous undertaking that becomes more difficult without resources. The board commends all public administrators, facilities, faculty, staff, students, and parents for doing a lot with a little. Thanks are also extended to the contributions to providing relevant and accurate information throughout the reporting period. We asked for your support to advocate for prompt repairs and maintenance of public schools in the territory. The success of education is driven by the collective responsibility taking and the contributions made through accountability, commitment, and leadership by all stakeholders, including students, teachers, parents, administrators, unions, public officials, auxiliary agencies, and community partners. Each of the persons must analyze the recommendation provided by VIBE and help carry the torch to make significant positive and required changes in structural deficiencies and collaboratively reduce the challenges that diminish opportunities for students' greatness. Chairwoman James, thank you again for allowing the Virgin Islands Board of Education to provide testimony. We stand ready to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Emanuela Casillas Perez. I feel like I was on a roller coaster of highs, lows, guts, hills, mountains, valleys, all of that in your presentation. I want to acknowledge and recognize that we've been joined by my Vice Chair, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, also by Senators Kenneth Gittins, Dwayne DeGraff, and Ray Fonseca. And we will now take a 2-minute recess before we dive deep into these testimonies. We're in recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is out of recess. I want to begin by thanking both the Department of Education and the Board of Education for very, very comprehensive and somewhat exhausting testimony. But you know, I want to start by saying something that I had gotten at a retreat, and I think it captures what I want us to proceed with today. And it was get out of bed. And BED, the acronym was for blame, excuses, denial. So we're going to get out of bed today because we have to solve the problems that we face with the education of our children. I want to start by asking the Commissioner of Education, just in terms of, and it's a general question, Commissioner, really, the amount of money from, when you look at the budget, education makes up a majority of the taxpayer dollars in the Virgin Islands, as it does in a lot of states. There's some states actually that are really, really low in terms of the resources. But when I look at what the expectations, especially from the Board of Education, this may sound strange, but it seems as if we are really under-resourced when it comes to education of our children. Do you agree or disagree with that?
That's a very good question, Senator. And in another time, I probably would have said yes. But we have a lot of federal dollars now.
Okay.
And so while our local budget is 96%, I believe, tied to personnel, we have additional funding at this time. Now, when those funding streams dry up, then I would say that, but I wouldn't make that statement.
I'm glad you said that. And that's the important thing. We have to maximize the money while we have it. And, you know, during the budget presentations, the chair of the committee, the Budget and Finance and Appropriations, has a theme that I latched on to myself when I looked at the various departments, and the fact that there seems to be a lack of collaboration and coordination among the agencies, just in terms maybe even with maintenance. And I saw that the Board of Education hinted at there seems to you need to have more collaboration. What's your response to that?
So it's right on point, and we have had coordination meetings with the Department of Property and Procurement, as well as the Department of Public Works and our maintenance division. Actually, they're assisting us as we speak, Division of Sports, Park and Rec as well, Sports Park, because there's some assistance that we can garner from them. For example, I have Commissioner White working on helping us with the scope of work for the playgrounds for every campus, the resurfacing and cleaning up of our sporting facilities on our campus as we speak, and we're going to use some ARPA dollars for that. Public Works is assisting us with some manpower, with some of the landscaping issues that we have, cutting back some big trees. So those conversations have already started and will continue with us and those entities outside of the IDE that impact the work that we do.
Thank you. I'm going to start our first round. I don't think we will need a second round, but who knows? Oh, Senator Johnson is saying, I'm like, 3 rounds. Let's start with a 5-minute round from each senator, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning. Oh my gosh. Good afternoon, Commissioner
Good afternoon.
Wells Hendrington, and your support and management team there with you and all the staff at the Department of Education. And good morning to Board Chairwoman Perez Casillas, and thank you so much for your most comprehensive testimonies. And definitely, Madam Chair, we are going to need more than one round. Definitely. Because this round, I really want to deal with the Department of Education, and then I'll come back to the Board of Education if we have a second round. Because there's so many questions, and the testimonies provided so many perspectives and very good information. But nonetheless, let me go to the current status of school facilities and assessment of school readiness. And school readiness involves a lot of things. Let me ask in respect to coordination, and you spoke in the testimony about walkthroughs, etc. Let me start with the kitchens. Of course, I heard that the different radio ads where you went to different stations, which was a good thing you did, and spoke about the different programs that are available for our parents and students in the community, and encourage them to come to the school and eat with the students, etc. The different kitchen facilities that at the different schools. I know you did walk through in terms of making sure the freezers were working in all of the schools, the grease traps, etc. Have there been a coordination with the Department of Health in this respect, and what was the result of that?
So the Department of Health conducted the assessments for the readiness to open schools. We're still waiting on that report. However, in the St. Thomas St. John district, we do have some challenges in terms of inoperable equipment. We are tasking as we speak DLR Group, who did the assessments of the kitchens in St. Croix and created the scopes of work to include all the code upgrades and so forth. So we're doing the same for the St. Thomas St. John district. And the reason behind that, Senator, is St. Croix had kitchen equipment bought through AECOM when St. Thomas St. John district did it.
Okay, very well. I'm happy to hear that. In respect to page 20 of your testimony, you spoke in respect to the chart and shortages, etc., with the different staff. But when it comes to the international teachers, that chart shows that of 26, 20 of those teachers that left were from the St. Thomas St. John district.
2 minutes.
The majority of them were on that space. What's up? What's up with
Well, the
that?
timing was up, Senator, so we really can't get away with extending that time as per law, so it just so happened to be that way this time. I'm pretty sure that you'll see a fluctuation in those numbers as they've met their time here.
Okay, very well. I know the chart is detailed in terms of especially the alarming number when it comes to folks who are eligible for retirement, 272 teachers.
To include me.
That's alarming. What the plan moving forward?
So it's very hard to come up with a definitive plan, to be quite honest, because we got so many resignations within the last week. And I still don't understand why people wait until the 10th hour to say that you're retiring or you're resigning. And we're not going to do anything. It helps us to better prepare. So what we're doing right now is looking at where those extra vacancies may be. And that is the conversation that we'll be having with the independent contractor to provide those missing teachers.
Okay, very well. A little over, I think, like 18 months ago, this body enacted Act number 8505, which I sponsor with help of my colleagues, that established a dental screening program in the Virgin Islands schools, and directed the Department of Health and the Department of Education to collaborate again, that will be used on the implementation of this program. So can you report what the progress is in this space?
If I may, Senator, I will ask Assistant Commissioner Sum to comment. I don't have that information myself.
You're very well.
Good afternoon, Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner.
Time.
May I proceed?
Go ahead.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Yeah, we will be working with the Department of Health on not only dental screening, but also on immunization. So we're looking forward for that at the beginning of this school year. The Department of Health has invited students from across the territory to their immunization. They have an immunization campaign before school begins, and we'll be working very closely with health to get dental and other screenings, as well as with our school nurses, up and running. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So to follow up on that question, so the dental screening program, it has not started?
No, it hasn't.
Okay. And
we would like it to be a bit more comprehensive and not just limited to dental. It should be vision as well, and hearing. So we're looking at a comprehensive program that addresses health and not just dental.
You know, you realize how important that is, especially for our low income, and I mean, we keep hearing over and over the kids count and the poverty level. And a lot of times parents of children, those children, really don't do dental, hearing, eye, and it impedes their growth, their development. So it's important that you get it up and running as quickly as possible. I will now go to Senator Franklin Johnson for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I need to ask a question. I don't know if I'm going to answer. If a person is promoted to principal and they're just ain't doing the job, what do? Just shift them around? Is there no way that these individuals can be demoted back? Because I look at your list of principal that was shuffled and moved around, and I need to understand the concept as to why they were moved around, because I'll stand up clear and support 3 of these principals that I thought was doing well. And I'll start off with Loretta Moorhead, I think doing an excellent job in Pearl B. I'll go to Andrea Hobson. I think she was doing an excellent job in Alfred Andrews. And Dr. Vincent Gordon had a plan for CTEC. He had a great plan. And I would like to kind of understand why the movements of the principal. And again, my main question, if someone was promoted to a principal and they're not performing, what is the position that should be taken? Whoever can answer.
So if I may.
Please.
Right, so I'll allow the superintendent to get into the specifics, but any employee within the Department of Education can be removed from a position. It's a process, and you have to go through the progressive discipline process, and that means documentation. And a lot of times we are not in that position because of failure to document and failure to hold individuals accountable, and that shift is here, Senator. And everyone will be held accountable for the job performance that they were hired to do. Superintendent Harman, can you speak to those specific transfers?
Before you go to the transfer, are you in agreement that there are principals that have not been performing to standard?
I agree that they're principals, they're teachers, they're employees on a whole. But one of the things I will say to you, Senator, we got to do better at training our people too. And so that's part of why you heard about the leadership training. We assume that people go into leadership and know how to lead. That's incorrect. People need to be trained. So we got to go back and do part of what we are responsible for as a department, and that is making sure that our people are trained and equipped with the resources to do their jobs effectively. Then we could move towards that.
Then I stand to say they shouldn't be promoted to the start. Please go ahead, Superintendent.
So, Senator, first let me say that only one individual was promoted to principal after the interview process. That's Ms. Debbie Colburn Thomas. All the other individuals were existing principals when I stepped into my tenure. After a review of leadership strengths and what our schools need, some schools needed a shift in culture. Some schools needed a shift in academic performance. Some schools needed a shift in morale. We looked at our leadership strengths and we matched that to the schools that they're now placed at.
And you feel confident in the changes that were made?
Senator, because there will be a professional development plan and accountability will be in place, I am confident that principals will do what they need to do, the same way I will do what I need to do to ensure student success.
We had a meeting in January in Vitima.
Correct.
With all the teachers, with all of these principals, with a whole layout of plans. How do we have continuity in these plans that were placed that I thought were some great plans for moving education forward? How do we have this continuity going on with all of these changes that we have just made?
The plans were not made by the leadership in isolation. The plan was made by the school improvement team around what the school needs. Every leader, when they step in, even this year, the principals that were not moved have an opportunity, because it's a living document, to adjust based on what they see on the most recent student academic data. The idea of plans is that we are often told we plan a lot in education, but this year is about implementation. Our student population has shifted and changed, and we have to make sure we meet those needs with flexibility and consistency.
Let's talk about this kitchen, that these equipment been there for what, 4 years?
30 seconds.
At least 4 years. Do we still have even warranty on these piece of equipment that we have purchased for 4 years that have not been installed? Because again, you just said it. Plan, and not implementing doesn't do good for us. Doesn't do good for our students at all. How long these equipment been in place? And when is going to be a final date? Because I am not hearing a date of these things being put in place so that these kitchens could have the proper utensils and equipment, so our children could have hot meals, bosses transferring plate of food up and down the place.
Time.
So if I may, Senator, the kitchen equipment contracts, as I mentioned in the testimony, have been executed. DVD construction has the majority of the kitchens in St. Croix, with the exception of Eulalie Rivera. What we're finding is that there's additional work that has to be done in most of our kitchens because of the electrical upgrades and the plumbing upgrades and the code requirements that are needed. We cannot negate the fact that we cannot install anything without meeting code 1. Part of our problem in the Virgin Islands Department of Education has been in the contractual process. Now, we put these kitchens out to bid more than one time. Nobody bid on the contracts. An issue that we're finding that is central to the federal dollars is that you have to have 100% of your bonding. And that has been a hiccup for our local vendors. So while we say one, we say two, there are many, many things surrounding why that project took as long as it did. We are here now. The contracts have been awarded. I will say, Senator, within the end of 2024, our kitchen should be up and running. It's a process and it takes time.
I'm glad to hear a date, because that's what I was saying. I wasn't hearing a date. Can I finish up on just one more question, Madam Chair? I know we got a long day here today. I just want to wrap up on one.
Wrap up.
On page 30, we spoke about this federal grant. And we're saying that we're going to, one of these grants is going to expire September 30th. Now I'm listening and understanding that we're going to expend all of these funds, some $22 million, if I'm correct, between now and September 30th?
Yes, Senator. So a lot of that funding was tied to revisions that we just received in the department. Some of that coordination meeting was specifically targeted towards those contracts that are tied to this federal funding and making sure that we have the commitment of the Department of Property and Procurement to expedite those contracts. And those conversations have already been had. And so in the back of the testimony, you would see the spending plan. I do have a more detailed one that I will share with this body at a later time that gives some more specifics, because we have been tracking these federal dollars and it's evident in that spending plan. So yes, Senator, it took some time because revisions had to be made. And moving forward, when you look at the high balances of the ARPA funding, we're changing the whole direction of the department with the remainder of the ARPA balances. We're looking at big ticket items. We're looking at the electrical upgrades, for example, the purchasing of generators. That alone will take at least $60 million off the top. So it's about shifting priorities. And in the department's defense, never have we received this kind of funding in the territory. And so when the funding came, the department was scrambling for ways to utilize this funding. But in actuality, when you're dealing with millions and millions of dollars, and my education come from the other side with the chief operations position, you got to look for big ticket items to get this money expended. So partnership with Department of Health and providing behavioral health services to our employees and our students is where we're shifting, partnering with DPNR and some initiatives with our libraries. Those are what we will be shifting towards with the ARPA funding.
Thank you very much. I sure hope to not see any of that money go back. Please. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. The answer you give Commissioner Wells Hedrington just started a lot of questions in my mind, and a lot of the questions that my colleague asked, I wanted to just go a little bit into it a little more with respect, because I had accountability of principals checked off. On page 5, you said site-based management will enable principals to run their schools and be accountable for teaching and learning. So at what point do we measure their success or their performance? Do we wait until the year is over? Because I think one of his concerns is if someone isn't doing well, shouldn't we immediately demote or pull them from that position?
So, yes, we need to monitor, which is what the superintendents will be doing very closely this year. And again, because we're dealing with unionized employees, you have to go through that progressive discipline. And there has to be evidence that you have created a professional growth plan to assist that employee in meeting the needs that you require. So until all those things have been established, we will monitor and document, but we have to make sure that we provide the much needed support to our employees.
Thank you. And you didn't answer the question that he posed regarding the warranties. Have they expired with respect to the equipment?
I would need to check with procurement on that. I will get back to you before we finish today.
Okay. One other thing that I wanted to point out, that when we talk about collaboration, coordination, and really a synergy between even the departments, we have to think too about the effect that the government is having on those vendors and contractors, because if you don't pay them timely, it affects their ability and credit worthiness, which goes towards their bonds and procuring bonds. So as a community, we really need to work on making all of us successful, really, at the end of the day. I'm going to move on to unless, Commissioner, I saw you nodding your head, so you agree with me on that one.
Yes, so yes, Senator, I actually do agree, and I have been speaking with the Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Kimo Smith, on just the organization of the business office, establishing SOPs in regards to vendor payments, making sure that we track requisitions from the inception until a check is paid. So there's some internal things that we've been working through this past year, and so we hope to really do be more efficient when it comes to our vendor payment and tracking.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next senator is Senator Carla Joseph. For your 5 minutes, please proceed.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I really want to commend the Department of Education on your very extensive and detailed presentation and testimony today, and you provided us with some fruits for our contemplation, consideration. I also want to definitely commend the Board of Education for your very comprehensive testimony as well. It looks as though everybody has been hard at work, as we should be, to assure that our young people and our adults are also prepared for life and with the level of education. Someone great once said, education is the greatest equalizer.
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
many of us are here because we are educated and we were able to absorb the materials that were taught to us and put it into action in our lives and in our professional careers. Now, I want to commend you, Commissioner, on the SOPs. I really, when you put that up in front, I was very pleased to see that. Those are things that we need to have throughout government, not only within the Department of Education, the whole government, so people can know how the work flows. So if somebody's leaving, they don't have to get trained. Everything is clearly delineated in writing. Remember, the pen is more powerful than the sword. Okay, so I have some question, and it is just a follow-up to what the chairwoman was talking about with the school-based management. Where are we? You had mentioned it previously that you were now shifting and allowing each school to, and allotting each school $250,000. Where are we with that? Have the schools been allotted the money?
So it looks a little bit different in the districts in terms of the disbursement of the funds. In the St. Croix district, the schools themselves are responsible for procuring their goods. And in the St. Thomas and St. John district, the district office federal grants division is procuring the goods for our respective schools in this district. The budgets are in the back, and what we did is we used last year to create our school improvement plans. We went through that process. We aligned the budgets to our school improvement plan. Moving forward in the consolidated grant application, each school will receive allotted funding based on their enrollment to carry that work throughout.
Okay, so they haven't received the allotted enrollment. You're anticipating that for the 2023 consolidated plan?
Correct.
2 minutes.
That's been approved.
Okay, I got you now. I got you. I'm following you now. Okay, so that's very good. Now, tell me about this education turnaround office status. I noted that you mentioned it on page 7. That where are we with that? Because that's a vital part of the conversation we're having here regarding performance in the schools.
So when I was a principal, that work was outsourced to a consultant because I was in a low-performing school at that time. Instead of us outsourcing, we're trying to build a unit inside. So the framework has been established. Now that we are going into the accountability season, schools will be rated. Those schools identified as 1-star, we're looking probably at piloting 6 schools and working intensively with those schools this year on training and support.
Okay, piloting 6 schools. Have you identified those schools?
Preliminary, the data has not been certified yet, but I know based on the raw data of what I've seen. Now,
what schools are you projecting?
Projecting in the St. Thomas, St. John district, Julius E. Sprouse School, Ola F. Muller, Joseph Gomez. In the St. Croix district,
30 seconds.
Alfredo Andrews, Claudio Marco, and Eulalie Rivera.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Now, I wanted to look at page 9 because I was a little bit unclear regarding these numbers in the chart because I was trying to see percentages, just like when you're grading a paper, you know. So I'm looking at my background. Madam Chair, I believe my time was called.
Yes, it was.
Get that clarification on that quickly?
Yes, you can wrap up on that one.
Thank you kindly. You see, for page 8, those are the number of persons who attended these courses. But on page 9, the number is higher than the persons who actually were enrolled, specifically for Adelita Conkrine. And this is regarding actual persons who successfully were able to recover their grades. Can somebody clarify that for me, please? Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and I will allow the person to speak on your time.
Go right ahead.
Dr. Yergin, St. Thomas St. John School District. So in table 1, you'll see that those are the actual number of students that were registered in credit recovery. And on table 2, those are the actual number of courses that were taken. So some students took more than one course. We allow up to 2 courses in our credit recovery program.
Thank you. Next Senator, Senator Diane Capehart. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, those who are listening and viewing. Good afternoon to Commissioner Wells Hedrington and your team, Vice Chair of Board of Education, Emanuela Perez Cassius, and your team. Good afternoon. In this testimony before us today, Department of Education, I must say, first, thank you to the men and women at the Department of Education and your passion to teach our children here in the Virgin Islands, which we have seen many challenges with hurricanes, adapting to that, dealing with the pandemic. I commend you. But when I'm here looking through this testimony, and one thing that is near and dear to me as these natural disasters happen in the territory, the mental health of our students. And based on the Board of Education recommendations on page 7, I wanted to ask the department what initiatives to uniquely meet today's mental health challenges for our students, what are we doing? I know the board has 4 bullets making recommendations, and I want to know what is the Department of Education doing to help these students that have behavioral challenges?
Great question, Senator, and you're absolutely right. The social emotional wellness of our students is of top priority, but our employees as well. And part of those collaborative conversations that we've been having with the Department of Health is partnering with them to provide the mental health services with the vans to go from school to school and give our employees the option as well as students to utilize those services. One thing I always say to my employees is under the Cigna insurance program, therapy is free. You can solicit the assistance of outside vendors should you need that additional service for yourself. But we wanted to make sure that we are providing those wraparound services on our campuses to everyone, not just the students. The district superintendents can speak primarily to those things that they may have included with their federal funding in their consolidated grant applications.
Commissioner, and it's very important that our teachers they have the state of mind to teach our students.
2 minutes.
But they can go to Sigma and go and get those services, but I want to know what are we doing for our students. I'm gonna give you an example. I went to a mental health conference in DC, and I learned about certain tools that's available to help some of these students. There's a tool called a simulation tool, and it's like some glasses you put on these children's faces, and it takes them in a whole different virtual world. And they said, some of those who did the trial said that it put them in a whole different frame of mind of how they deal with their challenges. These are some of the things that I want to see in our schools, that our school nurses, our school psychologists, these kinds of tools are available for our children. So with that being said, is there a occupational therapy and speech therapy grant that's ending in May of 2024, or has it already ended?
Can you repeat that question?
You have an occupational therapy,
federal grant?
occupational therapy and speech therapy program, correct?
30
Dr.
seconds.
Well, do you have a grant expiring?
As well. Specifically, if you're talking about speech and occupational therapy,
Yes.
that we provide now for our students with disabilities, is that what you're referencing?
Yes, I am referencing that. Yes.
Okay, so the grant or the contract that is expiring, we have already moved to a new vendor to continue to provide services for those students that have IEPs and identified within those IEPs are services for occupational and other services. So these services are just for students that have these services in IEPs.
If I may conclude, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that you have a new vendor. So what services should our special needs students look forward to this upcoming school year?
Again, it's specific to their IEPs. Every student has a prescriptive IEP that speaks to the services that they need. All students don't get the same thing. Again, it's according to what the IEP states.
Okay, so they will continue to get these special services whether or not their needs are different, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Fred Gregory, you have a point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Very quickly, I actually have, and it's tied to the conversation that was had before with my good colleague here from St. Thomas, my female colleague. So it's 2-in-1. The 250 allocation, I think I heard that is based on enrollment and you're waiting for the enrollment data based on the information that we shared. So I need for clarification. That's why we're having the question. And then the other one was the piloting. How do we come up with a piloting for these respective schools? And why are we piloting schools when we know that we have a challenge overall? So my concern is as we pilot those particular schools, then the students in the other schools that's not getting the same attention, then they, my concern is that we continue to see challenges there. And these are not new types of issues. You are just reinstituting, which I applaud you for. So why are we moving to piloting? And then give me the 250.
Okay, so clarity on the 250. So the 250 was allocated out of ARPA funds. That's a flat 250. When I talk about enrollment data moving forward in the consolidated grant application, we've gone back to the school improvement process where schools are allotted an amount of federal funding based on their enrollment. I hope that answers, Senator. When it comes to the turnaround division, I hear you clearly, but also note that that's the superintendent's responsibility to ensure that schools receive the resources and the necessary prerequisite training. That does not stop what the superintendents have already planned out for the various schools when it comes to the intervention and the various programs that they have in their consolidated grant application or in any of their federal funding. What we're doing instead of consulting or contracting an outside vendor to provide the services. We're developing a unit within the department that will be solely responsible for targeting those schools for a 3-year turnaround process, which means that they exit out, and if new schools need to come in, they come in as such. The data from the Smarter Balance assessment, as well as some other indicators like our EL population, drove that decision-making process for those schools that were mentioned. We do have EL services that are needed at a more intensive level, for example, at Alfredo Andrews for one, Alamola for another. Sprout definitely needs that additional services. So we're kind of doing something out of the box, Senator, to be quite honest, and making a determination if it's actually doing what we want to do before a full-scale implementation.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I want to follow up on the question by my colleague over here. Well, extend it a little bit and say this. I recently saw a documentary called Preschool to Prison, and it addressed the fact that especially male students, and of course this may be tied to our later conversation regarding my colleague's bill that is so necessary, but how do you determine that a child is special ed? And I ask that because in this documentary, it spoke to the fact that sometimes children had behavioral issues, but were just channeled into special ed instead of addressing the mental health concerns that are separate and apart. There was intelligent students, but they were just diverted into these special ed categories, and as a result, they ended up in prison because they were treated differently. Can you address that for me, please?
So I'll let Dr. Charleswell talk about the qualifications or for a special education student. But I'm going to say this, and I neglected to share the multi-TED system of supports that we established in alignment with the board's policy, because exactly what you're talking about is exactly what happens in a lot of situations. Behaviors are identified from elementary, and because the behaviors have not been addressed, they just progressively get worse. And because of behavior, we start to see that affecting students academically because of time outside of school or for other various issues. And so that multi-tiered system, as well as the bill that we're testifying on later today, helps us to look at our elementary students and look for alternatives to provide that wraparound service that we just talked about at that critical level. If we don't get the foundational levels together, we start to see that gap even widen and the behaviors progressing. But in terms of our students, we also see, Senator, that there's an increase in the amount of special education students. We see that across the territory. And so, Dr. Charleswell, can you talk about what qualifies a student for special needs services?
Certainly. So students go through a series of evaluations once a specific disability is recognized. However, please know that a disabling condition requires several things to happen. It has to be something that's consistent, that you're seeing across the board. And it impacts the students' academic performance. Lots of time we get pushback because students are being evaluated, and it takes some time for the evaluations, and evaluations prove and it determines exactly the services that students need. That's why it takes some time to evaluate students. However, the consistency that affects their academic performance plays a major role in whether or not these students actually qualify for special education services.
And if I may, Senator, just to add, schools should have active basic child study teams. Mm-hmm. And in the multi-tiered system, those teams need to be meeting about student concerns. And those meetings need to be documented, and those meetings need to be held regularly. And part of the monitoring that the superintendents will be doing and the requirements of our principals is to hold those basic child study meetings on a weekly basis so that we can target those students and intervene early. And so we're looking at our systems. Again, I'm a systems person, operational person. Those SOPs and those operating procedures are critical because we don't want one thing happening in a school that looks different from another school. A systematic approach to how we're dealing with these types of concerns is what we're rolling out this school year.
Thank you, Commissioner. I also believe strongly in systems thinking, so I'm on board with that. Going forward, too, remember that the public may not understand acronyms like SOPs. You did actually explain it right after. So, but moving forward, everyone, acronyms, when you say it, define it. Thank you. Senator Milton Potter, you're next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to Dr. Wells Hedrington, as well as the folks from the Board of Education. Thank you very much for your very comprehensive and detailed presentation, which we've come to expect that from you, Commissioner. So I applaud you and the members of your executive team. Commissioner, I am looking at page 5 of your testimony. I was pleased to hear you talk about, just the whole notion of going back to basics. And I appreciate the notion of empowering the school instructional leaders, the principals, to be engaged and to be involved in identifying the strategies to positively impact their schools. My question to you is, and I know just like the random luck of the draw, you can have a strong teacher who makes all the difference in the world in terms of reaching and turning children around. What happens to those schools that don't have the same strong principals? Gomez might have a strong principal. Another school might have a weaker, not so strong principal. How do you compensate for that when you're putting a lot of faith and trust in the hands of the instructional leaders of these specific schools?
So great question, Senator. So with the school improvement process, for example, those plans were not developed in isolation. The superintendents played a very important role, and their role actually is to support the principals. Is to actually, where your principals are and you know exactly what services are needed, and hence the development of the leadership tracks that they have in place, because they've recognized those weaknesses. So we need to make sure that we train them up so that they could be effective. In a lot of cases, you will see that you may have a strong instructional principal who is not a good manager. However, they have an AP that's excellent at management. And so we look for those strengths when we pair people up to make sure that you have a balance on the campus as we work to build up those areas of weaknesses.
Okay, thank you for that. All of the studies, Commissioner, I think it's pretty much unanimous that parental involvement is really a powerful tool in ensuring positive outcomes, educational outcomes. I know that is not something that we see a lot of, unfortunately, within our school system. Is there a specific strategy, something new, fresh, and innovative that you can share with us
2
for
minutes.
the upcoming year that will allow us to engage parents in the involvement of their child's education?
So I do have an initiative that I'm launching this year, and it's called the 3 for Me program. And I am challenging every single parent in this territory that have children across our schools to give up 3 hours of their time. In conversations as a former principal, a lot of parents are intimidated coming into schools in some cases. Some may be they just don't have time. Some may be, I don't want to go. But you have a responsibility that you play in this process, and we need parents to be actively engaged. In addition, the districts have brought back some of their old parental engagement initiatives that kind of went dormant during the COVID period that we're resurrecting, to involve parent conferences, parent seminars, to send out surveys to see what parents are interested in and what support they need, and providing that support, as well as the wraparound services too.
Excellent, excellent. Internet connectivity. I know I've had conversations with you on the side where it has been something that has been very frustrating to you. And it has become an essential part of the learning process. If you don't have strong, reliable internet connectivity, I don't care what programs or initiatives you have, it can all be for naught. How confident are you with regards to the reliability of our internet connectivity for the upcoming school year?
I'm actually waiting for all my people to get back to the campuses. We have switched our providers to VIA, and I'm hoping that VIA, through those fiber cables directly to our schools, that our service will be improved. It hasn't been tested yet. We've been shut down. But now that people are coming back, I'm hoping that is the case. I have engaged in assistance through the Bureau of Information Technology office that's been working with our internal IT division to look at our infrastructure to see if there's some areas that we need to fix as well. But I am hoping it is a focus, and we will know for sure when people return to school.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up. I'm not sure if my time was called.
Yeah, yes, it was.
Just one quick.
Senator Potter, go ahead. Wrap up.
Thank you very much. Special education. I know you had a very strong testimony, very extensive. I didn't get that special ed was a big focus of your presentation. Where are we with special education? How comfortable are you? Are we treading water? Are we making major strides in the field of special education, particularly as you focus on the new academic year?
Special education definitely is a priority. We are in the process of hiring a district special education director in St. Croix. We did have a vacancy there. Dr. Renee Charleswell, even though she's over curriculum and instruction, she can't get away from the SPED duties. But it is a focus. What I would like us to do is to provide some interventions before we staff students, making sure that we've dotted all our I's and crossed all our T's. But services to those students are critical. Opportunities for those students are paramount. When we talk about the vision of transforming today's learners, that means those students as well. We cannot leave any student behind. So the special education population is important, as well as the English learners. And what we do for those students needs to be top in terms of services, in terms of instruction, in terms of resources. And that's what the districts have been working on.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
No problem, Senator Potter. Senator, my vice chair of this committee, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you're next for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just let me go straight to it. But let me first commend the Department of Education for really fleshing out the pre-K school programs. I want to congratulate you for that. It's been an uphill battle, but we're here. So congratulations to you on that. But I want to go to student to teacher ratio. And I don't believe that the report that we got was, it was comparative by district. But I'm going to go to the St. Thomas St. John district student to teacher ratio. Let me ask you, Commissioner or Superintendent, do we have a teacher shortage?
I would say yes, especially for the content areas on the secondary level.
Okay, let's talk about that. So, we continue to talk about teacher shortages. We see that our school population has been reduced significantly over the years, but we continue to have the same conversation about teacher shortages. And when I look at your ratio, I'm seeing that in your core courses, just in the elementary school overall, I don't think you have an overall number, but on average, I'm seeing 13 to 1. And then when we look at the core, we're seeing 16 to 1. Some schools as low as 13.5 to 1. So I'm going to ask the department to really go back and look at these ratios, because there is a system where you could look at the ratios to determine, based on the maximum class size, which is on the side of this report, we are way below the maximum class size. So now let's talk about the junior high and high schools. Same thing. The ratio is very low, which even your core courses, the ratio for grades 9 through 12 is 27 students. Your average here is about, let's say, 18.5. So when you say content specific, I suspect that you have challenges with special education. I suspect that you have challenges with
foreign
languages. So what are we focusing on in education? As far as looking at our student to teacher ratio and really making a right fit of this, the one for St. Croix is not in front of us. At least I don't remember seeing that one in the report. Like, you could tell me what page it is and I'll look back at it. But what are we doing? What is that conversation around really doing the real right fitting? And we could just start with our elementary schools.
Great question, Senator. And as you were speaking, I went back to the table on the vacancies. And so, superintendents, I will allow you the opportunity to talk about that, because that's
You're on my time.
Sorry. So you want
2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're on my time. Let's go.
I just want to say quickly that we did go through the process of right fitting in looking at our schools. So we were able to pull some teachers from those schools that really had a surplus.
So let me deal with this a different way. Commissioner, do you sit with your superintendents to go over the student to teacher ratio?
Yes, we do, Senator.
And so you did that before the school year started?
Yes, we did, Senator.
And you are comfortable with what you're seeing in front of us as it relates to the student to teacher ratio that we have based on the challenges that we have with what we're claiming, rather, that we have with teacher shortages?
So in the elementary schools, we're more confident with those schools because of those small ratios. There's still concern on the secondary level with those critical to fill vacancies that we're using our virtual opportunities for.
Right. So when you see 11 to 1,
it's alarming. But
Yes.
we do have to take into consideration the schools as well. And our structures don't allow for some schools to go to the maximum, Senator, of 30%.
Okay, let me go to the next thing. So distance learning. So I note in your testimony you made a reference to the fact that with regards to distance learning in particular, that your superintendents are now looking at the opportunity. Based on the bill, the superintendents have to do that when school closed.
Yep.
So
30
they can make that
seconds.
identification then.
Some identification was made, but some shifts were made also, Senator, with some unexpected departures of individuals, and we did fill some of those vacancies.
Okay. And then our resignations. I know that on page 19 of your resignations, you have, of your separations, you have 85 resignations. Have we looked at why we have that many individuals resigning from the Department of Education? 42 in the St. Thomas, St. John district and 43 in St. Croix.
I will allow the Acting Director of Human Resources to answer.
Just answer if it's your thing, because when you give that, you using my time. Please, give point to them.
Millen Cooper Shelford, Acting Human Resources Director. Yes, Senator, we actually sent out a survey to all the employees who turned in their resignation.
Okay, so what's the status of that?
Different reasons. They are saying that they're moving off island. Some are saying they're moving to different professions. So we have various reasons why they're leaving.
Oh, so what about those teachers that have resigned or retired? I understand that there are teachers who have retired, and Commissioner, I spoke to you about this, who were teaching in the primary grades and they were sent to teach higher grades.
Time.
Why are we that? Why are we allowing that? So we have good teachers that have now left the department via retirement because they were not able to stay with those primary grade students, when in fact we moved the legislation to ensure that that kind of thing didn't happen.
So I will allow Superintendent Jorgen to respond on that one.
Well, I only know of one incident in which a teacher was moved, but if the principal has made suggestions in a school and that grade level is no longer there, then that's the grade level that's moving to another school. So I mean,
That's not the case, but I'm not going to stick on that. I know that my time has been called, so I'm going to just ask the Madam Chair, to allow me to just wrap up, please. That's not the case. It
Go
wasn't a
ahead,
higher grade.
Senator.
The teacher was in primary grade. And then you have a number of students. When I look at your summer program, you have a number of schools and students that did not recover in the summer program. You have 47 to be exact. How are we tracking those students to ensure their success? Do we have a mechanism to track them? And I'm gonna close with this. Do we have a mechanism to track them? One, and two, with our granny preschools and our Sugar Apple preschools, how are we tracking those students in those programs as well?
So I will allow Superintendent Jorgen to comment on the tracking of those students with the credits.
we do recognize those students that did not pass successfully the credit recovery. So they will be going into new classes to be able to recover those credits in the fall with the support of our student success specialists. And so we do have an eye on them. And then with the Sugar Apple preschool, those students are tagged in our system so that we can derive certain information and just knowing that they're progressing the way that they should be.
So the ones from the previous school year, how did you track those students, particularly those students who did not recover? I'm interested in figuring out, what is that program? What does that look like? We have to get to a place where we prevent school dropout.
Yeah. I don't know if it's on a program, but I know that all of the students that failed the course during credit recovery, they were placed in those courses during the first semester. That was the charge, because we don't want them to go into second semester with courses that they failed from a previous school year.
I understand, but how are we tracking those, Commissioner? You know what I'm talking about. Help me out here. Now I have to give up the mic, so please answer on the chair's time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, I need to go back to the pre-K as well. In addition to the tracking of pre-K students in our power school system, we are also intentionally looking at the certification as required, as well as additional training on those foundational skills. Both districts have an initiative to teach the science of reading and math, and our goal is to close that achievement gap. I fully understand what you're saying, Senator. In terms of a tracking tool, right now I don't know a specific tool that exists, but I will do my due diligence to work with the superintendents to identify that. That is a valid concern, and that will help us to ensure that we don't miss a student or lose a student. So I will do that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm also going to let Superintendent Herman answer that question, because that line of questioning was really significant.
Good morning. In the St. Croix district, we flagged our students using our power school system. So our preschool students have been flagged. So we're able to say how they perform in terms of grades or even academically in the system. This school year, we're also flagging our students in power school who took credit recovery. So we're going to use our power school system to flag and track our students.
Okay, thank you. Along the lines of...
Senator, if I may? Sorry, Senator, if I may.
Sure.
So the flagging of the students is something that we can do immediately. However, I think we need to delve a little bit deeper, and that's a conversation that the superintendents and I will have in terms of ensuring not only flagging, but providing alternative opportunities for them to recover the credits.
Thank you. With regard to the, before I move on to the next senator, with regard to the ratio that both my colleagues talked about, I would think that with the decreased ratio that we now have, we actually should be able to see accelerated improvement in our children's reading and math scores, because if you have more students, it's usually harder for you to manage a bigger classroom. But if you have, 10 or 13, don't you think that by next year we should see major improvement in our levels of?
I would agree, Senator. It's a mixture, not just small class sizes. It has to be great quality instruction. And so that's the part that I mentioned earlier in my testimony, really supporting our instructional staff with making sure that they're properly trained, making sure that there's opportunities for coaching, getting into classrooms to monitor instruction and give quality feedback. That's the only way for professionals to grow. So all hands will be on deck, because that's what we have to do if we're going to see the shift that we want to see in student outcomes.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to come back to that statement that you just made, but I want to acknowledge and recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Special good afternoon to the Department of Education team. Thank you for your presentation today. I want to steal a saying from my colleague on St. Thomas. Well, sir, what a testimony. You could see that the department is doing a lot of work, and I really tip my hat off to you all for that. And while you have a lot going on, of course, you know there's much more to do. So as I heard the discussion earlier about those that are not fulfilling their duties and responsibilities, I expect that the Department of Education will properly document those and make swift movements on those individuals. If you're in the way, you need to get out the way, all right? Because we're looking for progress for our students. Now, in your almost 60 pages of testimony, I sat here and did 2 pages of notes. So let me try to just stick with my notes, because I know I can't, everything that I highlighted, I can't speak on in 5 minutes. So let's go from the kitchen equipment. First of all, I'm disappointed that these equipment, some of them at least, are still sitting outside in the element. Hopefully, we get this moving. You said that there's a lot of lack of qualified contractors out there, but don't the department or this government, nowhere across the government, have qualified individuals to tap in to and assist us in installing these equipments? Yes or no?
So, yes,
Okay.
Senator.
Okay.
And
if
the issue in qualifications is bonding.
If that's the case, then can we please tap into those skilled individuals, whether from Public Works or whatever other agency, so that we could get this done? This is something that we spoke about, that I really didn't want to see this school year come and these equipment still not installed. The school lunch program, as I look at it, while this program is convenient to parents and whatnot, my question is, are our students actually taking advantage of this free school lunch program? As you know, it benefits them educationally, it fights childhood hunger, and overall increase their well-being. So are our students partaking in or participating in this program?
2 minutes.
Not to the level that we would like to see, Senator.
Okay, so superintendents, are we thinking of a way to get our students more involved in this program? Just a yes or a no, both sides.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Summer maintenance update. I've noticed a number of schools, the progress was either completed pending PO or an estimated completion date of July 28th and August 1st. Now, a number of them are painting of classrooms and whatnot. So we know July 8th just gone. August 1st is knocking on our door. Have these classrooms been, or are they ready?
Director Charlemagne?
Mike, please, you're taking seconds off of my. Go ahead again.
Yes,
sir.
good afternoon. Territorial Director Charlemagne, Plant Operations and Maintenance. Yes, they are.
Okay, and so would these rooms be able to be properly ventilated or whatever, aired out, so when personnel go in there, they don't have to inhale all of that paint?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I didn't see any mention of the Claro-Marco Elementary School in Frederickstead. And what's the status of the Alexander Henderson School in Frederickstead? Answer that on the chair's time, because I know you're going to take up time.
30
Those
seconds.
two schools in Frederickstead. I wanted to go to school safety. It's going to take up too much. Let me know if the EMS curriculum will be implemented this school year. And I need you all to look at some other interagency involvement with the Department of Public Works, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and possibly DPNR. I've been talking about doing a crosswalk campaign between education and the VIPD for the longest while.
Time.
The whole summer gone, we paint one school crosswalk. Saturday, may I conclude here? Saturday.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Saturday, while attending the officer's funeral on St. Thomas, I saw one individual walking up the overhead bridge by Cancrine School. One individual walking up. And as he walked up, the whole staircase was shaking. The entire staircase. Imagine 20 students going up that staircase. Yes, we don't have the school there right now, but people utilize that. Let's not wait for an accident to occur. It's probably not your responsibility, education, especially since the school is no longer there. However, let's see if we could work as a government, talk with each other, and get that overhead bridge taken care of before we have an accident. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leniency, and don't forget to answer those other three for me. Claro-Marco,
Yep.
Alexander Henderson, and whether or not the EMS curriculum will be implemented this school year as promised. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Department of Education.
Go ahead. Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator. Okay, Alexander Henderson, as indicated prior, has now deemed replaceable. And so we have tasked the assistance of the DLR group to begin the schematic design of that new campus. We will be hosting some town hall meetings to get input from the community as to what we want to see at that particular campus. So that's going to be coming back online, and we are about to engage in those conversations shortly. Senator, I have to apologize to this body. I don't know how Claro-Marco was left off of the reporting, so I will send that information to this body as soon as I get back at my desk. That was definitely an oversight. Crosswalks. I have been in conversation with Department of Public Works. Commissioner Gabriel has submitted the scope of work and the bid sheets and everything we need to put that out for a contractor to do the lines at the schools. What we did was pulled out a couple of the schools to expedite immediately, Senator, but those will be taken care of in short order. EMS curriculum, AC Som, can you comment on that?
Senator Gittins, I know you want to follow up on that, so go right ahead.
Which one?
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to say that your apology falls short of going to just the committee members, but it should go to the people of Frederickstead. they really feel slighted. We already lost
Yes.
the Arthur A. Richards Junior High School. We have Alexander Henderson, which is near and dear to me, my alma mater, that has become a lumberyard. And now we're looking at Claudio Marco Elementary School. We can't afford to be forgetting them. And let's make sure that we also remember the athletic fields for these youngsters, the physical education classrooms for the teachers, etc. Let's not forget that. All right? Thank you so much.
No problem, Senator. And if I may, Senator James, Mr. Charlemagne is in the chambers. He can talk about what work has been done at Claudio. Not because it's not on this paper means that Claudio Marco was not a school that was addressed with summer maintenance. And your sentiments are mine. I was a strong advocate for Claudio Marco to be replaced, and it will be replaced, Senator. And so the people of Frederiksted can look forward to two new schools in the Frederiksted area, well, three, Claudio Marco and Alexander Henderson. Mr. Charlemagne, can you just briefly comment on some of the work that was done at Claudio, please?
So you had all the air-conditioned units.
Say your name.
Yes, Davidson Charlemagne, Territorial Director. You had all the air-conditioned units that was not working, that were replaced. You had all the air-conditioned units that was working, all clean, filtered, changed, etc. You have painting, completion of painting was going on yesterday, throughout the week of last week and yesterday to almost completion. You have all the pressure washing being done last week. You classrooms also painted, and those that needed painting. The plumbing right now is working on a 600 wing to help out, because that new wing that was built, we had some issues with the septic backing up in the next room, I guess because of the old pipes. So that is being worked on as we speak. The gym, I will turn that over to Dr. Wells, and the kitchen, that's also on Dr. Wells' plate.
Commissioner?
I like how it turns that over to Dr. Wells. Those are capital projects. We had the opportunity to tour the gymnasium at Claudio Marco with administrative personnel, and we're looking at using the ARPA funds to create some indoor experiences, not the full court, but some additional recreational facilities for indoor sporting opportunities for those students. So that will be in short order as well, using the ARPA funding as we talk about those big projects. And I already spoke about the installation of the kitchens.
I want to follow up on Claudio Marco, because I visited that was one of the schools I visited earlier, and I think we spoke about the lack of the playground. I don't remember. I know one of my Frederiksted colleagues and I spoke, yes, Senator Gittins, and I. What's happening with the playground? I know that there was a deal. There was a deal that fell. Something went wrong. I don't know, but where the playground was, the Department of Human Services is there on top of where their playground was. That's what I was told for Claudio Marco. And so the children of Claudio Marco were promised a playground, and it never materialized. I don't know if there've been any talk on that at all.
So again, Davidson Charlemagne, we pushed back most of the property that belongs to education to try to relocate that facility. We pushed it back with the help of Public Works. We also have just recently, Ms. Sana Smith and myself did a walkthrough. She's trying to assist with some funding so we can get actually a playground for the kids of Claudio Marco as we speak right now.
Okay, thank you. Senator Fred Gregory, for point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, on page 47 of your report, I made specific note, and I'm concerned that we are now moving into another school year, and we are still seeing challenges with the air conditioning units at Ivana Udorakan School. I know when the school year opened last school year, 22-23, there were challenges. Are we still seeing contractor waiting PO for units purchased with CARES funding? Those fundings were available before. code provided by principal and purchase in progress by contractor, projected completion 8.5. We opened a new school year and we having the same issue that we had last school year. What is the reason for that?
Well, Senator, that's a multi-tiered reason. We were waiting for the contract to be executed. I believe it's AC Cooling. If I'm incorrect, Mr. Fleming, you could verify, or Mr. Charlemagne. We did experience an issue at Ivana Udorakan as well with the gymnasium. That recent theft that we had at the old Adelita Cancrane campus caused us to forfeit on the installation of some units for some additional projects to make Ken the priority, because Ken is a gym that's used by not only the school, but the community. So school lunch and some other areas will have to be on hold until we are able to recoup those last units. 7 units were destroyed. Copper was stolen, as well as the compressors. And so that set us back as well. It's a myriad of issues, Senator. Contracting has been a challenge, as well as, again, persons bidding on the contracts. What we found with that particular contract was not just contracting, but documents expired, and having SAMs updated, and those things take time, and that's on the contractor as well. So there's so many different elements, but that does not stop us from pushing forward.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have to go back to Cladomaco. When I visited, there was an area that was condemned. Has that been properly cordoned off so that the children don't go in that area?
Yes, Davidson Charlemagne again. Yes, it is condemned, and it's not taped off, but it is all locked, and nobody can actually enter the premises.
They can't enter?
No.
Okay. Senator Franklin Johnson, point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm trying to find out about 2 schools, Jim. 2 of them, Pearl B. Larson and Juanita Gardin. What's the status on these, Jim?
Pearl B. Larson has a leak that we located recently. That this leak, the terrain, I don't know if you've been up there recently, the terrain to get a man lift up there is really the challenge. But we're working on it on Pearl B. Larson. Juanita Gardin, we just repaired the roof with the leaks that they were experiencing. It's repaired now. On the inside, we had that gym deep cleaned and organized, but again, painting and uplift, we've been doing this, but again, on the maintenance side, that's all we do, just to maintain and keep it up. Structural wise, I can't speak about it.
Okay, thank you. Senator Capehart, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we're talking about the maintenance of some of these schools, I wanted to find out, do we have adequate time to complete all these maintenance issues to ensure that there's safety and a healthier environment for our students? And is there going to be a final walkthrough before school starts, which is in the next 2 weeks, week and a half?
Next week.
1 week. Are we going to do a final walkthrough? Because, and I'm very concerned because we have a lot of schools that have existing problems. Main one, Central High School, with the problem with the sewage. Has that been rectified? So first question, are we going to be ready with all these maintenance issues here and there? Are we going to be ready for school, and are you doing a final walkthrough? And the issue with Central High School, has that been rectified?
Commissioner, or is that going to go over here on St. Croix?
Mr. Charlemagne, you can answer about the sewage, and then I could respond to the other inquiry.
Mr. Milligan, I think I'm going to pass it to him with a hand. I know that.
Your name and position?
Milligan, Director of Maintenance, St. Croix District.
I don't think we're hearing you. Okay, now, start now. And pull it up towards you. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance. We're speaking on Central High sewage problem. Central High sewage problem is a very unique situation for the modular only. So there's a modular special ed modular closest to the road, there is a sewage or a septic on the property. So whenever the septic is full and not being pumped out fast enough, it causes a smell. We don't have any sewage issue other than just that septic that hasn't been pumped out fast enough. So as long as the septic get full and the sun actually get warm enough, that start to smell. So that's just a matter of having it clean. The last issue we had, there's an electrical float inside the septic. The float went bad. We brought in waste management. We pull out the float, wash it down, and we repair the float. So that situation is 100% fixed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
And
Commissioner, if I could follow through with Mr. Milligan. So you're saying with the daily usage of students using the restrooms, you have probably too much of a small septic system. So probably your school, the Central High School probably needs to, or the commissioner probably need to look at building a bigger septic system or have frequent pump out. So you know, like every certain amount of days you should have pumping out, because this disrupts school when school is going on. You know, in the past, we've had children go home because they feel sick, headaches. So frequent pumping out would probably help until you expand that septic system. Are you also tied into the public sewer line?
That's it. That's the public. Yes. That's public septic.
Well, you have a septic system.
Hold on, we have multiple people speaking, so we need an answer.
So you tie into the public sewer line?
Yes, correct.
And then you have your own septic system on the school?
Negative, no.
Oh.
Senate, okay. We're not getting the responses from him. Just go ahead and explain the system so that the senator doesn't have to keep asking you. Explain what the system is.
The school is actually connected to the city septic, so we have no control over that. So everybody in the neighboring areas is utilizing going to the same septic. So that's the problem you have. And this is not an issue of education, but just overall public septic.
Okay, yeah. You know, I come from the environmental world, so you have you tie into the public sewer line, and that's what the school does. So you do not have your own septic system.
No, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You want to proceed?
Yes. If I may, I'll have Mr. Fleming expound on that.
Good afternoon. Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer. Just to correct the record, there is a lift station on the Central High campus. It's not a septic. It's a lift station that takes it from a lower area and pumps it into the city sewer. What needs to happen and what the maintenance division did is that they're going to step up the regular maintenance of that lift station and make sure that it's cleared so that it works properly.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. I also, before we proceed, sorry, Senator Samuel Carrion has joined us. Welcome. Go ahead, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you listening present. I hope they order lunch for you, you know, God. Here a long time. I'd like to go straight to, the teachers. How many certified teachers do we have in the territory?
I believe that number was just shared, 228.
Oh, okay. So can they say professional? That's what I wanted to make sure it was teacher, and 610 uncertified. So uncertified teachers mean what?
They have not met the requirements for their recertification.
So does that mean they can't teach?
No, they've been teaching. What that means is we have to hold them accountable for their certification documents. That is the responsibility of the educators and the principals and assistant principals.
Okay, so all the programs that you spoke of and things with uncertified teachers, what does that do to federal monies and different things like that?
It doesn't impact that, but we should not have uncertified individuals teaching our children. So that's something that the department has provided professional development modules to assist them in getting their credit hours of professional development that they need to be certified. And so we have a responsibility to hold them accountable for that.
How many paraprofessionals do we have? They're also in the certified and uncertified categories?
Right. And so, as I mentioned before, we have an issue attracting individuals to become paraprofessionals because of the credit hours. They need an associate's degree and they have to pass the praxis. And so in the past, we've done provisional certification for teachers, hire them and give them years to meet the certification. And so that's what we're going to do for paraprofessionals. So in addition, we'll help them to get certified.
Okay, and for the retired personnel who have retired, I think Department of Education provides their own retirement NOPAs. How are we on top of that for those individuals? And is GRS paid up for those individuals so for them to transition straight into retirement?
Director Shelford?
Shelford, Acting Human Resources Director. Senator, the NOPAs, as soon as we do get them, we enter them into the system. However, we have to keep in mind that the teachers do get paid a summer lump sum. So we have to also ensure that they don't get kicked off the system before they receive all monies owed to them.
Okay. So and that's why they leave when it's time to come back to school. So all of those are issues. So again,
But notification works, Senator. Just a little notification so we could plan. I'm not asking you to send it in. I'm
2
asking you
minutes.
to notify me that you're not coming back.
Well, maybe it could, maybe some more communication so that could be put out. Again, it is needed. Now, truancy. How many students have we identified as being truant in the territory?
Superintendent? Superintendent Herman?
I would
Okay,
say.
so while they look for those, you have it?
So, Senator, I would say I'd have to give you an average in terms of attendance and not a specific number. For example, our attendance rate last year, we ended at 89%. So we're looking at where about that 10% of students of our population, about 500 students, would say where we're targeting for absenteeism.
Okay, and that's what I was saying. So in terms of 500 students and having numbers, that's how aware our programs, if anything, to address them. There may be social issues, economic issues, so if we're going to look to address those, I think that's what we have to get that number and individualize it to address it. Now, school counselors, how many school counselors do we have? Are we current with counselors giving out information to students, especially for those looking to graduate from high school?
30 seconds.
Melanne Cooper Shelford, Acting Human Resources. Currently, Senator, we have 20 counselors on St. Thomas and 29 on St. Croix. We received resignation letters for counselors as well. And like Commissioner mentioned earlier in the testimony, we hired 2 counselors, 1 in each district. No, sorry, 3 counselors, 2 on St. Thomas, 1 on St. Croix.
Okay, counselors are also 10-month employees.
Yes, they are.
Okay, and before my time, it's called Jenny
Time.
School. You know that school in my neighborhood,
In Savannah.
In Savannah. Jenny, if I may wrap up, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator, go right ahead.
Okay. Jenny Tui School has a water leak under the building where the office is. And it leaks down into the yard. And it's a constant flow of water. In the dengue fever time and everything, is that something that we could be? Are you aware of one? And can we look into have that being addressed as soon as we can? I had WAPA to look into it, and they informed me that it was a main line for, I guess, the neighborhood, but it's right under the office. So that's something we could look into and have addressed.
Sure, I will definitely do that, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Ray Fonseca, 5-minute round.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon, and Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm sitting in your seat here in St. Thomas today, so I'm warming it up for you. And blessings to the community. Well, Sir Popa, 72% of the teachers are uncertified. So, Commissioner, I got all the confidence in you, but it shows that you got some work to do. Because like I say, I know you are going to get this job done. You got a good staff, but the numbers don't lie. So I noticed they got a whole bunch of teachers from the Filipinos teaching math. Well, we here in the Virgin Islands, we know a little math too. So I wanted to give you some praises because you lost 57 teachers, but you filled 103. So that's a move in the positive direction. But one of my colleagues mentioned earlier about the ratios of the teachers to the students. And it seems like we really need to go back and look at those ratios, because if you lost students and the ratios are all meeting the standards, so maybe you can, realign, reassign. Maybe you don't have all those vacancies. So let me get back now to the uncertified teachers. Commissioner, tell the public what's the difference between a teacher that's certified and a teacher that's uncertified.
So certified teachers have met all of the board's requirements for certification. There's a certain amount of professional development hours that you must have in order to recertify. And we as a department understand the importance of them being certified and have provided avenues to assist our teachers with their recertification. So it really boils down to them getting those hours of professional development completed and submitting their paperwork to the board for approval.
Okay, thank you very much for that great explanation. Each of us have our own particular calling in life and can contribute differently. People that work with their hand, they're very valuable to the community. And folks, let's not look down on the trades, because when you sew a line back up, you'll see how important a plumber is. So explain to me now, particularly with those students that are disciplinary students and expulsion and stuff, because, we don't want them to go to the criminal justice, because most of the people that go to jail come back into the community. So how are we helping those that might not be academically inclined,
2 minutes,
but they still live among us? They are our kids, our, nephews, etc. How are we, progressing and helping those that are inclined to work with their hands?
So very good question, Senator, and it falls in line with the conversations that we've had about that multi-tiered systems of support. We got to find where these children's gifts are and expound on those gifts. Not all students will go to college, agreed, but all students can learn a trade, agreed.
Yes.
And so it's a matter of planning for our children and doing those individualized plans. And that's part of the charge. We cannot say to this community that we are transforming today's learners into tomorrow's leaders and leaving students behind. And so my team has been charged with ensuring that each student, once they enter high school, has a plan. And that has to be a transition plan that I can see where Joe Blow has gone after 12th grade, whether it's a college, military, career and tech workforce. Those are things that we are working on with our community partners and abroad to make sure that we really do our due diligence with our children.
Right. I'm so glad you mentioned the workforce
30 seconds.
development. I have to congratulate them. So let me say this real quick, and then Madam Chair, they can answer this on your time. Just say I have, 6 kids and 5 of them want to go to college. They could go to UVI free, right? They graduate here. Okay, the one child that want to be an electrician, what does the government do for that one child? You're paying for all my other 5, but all of them is my children. How you gonna help that one?
So we have the
Time.
current technical program in our schools, and our students who are interested in any type of electrical work can become certified. What we're trying to do now, which is part of that public-private partnership that we are building, is to ensure that once they have their certification, we could link them up with a potential employer so that by the time they finish 12th grade, they will go straight into the workforce. And that's the work that we're doing, not only with the private entities, but with Department of Labor as well, to help to plan the trajectory for our children.
That's so nice, and Madam Chair, well, I just wrap up real quickly, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, and I still remember that Whistling K thing. So on August 28th, we have a public meeting in St. John at 6 p.m. in the Legislative Hall. We're inviting all the green man, the blue man, the silver man. Please come out and give us your testimony because, we got to fix the kids' issues. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Blessing.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Carla Joseph, for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My inquiry, my point of information is surrounded a previous conversation regarding sewage, but it is in the St. Thomas district, St. Thomas, St. John district, specifically at Joseph Gomez Elementary School. My staff and I had encountered some sewage issues last year at that school. I don't know if anything had occurred as far as your facilities management, and are you aware of it?
Alan Fleming,
Kindly recognize Mr. Fleming's mic.
Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer. Senator, the sewage issue at the Joseph Gomez School was a result of waste management main sewer line backing up, and that is upstream of the school facilities, not on the campus, but is upstream of the campus, and it drains into a gut that runs through the school.
Exactly.
So that's something that the Waste Management Authority dealt with.
Okay, so it's not going to be an issue this school year. It has been resolved. Is that what you're representing, Mr. Fleming?
I can't report on that. It wouldn't be an issue. It depends on the condition of
So
the
that needs to be
facility.
monitored because we went out, my staff and I went out there several times last school year, and it was an issue. We had to actually intervene and ask Waste Management Authority to come out there a couple of times. And it wasn't the principal, but it was the students and the faculty who called out to us and asked us to come because it was unbearable for them. So I really would suggest that you monitor that closely. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. Senator Carrion, for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not a member of this committee, but I made my way down here because it's important, and I believe I'm one of 2 senators that have children in the public education system. So, of course, I have a special interest in ensuring the success, not only for my children, but all the children of the Virgin Islands. And I think it's important. Commissioner, thank you for your very comprehensive testimony, very informative. I do have a few questions I would like you to elaborate a little bit on. In the VDE agency reform plan that you spoke about, you mentioned 3 priorities, and in those priorities you spoke about digitalizing the processes, and updating standard operating procedures, and improving teaching and learning. Can you please elaborate on the specific measures taken to ensure that these priorities really impact and become effective in our education system?
Sure. So the standard operating procedure, Senator, is really to streamline our processes to ensure that we are operating effectively and efficiently. Part of the complaints that we've had internally and externally is how difficult our processes could be, how delayed our processes could be, especially when it comes to PRFs, personal response forms, when it comes to the per diem process, A lot of times, paperwork gets lost on desks. Digitizing will help us to be more efficient. And so after we put them in place, this is just the beginning. Of course, you know, we will send out random surveys to see how our employees are feeling when it comes to that process. Parents have complained tirelessly about standing in line for registration, standing in line to pay fees. We're in a digital era. That needed to be something that we looked at immediately. And we're going to be launching the cash management system that allows for our parents to pay their fees online. Those who opt to go into schools is still open for that, but those who opt to pay online will have that option as well. At VIDE, Senator, we believe in choice. And so for me, right now, the focus and priority is on teaching and learning. You'll hear me say it a lot. I am not interested in having lengthy conversations about buildings. I'm interested in what happens in the building. And so instructional practices, instructional support, coaching, training, all of that is a priority for us this school year. And we are going to be in schools. And so that's just a synopsis of the whole agency reform plan. We report monthly on our progress, and we are held accountable for the things that we have
Gotcha.
said as a department we were going to do.
So we're going to see these things implemented and will be measured and we'll see the outcome.
2 minutes.
Yes, Senator.
Very well. Now, Commissioner, with Act 8555, which is the English Learner Development Program division within the Department of Education, there's some things that have been enlisted there. Have you had a chance to review? And I'm interested in finding out what's the status implementation of some of these things outlined on Act 8555.
Senator, we began conversations, and I may have Dr. Charleswell elaborate on the work that we're doing. I am still not comfortable with the level of services that we are providing. So we're looking at ways, and hence some of the schools that were selected for turnaround have high ELL populations as well. But they've been working with the district offices in developing systems and plans to address those students, making sure that the resources are there. We're still advocating for teachers, but in the interim, our teachers have been trained on different strategies to use within the classrooms.
Okay.
And so we're moving towards really fulfilling the requirements of that particular law. But Dr. Charleswell, I don't know if you want to elaborate on some of the work that you have been involved in with Dr. Camacho.
Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. So Dr. Camacho, who is the
30
state bilingual director, and myself have been visiting schools in both districts, identifying the needs of each schools, and actually we worked on a plan and a report that we submitted to the superintendent's offices, as well as meeting with the superintendents to identify ways of moving forward. I must say that we have made great progress. There are some items within Act 8555 that we need to discuss with the Board of Education, and that I think would be our that would be the only outstanding thing that we need to do at this time. But we are effectively and consistently working with improving the ESL program within the Virgin Islands.
I'm glad to hear that. Madam Chair, if I may, just in concluding,
Yes, go
wanted to
ahead.
ask the board in regards to their role with implementation of Act 8555, specifically Section 6, established through the Board of Education minimum training requirements for basic knowledge and instruction of English learners for general certification of teachers and schools administrators. If anything, where is the board regard to that?
I'm sorry, Senator, could you please repeat your question?
Yeah, regards to Act 8555, there's a section that it's pertaining to the board. DOE said that they will be collaborating with the board. And Section 6 speaks about established through the Board of Education minimum training requirements of basic knowledge and instruction of English learners for the general certification of teachers and school administrators, which training must be included within the established professional development requirement. What steps the board has taken to fulfill that?
Thank you, Senator. The Board of Education has been looking at numerous policies through our policies committee, And that specific language has not been fully formed yet, but we have on our schedule to meet with the Department of Education to ensure that that's happening. We have received some feedback from administrators so far as we build our case in order to ensure that the language that's in place is able to meet the capacity of the individuals who are working in these spaces.
Well, thank you for that. I'll be working closely with the board and the Department of Education to ensure and assist in the fulfilling of this mandate. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Madam Clerk, 5 minutes for me. Thank you. I'm learning. I want to start by asking page 22, St. Croix total enrollment by year. And I want to point out that in kindergarten, for this year coming up, you have 308. And then for ninth grade, you have 523. The reason I'm going to point out those grades are because those grades are critical to the success of our children. Kindergarten is where the reading, and I'm going to go right to the basic here, the master skill for success is reading. And I'm just wondering, with respect to teachers and the science of reading, can you assure me that that's going to be happening with our kindergarten students? And what are you doing with ninth graders to prevent dropout? Because that's the year where it happens.
So good afternoon, Senator. Yes, I can assure you that the science of reading will take place. We actually got back our executed contract, and that's going through the process. And so for the start of the school year, on Thursday, actually, the K-3 teachers will all be going through a training on one using our iReady system. And then we've acquired our magnetic reading as well as phonics programs around that intervention system. And then following that, through our contracts, we will have training around the science of reading. In terms of our ninth grade data, I have to say that what we've seen is a decline in our number of ninth graders. Now, it's not where we need it to be. At one point, we were in the triple digits. We're still in the double digits. But in terms of the number of students that are retaining in ninth grade, we do see that number dropping. Ninth grade academy will be strictly monitored. One of the things that we're looking at this year is the revamping of our flex block and strictly looking at that in our high schools. In our one-to-one meetings, the principals are going to be asked what are their goals and plans for the schools in high school and all schools in the district. And we're going to talk to them around that number. It's our goal to make sure that our ninth graders move up and we have an increase in cohort graduation rates.
Thank you. And with the high dosage tutoring, where you, on page 15, you talk about you implemented the high dosage 1-to-1 and that you will be expanding the program. The certified online instructors, are those people locals, or is that a company that has instructors from off-island?
2 minutes.
It's a company that has instructors from off-island. We use our Edmentum platform. And so they have tutors that they acquired, and they worked with our students based on their achievement data.
So if I am a fourth grader and I have one-on-one, I'm actually interacting with someone, and I'm actually going down the road of cultural relevancy here, right? Is that working? Is that working for the fourth grader in the public school with a one-on-one online instructor who is not from the Virgin Islands? And we have to be real about that.
So I will be, Senator. When I say that is because a part of the feedback that the company gave us weekly was comments from the students. And we actually have comments where students said that they liked the engagement with the instructor. It was clear. So that cross was that culture, it worked.
Okay. So it was not you're saying it was not a barrier to...
It was not a barrier.
Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know that they're certified.
Yes.
Okay, since that's a big issue here that people are pointing out. When it comes to the districts, is there, do you parallel one another, or can can each district go off on their own
30 seconds.
exploration in terms of applying, different theories, different practices? Is that possible?
I'm going to say that yes. So one, we do work together in terms of collaborating as district teams. We have things that are alike, but we have cultural nuances. It's the Virgin Islands, but there are things that each of district needs separately. And so that's why our district plans kind of vary. How we may use the same programs, but the need or application of that program may be different based on what our students are asking for.
Time.
Okay. I'm actually going to respect my time. I'm not going to ask Madam Chair for another extra time. How about that? So we're going to go. We're going to go into another round, though, because my colleagues are saying they are getting burning text. Let's put it that way. And so it's going to be 3 minutes for those who want to ask questions. And we're going to begin with Senator Blyden, if he's in the room. And he's not in the room. Now we're going to go to Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll ask the question and I'll let them answer in your time.
That's not going to work now. 3 minutes.
Okay, good. First question is to the two superintendents. Each of you guys say you had X amount of students in school for the summer. St. Croix, 227, St. Thomas, 293. I want to know how much of those students was successful in passing their summer classes and was able to be promoted. Second question is probably to either maintenance or the commissioner. How many of our schools got cameras for security reasons? Because last time we had that meeting, we discussed that, making sure that we have cameras placed in the schools them for a security purpose. And third is to the commissioner, I'm quite sure, is how much money is allotted for each district? And then my closing statement to the commissioner is today I heard a word that I've been hearing for a long time. Last commissioner used the word plan, plan, plan. I want to hear execution. I want to hear timeline. Because if we continue planning and we don't do our execution with timeline, we're going to end up in the same position that we started. So those are my questions, and I think I got them in before the 3 minutes.
Yes,
but
you
if
did.
I could get the answers, we'll even be better. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So we began by saying that we are executing in this go round. I think Superintendent Jorgen said it, that we've been planning for quite some time. And so, Senator, your sentiments are mine. It's time for execution. It's time for results. And so I'm definitely a data-driven person. I don't sugarcoat anything. I keep it real. And when we don't do, we own and we make improvements to do better. And so you have that commitment from me this afternoon. I'm getting the exact cameras. There's an RFP, or a contract already executed for several of our schools for the installation of cameras. We are upgrading our cameras on every campus, to be quite honest, Senator. Many of the systems that were installed are analog, and we are moving up with the times. I need to get that information to you, if I may. Money allotted, are you talking local funding or federal funding, Senator?
Both funding, please, local and federal. How much is allotted to each district?
Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Kimo Smith, Deputy Commissioner. Senator, are we talking about just funds in general, or are we talking about like for maintenance?
No, total allotment of funding to each district. Total allotment.
Senator Johnson, you asking these questions are burning up the time. I noticed. Time was called. Time was called. The other question was about the summer enrollment. Do you remember that question, Superintendent? Okay, you go ahead while they're looking.
So the question was, how many students were promoted and successfully recovered credits from the St. Croix district through the summer? Two things, Senator. 5 students were unable to recover credits. So the 5 students did not complete the courses that they were supposed to. However, in terms of promotion, because some students needed multiple courses, I would have to get the exact promotion rate to you afterwards. Through the chair.
Thank you. St.
Dr.
Thomas
Jurgens,
Superintendent
St. John
on the
District.
recovery. Dr. Jurgen, Superintendent.
Yes, so in the St. Thomas St. John District, 293 individuals took a total of 332 courses, of which they were successful in passing 285 of those courses, and 47 of those courses, they did not recover the grade or credit. And so that 47, we're going to find out why and make sure that when we offer them the new courses in the fall, that they have the right supports.
Thank you. Do you have the response? I can't remember the name of the
James,
gentleman.
I will ask for an extension. I'm waiting for the information on the RFP
Okay.
for the cameras that I can give Senator Johnson accurate information.
Okay, thank you. And the allotments question.
Senator, we're working on that total. I'll be get back to you in a few months. Okay,
All right,
thank you.
Senator Carla Joseph, for your 3 minutes, I recognize you.
Thank you, thank you. I hope I get back at least 2 or 3 seconds. All right, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, regarding your efforts in identifying those students who have elected not to continue with public school because they haven't achieved and they're part of your dropout rate. Do you have any numbers for us based on that?
I would have to
Through the
get
chair.
I would have to get the dropout rates to you, but I should have that before I leave today.
Okay, good. That would be very informative, especially for us to know. We had a very great meeting for the Budget and Appropriation and Finance Committee on Friday, and the National Guard was in attendance. And the reason I asked that is because the Adjutant General mentioned the opportunity for young people who have not achieved their high school diploma or GED to actually enroll in a National Guard Challenge program. I mean, years ago they were talking about it, but he said that basically, I believe it's South Carolina National Guard, as well as Puerto Rico, they have the National Guard Challenge there. And so that's an opportunity and conversation. I don't know if you've had conversation on the cabinet level with the Adjutant General, but that's a very great program to really refer some of our young people to who are needing that level of discipline and need another environment, because even though there may be a good setting for our young people who
1 minute.
are having behavioral issues, as well as those who are not achieving academically, sometimes when you put them back into that same environment that we took them out, they don't do well. But this one has a very high rate. So I definitely would encourage everyone here, especially education, to really look into it, have those conversations with the the Adjutant General regarding the National Guard Challenge as a part of your ability to assure that our young people continue to move forward. Now, I wanted to look at a Saturday Academy quickly and ask you if you can basically tell us how many young people you've seen increase their literacy and numeracy levels using the Saturday Academy, because I know it was really successful based on what you're reporting here. You said you have students who have consistently participated in Saturday Academy have outscored, and I want to underline that, outscored their counterparts by 10 to 15 percentage points for the past 2 years. That's a significant gain. You could answer on the chair's time. Thank you.
Senator, that's a little over 40 students from the 181 that participated.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, if I may, Madam Chair, we are meeting with the National Guard on Thursday to discuss the Youth About Face program along with the National Guard Youth Challenge. So we'll be meeting with their representative to discuss that this Thursday.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Sum.
If I may, Senator.
Go ahead. Okay, I just realized who was speaking. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes. In regards to the cameras, every school will receive a new camera system. The St. Thomas St. John District contract has already been signed, and St. Croix is still undergoing negotiations. So that's where we are with those. And every school will have up-to-date camera coverage.
Thank you, Commissioner. With respect to the Virgin Islands National Guard, as most of you know, I was a member. I do want to say this. This coming Friday, a young lady who came to work with me when I was a staff judge advocate, in 2004, she had gotten here from the island of St. Lucia. She came to work with me, and I encouraged her to become a paralegal, which she did. And I'm going to say this to promote the Virgin Islands National Guard to our youth who are graduating, but I have a sobering message to say along with that. So she is retiring now from the Virgin Islands National Guard on Friday after being in the Guard and the military service. She was recruited by Major Wanda Williams, who's also retiring next week. So I want to congratulate both of them. But the National Guard only gets federal funds based on the amount of people who are in the National Guard. And the recruiters said to me that whenever the young Virgin Islanders come to take the ASFAB, they're failing. Those who want to become members of the military. So we have to work on that because that's an opportunity for them to enter the military, learn skill, talent, and most people don't realize that the National Guard has doctors, lawyers, accountants, paralegals, mechanics, all these different areas that our people can be. We have a lot of people who are contractors now because they learned in the military. So I'm doing a little promotion for the Virgin Islands National Guard along that line, by saying we also have to prepare our young the graduates from our high schools. I know of people who got 1 point on an ASFAB. That's for signing their name. That was it. We can't allow that. We have to be better. So I'm promoting that the Virgin Islands Department of Education collaborate, we're going to use that word again, with the National Guard. At one point, the National Guard officers would tutor young people on the ASFAB so that they would pass and then enter the Guard. So I'm going to promote that this afternoon to the Commissioner. That's one way we can get our young people gainfully employed and they can learn skills. I will now go to Senator Diane Capehart for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, on page 21, you mentioned in your testimony you were successful in hiring 2 school nurses and 1 librarian. Can you identify at what schools these nurses would be at and the librarian?
The Director for Human Resources? Oh, we're directing it to the superintendent. Superintendent Herman.
In the St. Croix district, the librarian will be placed at the educational complex, and our school nurses are itinerant. We did just receive a resignation on Friday for a school nurse, so we have to restructure our nursing schedule based on that for the new school year.
So you don't have a school nurse at every school?
No.
So these school nurses, when they're hired, they alternate at schools?
Ideally, we look at our critical cases, and we try to make sure that we have individuals stationed at the sites with the larger critical cases, students with a high number of diabetes who need insulin shots, asthmatic students. We have students who are on feeding tubes. So we try to station nurses at that site, but then try to have others be itinerant. So no, ideally we don't. Our salaries are not as competitive as the salaries are now. And so we work with what we have.
Interesting. I want to ask about how are you providing clean drinking water to these students in all the schools? I remember back in the day you had water fountains. Are the students still drinking out of water fountains? And tell me, are these water fountains, the water being tested? How are the students being provided water?
1 minute.
We, through our CARES Act funding in the St. Croix district, we have procured water bottles for our schools. So each school we're giving pallets of water. We have shifted to having the bottle filling stations at our school sites. And so I will allow Director Charlemagne to talk about the filtration and testing that occurs in the district.
Good afternoon, Davidson Charlemagne, Territorial Director, Maintenance and Operations. We have an in-house staff that does the testing and also outsource. Ocean Services does the outsourcing, and in-house we have Mr. Ritter, who does a daily, every day, go through all the schools, all the facilities, and do the water testing.
Okay.
In the St. John district, we have a newly installed bottle fillers in our schools. The water is tested regularly. And just to answer the question about the nurses, we do have a new nurse at CAHS, a librarian at CAHS, and one at Gomez School.
Time. Thank you. Madam Chair, if I could just conclude with one other question. You also on your testimony where it says new teachers, and I think you mentioned the international teachers go through a certification process to qualify them to teach in our schools. In part of that process, do you have like a cultural sensitivity training? Because a lot of these individuals, they're not from the Virgin Islands, and they're coming in a whole different new world. So how do you transition them to teaching our students who are not used to individuals from the Philippines and all these international places?
Superintendent Jurgen?
To that end, Senator, we just had a diversity training for our new teachers, and a lot of the cultural things that they need to know about the U.S. Virgin Islands and teaching our children was shared with them in that very, very exciting session.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. My colleague just said an important word, though, libraries. Do you know, Commissioner, whether or not, I'm going to use the word again, collaboration with DPNR. What's happening, I don't know. Maybe you know, you don't know, but libraries were very critical to my success as a student growing up.
And libraries are critical to the success of our students as well. I am in conversation with Commissioner Oriol on partnering when it comes to the libraries, the bookmobiles, etc. We were able to award every school $40,000 through the governor's office for library resources. So those orders are underway. We're still actively looking for librarians for those schools that do not have librarians, because reading is fundamental, and we're bringing back some of the old stuff like the drop everything and read, silent, sustained reading, reading challenges, all the things that we know worked in the past, bringing those things back to existence in our schools. I remember students being challenged to read 5 books, and you set a goal for yourself, and students were able to set goals up to 10 books per marking period. And when the marking period was finished and they tested on a comprehension test tied to those books, they were rewarded. And kids enjoyed that challenge. So that's what we expect to see in our schools moving forward. Some of those same practices to push literacy being resurrected, for not a better word, brought back to life in our buildings.
Thank you. I love that response because I agree with that. We have to go back to the basics. Senator Javan James, Senior, good afternoon. Go right ahead, sir.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. All right, so my question to the Commissioner, you have an acting federal grants program manager?
Federal grants, Ms. Culpepper Smith, which district, Senator St. Croix?
Let me know which one they're acting in. You have both of them acting in both districts?
No, that helps to narrow down your question, sir. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, let's try with St. Croix.
Ms. Culpepper Smith.
Good afternoon, Bishop Culpepper Smith, Federal Grants Director. I'm not too sure, Senator, if you're referring to the program director for the St. Croix funding.
Over safe and healthy students program.
Superintendent Harman, could you respond?
Yes, there is someone acting in that position at this time.
How long have that person been acting?
How long have they been acting?
Yes.
That shift was recently made in the summer, Senator. I don't have the exact date.
Okay, so the person just came on board.
They didn't just come on board, sir. There were some employee shifts that happened, programmatic shifting, and that position is filled.
No, we ain't trying to get in too much of the
I know,
nitty-gritty.
but I just want to say
let me
namely.
talk. Let me talk. Relax, because you don't even know what you're going to say. All I'm basically saying is, asking is, if there's somebody acting, how long the person been on board. Now, my follow-up question to you is, what caused the transition? Is it something personal you can't place on the record here today? Yes or no?
It's an employee concern, so no, I can't place it on the record right now.
Because it was brought to my attention that
1 minute.
the person who is acting is being trained by the person who was replaced. And then that person got demoted and cut. All I'm saying is we have to be fair, and we have to, if you're going to hire somebody to do the job, and you say the person is qualified, let them do the job. But to get rid of that person, replace them with somebody else, and then cut them 15,000 or whatever it is, and then have that person training the same, that's nonsense. Real nonsense. And you have to put yourself in people's shoes. You won't like anybody to do that. And I ain't saying it's you. Whoever made that bad decision, it was poor. And I put it out on the record. But back to what I really want to say. My question to Director Charlemagne, how is that transition going along? I know the good finance chair brought legislation to deal with the merger. How is that coming along?
Davidson Charlemagne, at this point, I have no idea, sir.
Time.
So, Madam Chair, if you don't mind me asking.
Go ahead, Senator
No, we didn't
James.
say by the bell. That question got asked. Commissioner.
Yes, I can answer, Senator.
How is that?
The job description for the executive director was produced, and that information has been forwarded to the Division of Personnel for posting. Once that individual is determined through interview from the governor's office, they will be appointed, and then the work begins to form the unit.
And Madam Chair, with your indulgence, just one last question. ever since the bill became law, as far as the pros and cons, have you seen any cons with it? Any room for changes?
No, Senator, at this point, until that person comes on board and we're able to have conversations, right now we're still in the process of organizing.
I don't want to abuse my time. Unfortunately, my time was eat up from a simple question that could have been answered. But Madam Chair, I really hope and pray that these legislation that we continue to pass do really get implemented and we stay on top of it. If not, we're just wasting time. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, just for your knowledge, since you asked about libraries, which was also on my list, but the minutes couldn't accommodate. I just want you to be aware of BR number 23, that's 0345, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 33, by establishing the Office of Libraries, Archives, and Cultural Affairs as a territorial library agency that's being worked on feverishly right now and will be shared with stakeholders. I do firmly believe that our libraries have fallen on the wayside and not getting the attention it deserves because it's under the wrong agency. So we're working on that and it will be shared with stakeholders and looking forward for the support of members of this body and that move. Thank you. Again, that's BR 23, that's 0345. It's still a BR because we're still trying to tweak the language before we get it out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I look forward to seeing it. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Go right into it. Let me just first commend the Commissioner for and her team for going back to looking at turnaround, how we look at our schools and begin to really provide the support systems. But I still have to go back to how did we choose those schools that you're piloting? Because again, I am not warm and fuzzy, if you will, about us piloting turnaround schools when we are challenged across the territory.
So as you're aware, Senator, any new initiative before you launch anything full scale, we usually pilot if we want to see effective results.
Okay, good. Okay, good. No problem. If that's your position, that's your position. I don't agree. How many students do we have that travel from St. John to St. Thomas for our 9 to 12 grade schools?
So during our hearing, I checked, there was 233.
233 students travel for 9 to 12 grade in the Virgin Islands. Okay, good. One of the things that concerns me out of the conversation that we've had today is in all of the discussion, no one mentioned the use of the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System. And my colleague and I, she's no longer here, but we actually fought to ensure that VIVIS was implemented because of exactly what we're talking about. How do we track our students? How are we ensuring that we don't have children that are falling through the cracks? How are we looking at the students that are dropping out of school? What are we doing with VIVIS? Is it working? Is it not working? What are we really doing?
So we had an opportunity to meet with the governor's office concerning VIVIS, and definitely have to have a coordination meeting with those entities that also have.
So ain't happening. Good. Ain't happening. That's the problem that we have in the Virgin Islands. The information that is in front of us, it briefs well. But if we are not tracking our students, we have to track them.
We use VIVIS, Senator.
Okay, good. So I need to know that you're using it. Now, let's go to page 22 of your testimony because I have to move fast. So we have 22 of your testimony speaks specifically to the enrollment and then the drop in enrollment. And then as you get closer to the end of the child's year, I could see why you're seeing a drop in 6th grade because there are many children, parents remove them and they go to private school. But do we have data that we are collecting around where are these children? Where are these children with these numbers that we have in front of us? We have to know. I mean, some you're going to lose because people leave the island and they don't say, but where are these children? Do we have information as it relates to where these children are?
And that's a conversation we just had around the VIVIS program. Actually, there are modules inside of the VIVIS program that tracks our students, whether they go to the military college workforce. Mr. Richardson is working on that because I wanted more detail in terms of after completion.
Time.
Thank you. Not meaning to cut you off, but I know my
That's
time
okay.
was going to be called. So let me just wrap up with this. I have a lot of questions. I'm not going to ask anything about your federal grants because what I calculated is more like $36 million that's really in the balance because you have encumbrances, you have pre-encumbrances, or you have a balance. So at the appropriate time, I suspect that you'll be back here, whether it be under my committee or the committee on this particular committee to discuss exactly what happened as of 9/30/2023. But my last question is actually for the Board of Education, Madam Chair, and that is around this promotional policy that has been in the works for well over 10 years. There's a lot that was said with regards to the Board of Ed today, but they never made any mention about our promotional policy. And I know we have challenges. So where is the board on implementing and working with the Department of Education on the promotional policy?
Thank you, Senator. The promotional policy is still being worked on. We did have to reshift our policy priorities when we had other bills that came down, specifically around your early childhood, between distant learning and
Ms. Perez, it can't, that's how we don't operate. Commissioner, do you have challenges with the promotional policy and do we need to see a shift with our promotional policy? It can't be that we determining what a priority is to be behind an early childhood bill. The promotional policy needs to be addressed. We've been discussing this for 10 years and more.
So I will make sure that it is addressed. I can initiate that conversation, Senator. I will do that.
No, but I'm asking you, do you recognize that we have challenges?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. We have a lot more questions, but I believe that what we need to do is have a sit down with the Department of Education so we could really flesh out a lot of these challenges. Commissioner, your team, I believe that you have a good team and you guys are doing the best that you can, but there's a lot more that we need to do. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Did you want to respond?
Yes,
to
I
add to
just,
that?
I
Okay,
just
go
wanted
ahead.
to make sure that the senator understands that we agree with her that this work is being done, but it's important for us to not create policy based on silos, right? So we're making sure that as we uplift and update our policies, that they are being informed not just by the board and the Department of Education, but we have been collecting information from our principals. So although the policy is not updated complete, we have been gathering information on the policy committee.
Thank you. It is clear to me, though, that we are going to have to sit in a room
I agree.
and work. Yeah, have some working sessions. Senator Kenneth Gittins, your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's much, much work to be done for real. But I'm seeing progress. That's the good thing. All right? We beat up on ourselves, but Department of Education, I am seeing progress. Let's keep on that path. Now, in the quick 3 minutes, let me go back again. Taking these notes, almost impossible, but back to school safety and security again. You know, bullying and violence have plagued our schools here in the Virgin Islands. We've had our fair share. Thank God we haven't seen experienced any of the mass shootings that we've had, but I want to mention, because of all this, that I want to encourage the Department of Education to continue pushing forward with training not only your monitors, but everyone, because safety and security is everyone's responsibility on the school campus. And of course, safety and security, the measures could differ throughout because of the school type, the school setting. So we got to take that into consideration. Also, I want to thank you, Assistant Commissioner Soames and your team for working with my office, your involvement in developing the school nurse bill. hopefully we get to complete that soon. Sorry it's not going to be for this school year, but we'll definitely complete it by the end of the calendar year. The school consolidations, I got a big concern about that. Y'all need to tell me what we're going to do with the names of those shuttered schools. A plan must be in place. And it can't be that you're going to take the name and rename it to some technology classroom or some
1 minute.
feel or something like that. It can't be done just like that. So let's please think about that for sure. Tell me the status of the Virgin Islands Advisory Panel on Special Education, the VIAPS program, and also regarding physical safety and security measures. There was no mention or any update of the more than 100 solar panels stolen from the St. Croix Educational Complex, I believe it is. I'd like to update on that. And I don't recall any mention of the theft and or vandalism on St. Thomas where air conditioning units were stored in the procurement warehouse and were either stolen or destroyed for the copper coil. And windows and other construction equipment at, I think, is Charlotte Amalia High School demolition site that was stolen. Let me tell you all something. Again, security. Some of these things will be in-house, you know. We got people from Human Services and suspension right now for stealing copper wire and all kind of nonsense, and we still haven't heard an update. I want to see people arrested and charged, and especially if they're working for this government and they're going to bite their own hand, then we need to deal with you. I have no sympathy for any of them, all right? I am not saying whomever is guilty, everybody going to have their day in court. But if it is in-house, I expect this to be taken care of post-haste. We have a problem in the Virgin Islands. Punishment ain't swift and ain't severe. And we need to make sure that this takes place. All right? So on that note, please, we need an update on that. And while we need to properly secure these areas with the fencing and whatnot, we also need to, again, skip that. We spoke to playgrounds. So the fencing around the playgrounds need to have a concrete barrier raised in case you have any getaway cars and whatnot. As I traverse the territory, I'm looking at these playgrounds at the schools. We are blessed that we have not seen any accidents to that nature. Cars going through those fences and hitting a child on the school campus. So as you look at securing the campuses and building these playgrounds, please think about putting that concrete base high enough that if a vehicle were to hit, let them hit the wall, not one of our children. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and again, looking forward to working with you all. And any initiative, if y'all see anything in the Virgin Islands Code that needs to be changed, y'all know your responsibility to bring it to our attention so that we can address it. We got to work together, all right, for the betterment of our children. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again to the Department of Education and their staff.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Thank you very much for your interest in my committee, because education is it. This is it. You know, it's the foundation of everything else. I want to ask the Board of Education, are you implementing the Teacher Incentive Scholarship Program? 17 VIC, Section 512.
All in person. We have scholarships are available to all individuals who work for the Department of Education. Absolutely, they apply. Is that what you're talking about?
No, this states that it is to commencing with the academic year 2001-2002 to attract qualified high school graduates to the teaching profession, and they would get a scholarship for full-time study at the University of the Virgin Islands. See, this is even before everybody was free, or other accredited university. And then it goes on to talk about the number of awards. Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I'm not familiar specifically, but I do know that scholarships are available for all continuing education for any high school graduate in the Virgin Islands. But I will follow up. Yes, absolutely. I will follow up with that and look at our financial aid share and follow through. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Point of inquiry, Senator Gittins.
My inquiry to you, Madam Chair, is if you're going to allow them to answer the questions that I asked about the VIAPs. I think
Senator.
we forgot. The VIAPs, they didn't get to answer. They
Yeah,
didn't
no,
respond.
you know why? Because you made such a long statement that I and Al forgot that you asked the question.
Oh, I am
sorry.
so sorry.
Sorry about that. I apologize.
The VIAPs, the names of the shuttered schools.
The shuttered schools.
And whether or not the EMS program will be implemented. Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. Who's going to answer those questions?
So we have several persons, Senator, that will respond to Senator Gittins' inquiries. I am in full agreement with you, Senator Gittins. We actually need to have more conversation on what do we do in terms of naming the schools moving forward to make sure that we honor those whose names have been placed on places of educational learning. That's not something that I take lightly, and I think we need to go back and correct all the wrongs. We've shuttered several schools, and so it's time for us to correct that. So you'll be hearing from me concerning that very, very soon. When it comes to the 107 panels that were stolen in St. Croix, it's still under investigation by the Virgin Islands Police Department, as well as the theft of the compressors and copper wire at Cancrine, and also the situation at Charlotte Amalia High School. And it really is disheartening for me because, again, when stuff like that happens, it sets the department back on various initiatives that we were really, truly dependent on to be executed. For example, those panels hold us back from completing that project of making part of Complex Net Zero. And then the issue with the air-conditioned units at Cancrine, for example, set us back with the installations that needed to happen for school lunch and some other sites. It's not good, but I do believe that people know about these situations and just have not come forward. So again, thank you for this platform to make the petition known that you see something, say something. Somebody selling copper wires has to be seen by somebody, and compressors, etc. And so we will do our due diligence to continue to work with the Virgin Islands Police Department to solve those crimes, because it is troublesome. As I mentioned, we're in the process of installing new camera system throughout the territory, and that will help as well. And I do have some concerns about the existing security contract, and we have been in conversations with them because we have assigned individuals to both of those, all three of those campuses around the clock. So I'm not sure how that was missed, but it's not something that we are taking lightly. We also have the procurement of the fencing for our campuses. St. Thomas St. John District is further along because they had already budgeted for fencing in St. Thomas and St. John, and St. Croix has to do a revision to the ARPA funding. However, the RFP is being prepared as we speak, and that should be going out shortly. So safety and security still remains a concern for all of us, and we will continue to do our due diligence to make sure that our campuses are safe. When it comes to biopsy, I'm going to allow Dr. Charleswell to respond to that question.
Good afternoon, Dr. Renee Charleswell. The Virgin Islands Advisory Panel on Special Education is in critical need, Senator, of parents of students with disabilities, as well as individuals with disabilities. We are struggling in that arena because these individuals make up more than 50+% of this panel. We recently had drives within the St. Croix district, as well as the St. Thomas St. John district, to recruit parents for this particular panel, and this panel advises the State Office of Special Education on special education matters. So I'm glad that I'm able to make a public plea for parents of students with disabilities, as well as individuals with disabilities, to get in contact with our state office so that we can recruit them for our panel.
And Senator, Assistant Commissioner Som, can you comment on the EMS curriculum?
Before you do that, though, I actually brought the handout that you had given me.
Oh, yes.
Remember this? Dr. Charleswell, I think, was the one who handed it to me, because that was important that day, about the State Office of Special Education. Parents need to be encouraged that they can serve on the advisory panel. Go right ahead, Commissioner. You want Assistant Commissioner Som to answer the next question, correct, on EMS?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. The department will be implementing the EMS curriculum. We're also looking at curricula for CNA, CMA, and LPN, but we're moving forward with the implementation of this EMS curriculum.
Thank you. The equipment is marked by property and procurement, so it should be easily traceable. Anything that's stolen should then be easily traceable by, hopefully, right?
Well, not the copper wire and the compressor, Senator. They mashed up the unit to take those things out.
What about the panels?
I would have to check with Energy Office. I'm pretty sure it can be tracked. That's our partnership with the Energy Office, so I will follow up with Kyle Fleming on that.
Okay, thank you. Point of information, Senator James Sr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's right along the same line regarding the theft. And my question to the Commissioner of Education, as far as VIPD and the Department of Education, I'm interested in knowing if there is a reward for individuals who do come forward, because we have rewards for all kind of silly things, for finding dogs and all kind of thing wrong the place. And I understand some of the times it's the person who actually owned the dog, but sometimes I actually see where VIPD stepping for some nonsense for rewards. This is a serious matter when it comes to our schools, and I want to know if there's a reward and how much is the reward for individuals coming
At
forward.
this point, Senator, I don't believe there's a reward. I have not heard anything about that, but I will follow up with VIPD.
And we need to make an example of these people. More than likely, they're doing it to other people in the community. These guys are experts. I don't care who they be. They need to be arrested and need to be put on the wall of shame on the VI consortium and last them forever. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Because we don't humiliate our kind of people on VI consortium for nonsense. They need to be on the VI consortium. And they need to be a hefty reward, a heavy reward, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carla Joseph, point of information.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask a question. It's a different perspective right now because it was just a follow-up to the dropout rates, which I'm still waiting to get that number. But kindly indicate for me what is being done to those students who you have identified as being borderline and they are at risk. Like those students who attend EWA, what are we looking at as far as their achievements and to prevent them from dropping out of school? Those preventative measures, what is in place?
St. Thomas St. John District, Dr. Yergin. Senator, I will tell you that, the answer, I can't put it into 3 sentences, but I can tell you that those students that attended Edith Williams Alternative Academy, we did have wraparound services for them. And so next year they will be followed and tracked, and they were able to even get some vocational training, some counseling, and whatever other areas to address their needs. That also happened for those incoming students to Edith Williams. And that's where our entire multi-tiered system of support, and we are spending a lot of our resources to include our deans, our student success specialists, to assist those students that are in tier 3. How many students we have that are at risk? I would have to get that number back to you. Yeah.
Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you. Point of information and point of personal privilege. You know, with all the ARPA funds and federal FEMA funds that we're seeing going around, it saddens me that tomorrow we will be laying to rest the longest sitting school superintendent, Mrs. Gloria Canigata Waterman, whom we had an opportunity to honor and commend and name the Department of Education Administrative Building here in St. Croix in her honor. That said, when can we see some upgrade being done at that facility and us actually doing the naming of that building? And she'll be laid to rest tomorrow at 10 a.m. Holy Cross Catholic Church in Christiansted. I wish we could have gotten something done before she had shut her 2 eyes, but we're past that. Anyone, can you tell me what's the plan for that building in Hospital Ground?
So we're still undergoing negotiations for that site to be awarded the obligation. But Senator, I have to be very truthful. We are exploring an alternate site to put our headquarters in a one-stop shop place once that obligation happens. So we definitely have to have conversations around that because that definitely needs to, that building and the honoring needs to be carried where we're going, in my opinion. But we will have a conversation around that.
But thank you for saying that, because I was just about to say, wherever that building move, her name going with it. So thank you very much for that.
Agree.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that also. Next, we will have Senator Dwayne DeGraff for his 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to find out about the latest air quality and issues for the schools, mold remediation or anything like that before schools open. What's the latest report you have?
Mr. Charlemagne?
Yeah, Davidson Charlemagne again. Yes, as we speak right now, CHS is having some more remediation being done. And also Lockhart School, that is the latest and last mold issues we have. Then we're also going to have, before school open this week, deep cleaning in all the classrooms, all the schools. So yeah, and then also we're putting in some dehumidifiers that's going to be in all of those mold-related classrooms. That's going to keep it on a level, more level. So pay in mind, the mold is all around us. It's just the levels of mold. So the dehumidifiers will definitely keep those levels down and the moisture out of the classrooms that's having the effects of these issues.
Okay, that's good to hear. No, I didn't hear anything in regards to disabled students that you have. The buses, is everything in place set for the disabled students? Because they will still be a little more disadvantaged. Is everything in place for the disabled students?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. And then finally for me, the athletics division. In particular, high school tackle football. Would we be seeing that for this school's year?
Dr. Charleswell, would you like to comment on the athletics?
Definitely, Dr. Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. We are working on securing equipment for tackle football. We have gotten some bids, so it is our hope that tackle football will resume this upcoming school year.
Okay, and if most important, if one piece of equipment you
One minute.
Get the helmets. The helmets are the most important part of the football equipment that you would need to have. And if you could get that secured, I think it's a plus, going with everything else.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Commissioner. For you and your team, continue doing what you're doing. I'm a supporter. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Senator James?
Yes, Commissioner Hedrington.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Dig. Just responding to Senator Joseph, the dropout rates will not be finalized for last school year until October 1st. I forwarded you a spreadsheet that shows the trajectory from the past 5 years. If all senators would like that information, I'll forward it. Let me just forward it to the chair, and the chair will send it to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a quick through the chair request. I would like to get some benchmarks from the Department of Education by school and then by district on the past field data. Okay? As well as your succession planning process, program, whatever you have in place. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Senator Samuel Carrion, for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regards to security and safety, I know in your testimony you mentioned about the Bureau of School Security. And traditionally, we had school policing. So I want to find out how will this collaboration work with the school resource officers, the proposed Bureau of School Security?
If
If
I may, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the question, Senator Carrion. So exactly what the department is proposing is that we create our own internal school security resource officer or school security bureau, much like Port Authority, much like the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, where they have their own sworn law enforcement. We're proposing the same. This is not a new idea. As I mentioned before, the statistics show that there are 24,900 school security resource officers in 5,500 school districts across the nation. So in that regard, the territory is behind statistically and historically, and we believe the time has come. We've consulted internally within the Department of Education and certainly externally. This is not something that we have been working on in isolation. The commissioner has had an opportunity to talk to the commissioner of the police department, and he supports this. We've also had a chance to speak to legislators who are former law enforcement officers themselves, and there is some support along those lines. So we believe that a dedicated force, a dedicated law enforcement force within the Department of Education would serve us well. What is unique about what we're proposing is not only the creation, actually the transfer of the Bureau of School Security from VIPD to the Department of Education, but as a part of that transfer, we're asking for our wraparound services unit, because it's not about just arresting students, but also providing those critical social emotional supports. So we're looking at
1 minute.
Again, not only creating within the department an internal Bureau of School Security, but a security bureau with wraparound or behavioral clinical supports as well.
I'm glad to hear that, because it's definitely needed within our students that they're slipping through the gaps at times, and hopefully that would also reduce the dropouts that we have within the territory. Now, regards to that same line, how can we enhance effectiveness of instructional leaders in supporting teachers and improving student outcome? What's the strategy for that?
So that's what our superintendents mentioned, Senator. We're doing leadership training on how to be effective instructional leaders, how to manage campuses effectively. And it's accountability, holding our principals accountable. And part of the flexibility that they've had is to develop their school improvement plans where they set their targets. And so those targets that they have set, those goals, is what the superintendents in the district and state offices will be holding them to.
Time.
So Commissioner, if I just in closing, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Is your department then doing KPIs and evaluating those, setting those benchmarks and measurement goals, and then evaluating that?
Yes, so those are targets that I'm mentioning in terms of instructional performance specifically would not necessarily be in the overall KPIs for the department. It would be absolutely too much. But that information is readily available for us to track the progress of our schools. Most of the KPIs are district and state driven, and that's an overall goal. But yes, we are tracking performance. Again, this is the year of accountability, and we definitely will be holding people accountable.
I like what I'm hearing, and hopefully the execution of that will lend some great results within our school department system. And just to mention, the KPIs, they can be done at school level, just for internal purposes, and evaluation. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of information, Senator James, Senior.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I promise this is my last time. But I tried to make up for my time last August. I was in a WAPA line, long line in WAPA. But in all seriousness, I try to be realistic in my approach and everything that I do. It's good to have these big dreams and all this stuff, but I try to deal with the low-hanging fruits. If you can't deal with the low-hanging fruits, there's no way we can even try to accomplish the big things. And my question to the commissioner, I've written a letter to Commissioner Derek Gabriel, and there's no job at him because he's my boy, but they say no boy thing when they come to the Senate floor. This is the people's business. When it comes to the crosswalks at the school, you know the letter I wrote to you, Commissioner, several times regarding that specific school, but not for that specific school, but for all schools in the Virgin Islands. Not St. Croix, not St. Thomas, not St. John, all schools, especially the elementary schools. What is being done to make sure that we have the proper contractors or prioritizing to make sure that our students are trained properly how to cross the road and to protect them when they go to school? 'Cause I have that problem with my children. I feel very embarrassed as a leader going to the school every day with a crosswalk looking like they haven't been paid since Hugo. So what's going on there?
So thank you for that question, Senator. Commissioner Gabriel has given the department a scope of work with the bid sheets to put out for bid. What we did is we pulled out some major priorities because we have to wait for approval to utilize the federal funding. And so while we're going through those approval processes, we've identified some local funding to assist us with those critical areas.
Listen, I understand the procurement process. What did the procurement process mean? That at some point somebody going to lick down for us to pave it? So be it. But you see, that's what happened here. Remember the time at Plaza? They were paving the road, and as the car got lick up into the lamppost, right after that they went and paved it and fixed it. That's what we're doing in the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James, Senior. It is serious. Senator Capehart, point of information.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask, Commissioner, I know back in the day, we've had carpentry, we've had plumbing, electrical, but do we still have the school-based agriculture program in our schools?
Yes, we do.
What schools?
Not all schools. Not all schools. Deputy Commissioner Charles, can you help me out? Not all schools, but we do have programs around the territory.
So you have a curriculum presently. What schools are they?
If I may, good afternoon, Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner. Currently in the St. Croix District, it would be the Eulalie Rivera School, the John H. Woodson School, St. Croix Central High School, and St. Croix Educational Complex. At the Shatamali High School, it would be, in the St. Thomas St. John District, it would be the Shatamali High School, and we are seeking someone to teach agriculture at the Avena Eudora Kin. A big part of the problem has been to find individuals that are certified under the CTE board to actually teach agricultural science. We vetted agricultural curriculum, and we are inclined at this point to use the Georgia State curriculum because it is the one that is more closest fit in terms of cultural sensitivity to the territory.
Thank you. And just one other thing. I know that one of the schools here on St. Croix had a safety concern as it pertains to a vagrant or vagrancies taking up occupancy at the school. If I may, I'll be very specific. Ricardo Richards, is that problem still occurring?
Davidson Charlemagne again, Territorial Director, Plant Operations and Maintenance. At this moment, no, but we are aware of the situation where right now just got the bids, codes back in to demolish the structure that you're speaking about. Is the abandoned trailers that's out in the field, and it's gonna be demolished pretty soon.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say to the Department of Education and all the departments really in government, I attended Education Chairs Retreat in June, and all the education chairs were given this folder to look at for discussion. And when I opened my folder, it said Virgin Islands, no program, no program. Now, I know that's not true because I think you do have programs, but I'm just wondering sometimes when these different, and in this case, it was the Center for the Study of Child Care and the National Institute for Early Education Research. I'm just wondering if do you task anyone to respond to these inquiries that come in nationally? Because all the other states sitting in a room, you know, had information, and I had this no information. And, you know, you could see it right there. It's so big. And I just felt a little, you know, like the child in a room without anything to look at. So I just want to encourage different departments. It's not only education alone, because I actually looked at one for ARPA, and I noticed that Guam, Puerto Rico, and other territories had information. Virgin Islands, no information. So I'm just saying that when these different institutes, national institutes, reach out for information, it's important because we were going to discuss data, right, to make informed decision, and I was the only one that had no data. And it's important for us here locally as well when we have discussions. I believe that that wraps up this first block. I want you to realize, though, how important the members of the 35th legislature hold, where we hold education as a group, the 35th legislature, because a lot of the members who came here today are non-committee members, and yet they had very, very important questions to ask of all of you. But we are going to take no more questions. Commissioner, yes, I see your hand, Commissioner. I'm going to allow you at the end of this block, this is the end of this block, to put a statement on the record.
So before I close, Mr. Smith is ready to give those figures in terms of funding for Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon. Okay, so for federal funds, we have several years that are currently available. So the total amount for the St. Thomas District is $110,451,160. And for the St. Croix District, $99,105,395.70. So those are federal funds, and there are multiple years and grants that are currently open. For local funds, through the School Initiative Fund, we provide funding directly to the schools. And so for St. Croix, the total is $559,273.36. And for St. Thomas St. John, $445,907.47.
So on behalf of the entire Department of Education. We thank you for the opportunity to provide this status update on where we are and where we're going. And we are looking forward to a successful and productive school year. And I definitely appreciate the collaboration and the commitment and partnership that this body has shown to us. And we just hope that we can continue to work together as we improve public education in this territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And my colleague from Frederick said had a burning statement about awnings for JROTC. So we just went out of turn with that, but just to remind you, and you don't have to answer, but thank you for your statement. As you know, we're moving into Block 2, but we're going to take I'm sorry. The Board of Education for your statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, and thank you to everyone in this committee. The Virgin Islands Board of Education continues to stand ready to work alongside the Department of Education, work alongside this body, and create informed decision-making based on information provided through our School Management Accountability Report. We are also actively working to update our policies, and so we are thankful for the opportunity to come today and listen to more informed information that is important to this body. As we continue to build, we will keep it in mind. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We will work with both the Board of Education and Department of Education. At the end of the day, as my colleagues say, we don't execute, we have oversight. And so you have to execute to make sure that all the things that are in this binder that I have in front of me, which is your like 54 pages and 8 pages, happen for the benefit of our children. We are going to take a 15-minute recess before we go into Block 2.
Well,
Committee on Education and Workforce Development is out of recess. Madam Clerk, will you please read the second block into the record?
Block 2, Bill number 35-0082, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 91, to limit the expulsion and suspension of students in pre-kindergarten through 3rd grade, and amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by adding a section to make a course in mitigating behavioral issues and misconduct in the classroom for school-based professionals a requirement, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now hear testimony from the sponsor of the bill and the testifiers who wish to speak for, against, or neither for nor against the bill to be heard today. So I will first ask Senator Donna Fred Gregory, who is the sponsor of the bill, to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this afternoon, it gives me great pleasure to bring before this committee Bill number 35-0082. And the impetus for this measure is to ensure that our children are provided not only with an appropriate education, but with the necessary wraparound services that may be required to get that education. But I think I need to go back. The purpose of this act is to amend Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subsection 1, Section 91, to limit the expulsion and suspension of students in pre-kindergarten through 3rd grade, and amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11. And like I said earlier, the impetus for this measure is to ensure that our students, our children, receive the necessary wraparound services while they are at the Department of Education in these primary grades in particular. And it must become a priority for us to identify and detect behavioral and cognitive issues with these sets of students, these sets of students/children, early, to ensure that proper and adequate services are provided to them. In developing this measure, I conducted research which showed traditional out-of-school suspension not only can hurt a student's academic performance, but can also make behavioral problems worse. And we don't have to get into the details of that. We know that a lot of times students are suspended and they are home with the older kids are home by themselves, and the younger children are home with a family member who may not be ensuring that they're doing their work and really providing that necessary service or to those students. So across the nation, states are moving to ban suspension and expulsion of students. And according to EdWeek, over 20 states and the District of Columbia currently have laws limiting the use of out-of-school suspension across grade levels. Of course, today our focus is on K-3. And there are approximately 16 states that prohibit the suspension of students in pre-kindergarten to 3rd grade. And there are several others working through the legislative process. Some of those states that I speak of this afternoon are California, Florida, Texas, Virginia, Colorado, Washington, Ohio, Illinois, Connecticut, New Jersey, just to name a few. But according to the report of the Public Policy Research Institute and the Council of State Governments Justice Center that examine millions of schools and juvenile justice records, students who are suspended out of school are more likely to fall behind academically, drop out, or become involved with the juvenile justice system. And there is no doubt that we have seen that right here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The goal of this legislation is to isolate what the student is experiencing and address the root cause, get the necessary services and consultation, and develop a plan with the parents and get the student back in the classroom with the necessary services and or programs. Doing this allows us to truly provide a free, appropriate public education where we look at each student as an individual that is worthy of such. Sending a primary grade child home as a punishment will not address the issues that we are facing. And I just want to take it just a step further. And we know that I continue to beat the drum that we have to align what's occurring in the Virgin Islands. We have the Office of Gun Violence, we have the Department of Education, we have the Department of Health, we have the Department of Human Services, we have the Police Department, we have our court system, and we must begin to align exactly how we are addressing the challenges that we are facing with our children in the territory. And what time is the best time is always the time that is now. We know that we can't address the students that are already out of school who've experienced challenges that we did not recognize when they were in these primary grades. However, we need to begin the process now so that when we look at ourselves 5 to 10 years from now, we will be able to see the impact of this decision that we are making to not allow suspensions for these primary grade children. And then one may ask, well, where's the Board of Education on this? Well, I'll tell you, the Board of Education has been working on a discipline, the last time that I know that we've made a change to the discipline policy in earnest was in 1994. And that has been a long time, and we all know that there have been many challenges that we face with school discipline issues in our schools. The time has changed, and one may say this may be over-legislating. But you know what? If the action is not being taken with the people who are responsible for taking care of it daily, then the reason why we were elected is so we could step in for a better Virgin Islands for all. And we have to focus on what's happening with our children. We focus on gun violence, but that is not the only issue that we have here in the Virgin Islands. So moving this legislation seeks to ensure that behavioral and developmental issues are identified early on, and we help our students to achieve. And I'm just going to put in this last plug. And it helps us to keep the data on our Virgin Islands Virtual Information System, Power Schools, and whatever other systems that we have to track what's happening with our children here in this territory. So colleagues, I ask for your support on Bill number 35, that's 0082. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. I also, I don't think that it's over-legislating. Let me put that out there. It is actually necessary for us to make sure that we protect our children who are in those grades and those ages, and that in fact their needs are being met, whatever those are, in terms of behavioral issues that they may have. I'm going to have the experts testify, beginning with Commissioner Wells Hedrington, and then she'll be followed by Commissioner Hussein Kanasium. Go right ahead, Commissioner Hedrington.
Good afternoon, Committee Chairwoman, Senator Maris C. James, Vice Chair, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, other committee members, Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Giovanni James Sr., Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Carla J. Joseph, and other senators present, and our listening and viewing audience. I appreciate this opportunity to be here to discuss Bill number 35-0082. With me are the members of my senior leadership team, Mr. Victor Sumner III, Assistant Commissioner Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, St. Thomas St. John District Superintendent, Dr. Erasilda Utley Herman, St. Croix District Superintendent. After consultation with the representative of the bill sponsor, when much clarity was provided, the Virgin Islands Department of Education can now support Bill number 35-0082 with the conditions explained below. Bill number 35-0082 seeks to limit the expulsion and suspension of students in pre-kindergarten through third grade and amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code Chapter 11 by adding a section to make a course in mitigating behavioral issues and misconduct in the classrooms for school-based professionals a requirement. There is no doubt that every child, every parent, educator, and educational leader supports that students in grades pre-K to third should not be suspended nor expelled. The Virgin Islands Board of Education has been working on revisions to the Virgin Islands Student Discipline Policy, and the Department of Education has and will continue to encourage them to seek alternatives to suspension for students in pre-K through third grade. The committee should note that the current student discipline policy does not allow for the expulsion of primary or intermediate students K through 6. The proposed legislation differs from the board's current position as defined for level 4 infractions. Level 4 infractions are major acts of misconduct that include but are not limited to serious disruptions of the orderly conduct of school, threats to the health, safety, and property of self and others, and acts. As these infractions are the most serious acts of misconduct, students are subjected to a mandatory 10-day suspension with consideration for a recommendation for expulsion, except for students in the elementary grades from K through 6. The recommended amendments to the proposed legislation are as follows. Section E, subsection 2E should be amended to reflect that expulsions due to weapons use and or possessions, use or distribution of a controlled substance or behavior that endangers the safety of others be limited to a 60-day period with a mental health review evaluation to determine the child's readmission to school. Readmission is subject to the decision of the school-based child study team. Section E, subsection 2F, should be amended to reflect those decisions on the expulsion of students in grades pre-K to third must be made as part of the school's basic child study team to include mental or behavioral health specialists such as school counselors, therapists, or social worker. Through the Office of the Assistant Commissioner and all the deans of students, the department has been working closely with the Board of Education Committee on Policy, Rules, and Regulations on revisions and updates to the Virgin Islands Student Discipline Policy, originally approved on May 14, 1998. Further, the department has developed and will fully implement the multi-tiered system of behavioral supports for the 2023-2024 school year. The multi-tiered system for behavioral support goes beyond the disciplinary responses for infractions found in the Virgin Islands Student Discipline Policy in addressing the root causes of maladaptive behaviors. For example, the multi-system tiered behavioral system calls for restorative justice and community service in lieu of suspension. Section 2, subsection 136 speaks to adding a section to make a course in mitigating behavioral issues and misconduct in the classroom for school-based professionals a requirement. The department supports this provision, providing that funding is allocated to support annual professional development in this regard. The department does not see any economic impact caused by the approval or disapproval of the proposed legislation and strongly recommends that the bill be amended with the recommended language above. We thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0082, and this certainly aligns to the direction that the department is traveling in regards to focusing on the pre-K to third grade levels. And so my team and I stand ready to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. You may proceed, Commissioner Encarnacion.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Senator Mary C. James, Esquire, Chairperson of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair, committee members, and all non-committee members, and of course, the viewing and listening audience. I am Justa Ortita Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health. I have with me Assistant Commissioner Dr. Nicole Cargill-Sims. Joining me from St. Thomas and the Deputy Commissioner and Director of Behavioral Health and Substance Use, Renan Steele, and Dr. Chattel Noel, respectively. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0082, an act amended to Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 91, to limit the expulsion and suspension of students in pre-kindergarten through third grade, amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by adding a section to make a course in mitigating behavior issues and misconduct in the classroom for school-based professional requirements. Some behaviors displayed may be attributed to adverse childhood experiences. Adverse childhood experiences, as told by CDC, are potentially traumatic events that occur in childhood. ACEs, as they are called, can include violence, abuse, and growing up in a family when mental health or substance use problems exist. Toxic stress from ACEs can change brain development and affect how the body responds to stress. ACEs are linked to chronic health problems, mental illness, and substance misuse in adulthood. However, ACEs can be prevented. Adverse childhood experiences impact lifelong health and opportunities. ACEs are common, and the effects can add up over time. 61% of adults had had at least one ACE, or 16% had 4 or more types of ACEs. Females and several racial ethnic minority groups were at greater risk for experiencing 4 or more ACEs. Many people do not realize that exposure to ACEs is associated with an increased risk for health problems associated with lifespan. States and communities can improve access to high-quality child care by expanding eligibility, activities offered, and family involvement. Use effective social and economic supports that address financial hardship and other conditions that put families at risk for ACEs. Enhance connections to caring adults and increase parents and youth skills to manage emotions and conflicts using approaches in school and other settings. As a community, we all can recognize challenges that families face and offer support and encouragement to reduce stress. Support community programs and policies that provide safe and healthy conditions for all children and families. Children with untreated mental illness sometimes act out in ways that are disruptive and unsafe. Often those behaviors occur within a school setting, as children spend most of their days within the school system. Whether in class or in after-school program, to avoid punishing the child, the underlying issue must be addressed adequately. If not, the statistics show that almost 70% of children and youth who have diagnosable mental health disorders become involved with the juvenile justice system. Once in the system, these children are unlikely to get the services they need. The Department of Health supports the Department of Education in challenging the school-to-prison pipeline, an unsettling national trend wherein children are funneled out of public schools and into juvenile justice system. And by educating our teachers, administrators, counselors, and related staff about learning disabilities and interplay of poverty, abuse, and neglect, we can collaboratively end policies that criminalize minor infractions of schools, rules, and equip both staff and administration with the tools necessary to assist students who may be crying out for help. Poor mental health in youth can impact grades, decision-making, and their overall physical health. Additionally, mental health signs and symptoms in youth often go hand in hand with other health and behavioral risks, like increased risk of drug use, experiencing violence, and higher risk sexual behaviors that can lead to HIV, STDs, and unintended pregnancies. Behavior are often displayed within the first years of school and continues into adolescence. Because many health behaviors and habits are well established in adolescence, many of these risks carry over into adult years. Therefore, schools and school personnel play a critical role in our communities in supporting children and families' overall well-being. While the expectation in the school provides education, they also provide opportunities for youth to engage in physical activities and academic, social, mental health, and physical health services, all of which can relieve stress and help protect against negative outcomes in the future for the community. While educators and school personnel play a vital role in promoting mental health and well-being and identifying and responding to emerging mental illness in children and adolescents, they often have not received the education, training, and/or ongoing support needed to respond in classroom. Courses such as Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports, or PBIS, Youth Mental Health First Aid, and Classroom-Wise are informed by and co-developed with educators from across the nation and can be used in mitigating behavioral issues and misconduct. These programs have been validated and seek to provide both the knowledge and on-hand tangible skills that can be implemented in the classroom, creating a safe learning environment. More specifically, PBIS is a framework widely embraced by schools to foster positive behavior and prevent challenging behaviors. It takes a proactive approach to disciplining by utilizing evidence-based strategies, providing social and emotional support, and cultivating a positive school environment. Additionally, training in restorative justice practices can be incorporated as an alternative to traditional punitive discipline. Restorative justice focuses on repairing harm, promoting accountability, and fostering positive relationships through dialogue, mediation, and community involvement. To support school-wide implementation of PBIS, it is important to establish a curriculum that reinforces behavioral expectation and maintains consistency throughout the territory, as outlined in Act 8688. PBIS should follow a tier model including Tier 1, universal interventions. All students receive universal support through the consistent implementation of behavioral expectations, teaching social and emotional skills, and providing positive reinforcement for deserved behaviors. Tier 2, targeted interventions. Some students may require additional support beyond the universal level. This can include small group social skill training or check-in, check-out systems, or are provided to address specific behavioral needs. And Tier 3, intensive interventions. A smaller group of students with significant behavioral challenges may need more personalized and intensive interventions, such as functional behavioral assessments, behavioral plans, or wraparound support. Importantly, involving families in a collaborative manner is essential to ensure that behavioral progress extends beyond the school setting and helps prevent regression. Advantages and implementation would include tremendous behavior changes for the betterment of students, economic impact, improve academic achievement by addressing behavioral issues, student-focused issues increases leading to improved academic achievement. This could result in higher graduation rates, increase in post-secondary education opportunities and employment opportunities. Reduction in special education costs. Behavioral issues often contribute to referrals to special education services. By addressing this, schools can reduce the requirements of extensive services in that area. Decreased disciplinary cost. Behavioral disturbances often lead to suspension, expulsion, or in-school intervention. This is costly in terms of administrative resources, staff time, etc. Positive school climate and retention. With positive change, retention becomes more attractive to administration, reducing the need for additional or replacement hires. This can positively impact enrollment numbers and reduce costs associated with student staff turnover and recruitment. Long-term social benefits, contributing positively to an overall community, reducing financial burdens on the judicial system, decrease public assistance, and improve community health and productivity. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands Department of Health has begun a strong collaboration with other agencies that impact the lives and future of our children. Bill number 35-0082 proposes changes that will yield positive outcome. especially if implemented using evidence-based methods are recommended. We also recommend that training on identifying behavioral and developmental issues be placed as part of the certification requirements of all educators. The VIDOH supports Bill number 35-082. I would like to recognize that behavioral health and substance use are maternal and child health, children with special needs care divisions, and Dr. Nicole Cragg-Wilson for their work in reducing emotional pain and bringing awareness to the benefits of and highlighting mental wellness in our Virgin Islands. In conclusion, Senator Maurice C. James, Esquire, the Department of Health is committed to reducing health risks, increasing access to quality health care, and ensuring health standards in a culturally sensitive manner. We stand by ready to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to go to a quick 4-minute round from my colleagues who are here with us. And we're going to start with Senator Franklin Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers and to the viewing and listening audience. Is there any testing or behavior disorders for behavior disorders? Is there any type of testing?
Yes, there is. And we're actually collaborating. We have a technical assistance grant from SAMHSA, and I'll have Deputy Commissioner Steele let you know what we're going to do with that and the testing that's going to be done.
Okay. Good afternoon. Redan Steele, Deputy Commissioner of Public Health. So as the Commissioner mentioned, we're working with Rutgers University, who's contracted by Substance Abuse Mental Health Service Administration. We're going to be conducting a school-wide survey to assess the level of functioning for our students in the school system. This would also identify a level of need by specific student body so that when we implement the correct testing measures and services for the school, it'll be appropriate based on our population, not just some national approach that we're taking, but very individualized to our population here in the territory.
How soon these testing will be starting?
The Rutgers University is planning to come down and work with us closely next month in August. The goal is it's a whole 1-year collaborative. We're working with them, but between August and December is the goal for doing the testing, so then they can move to the next step.
And to the Department of Education, do you guys monitor children that have these outburst behavior or argumentative behavior? And if you do, what process are you using at this time?
So great question, Senator. And so that's where the basic child study teams come in. That team consists of the counselor, the principals, and teachers, and they would evaluate that specific behavior that the child is exhibiting and come up with interventions to assist that particular child. We're also looking at furthering our interventions to include wraparound services, like I mentioned, and we've been in discussions with the Department of Health to collaborate on providing some of that much needed support.
And your wraparound service that you're considering is getting the family involved, because some of these issues could be behavioral from home, and it's going to be very important that the parents are involved in some of these session or grouping to help find a solution for these children. So that would be part of your wraparound service?
Yes, Senator, it's individual, group, and family-related counseling.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have no further question.
And if I may, Senator?
Yes.
The technical assistance that we're gathering is also to include community members as well as, and of course, parents at part of that high-level area that we're looking at.
Thank you. Senator Carla Joseph. 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I wanted to ask both the commissioner, I'll start with the Commissioner of Education over here. Do we have a history of young people who have been acting out and having behavioral issues in school? Violent behavior issues that applies to this piece of legislation we are discussing this
We
afternoon?
do. We have isolated cases, and again, you know, the behavioral support is critical, and that's a component that we have not been consistent with, that we have put funding aside to ensure that we are able to provide that much needed support.
Has there been an increase in these incidents, or is just very isolated. And
I would allow the superintendents to comment on that as they have more day-to-day information than I do.
certainly. Kindly recognize Dr. Jurgens' mic, media.
Senator, I would say that there was an increase, especially after students returned from the pandemic. And I also would say that a big difference has been the behaviors that we're seeing at a much younger age.
Okay. And Dr. Otley Herman in St. Croix.
I would say yes, Senator. I do agree that there's been an increase in behaviors and more so aggression and physical contact in terms of students actually attacking teachers and staff.
And that is exactly what I was going to ask, if you've been seeing more aggressive behaviors towards the teacher. There is an article I was reading, and it really clearly indicated that some of the issues are, of course, we know, home-based, but they also say that it also can be attributed to the school structures and a lack of discipline in the school. What are your take on that? Because is whether the teachers are having the ability to provide the discipline to the students that is required to help modify the behaviors?
Dr. Jurgen, I think, Senator, when we talk about discipline, it's very important to have a balance. And so, we find that, teachers that are nurturing get a lot of affect in reaching to the core of what children need. So you've got to take the time to listen and see what they need also.
And does the Department of Education provide training to the teachers, paraprofessional and faculty, and how to address some of these adverse behavioral actions?
We are constantly training the staff on
1 minute.
Resolve conflict and also how to respond to triggers. Some students are triggered based on something that has happened in their past or something that they're currently dealing with. And so something might be mentioned or said in a school that causes them to trigger. And so we've been providing support to staff on how to respond to those triggers.
Now, quickly to Commissioner Encarnacion. Commissioner Encarnacion, maybe you or your staff could discuss how you have seen it. Have you also witnessed an increase of a number of younger offenders who are coming, or persons who are coming, be referred to your department for behavioral issues, especially for violent behavior issues?
I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Chatelle Noel, who actually goes into the school with her outreach program.
Good afternoon, all. Senator, we do see a greater amount of violence, not just specifically for students who are attacking teachers or staff, but students who are also turning that aggression upon themselves. So we've seen a higher rate of self-harm being referred to our division as well.
Time.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I don't have any further question. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Diane Capehart for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, Department of Education. I know you guys must be tired and hungry, but I'll make this quick. And Commissioner Encarnacion, welcome to you and your team. The bill that's before us today, I don't see it being a problem. I think this bill actually helps because, and I totally understand, because I too have a bill that actually goes back in time of Youth Multi-Service Center. I don't know if any of you remember that. Mr. Soma, I see you shaking your head. And Youth Multi-Service Center actually dealt with students who were suspended. And during their time of suspension, they served it at the Youth Multi-Service Center. They received academics and they received counseling. And at the end of the counseling, their parent or guardian had to attend that session with them. So and I too brought legislation pertaining to students who would be suspended to do the same thing with Youth Multi-Service Center did in the past. So now this legislation that's before us today, I see it as one that is somewhat in the same lines as to what I am bringing forward. And it addresses more a targeted area of individuals who are pre-kindergarten through 3rd grade. And of course, for those individuals who, the students who are in a higher grade, to deal with them differently. So I don't really have any questions other than to say, because I didn't hear the testimony from the testifiers, that you are in support. So, Madam Chair, I am in support of this legislation before us today, and I yield my time.
Senator, may I make a
Sure.
comment?
Thank you,
'Cause
Senator Capehart.
we actually had this conversation earlier today as to you're looking at kindergarten to 3 years of at 3rd grade. So what actually happens after 3rd grade? And historically, and Dr. Sims might want to address this as well, but if you address it at that young age, then you're going to see a decrease, and you'll be able to identify what the behaviors are actually. So it's not that you're going to be doing something differently. You're actually going to be doing a lot less suspension in that age group because you actually start at a younger age. And I know Dr. Sims wanted to add to that, but I wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Sims? Are you nodding your head so you can add some expert opinion to
Good
this?
afternoon. Good afternoon, Nicole Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health. Yes, I am actually nodding my head. And as the Commissioner mentioned, we've had so many discussions. Behavioral health and those type of emotional support systems actually begin before someone is born. So the more that you institute and understand wellness and emotion and you educate that child from birth, in reality, they begin to understand and appreciate what emotions are and how to express the emotion. A lot of what we see with students in schools and a lot of children trying to come and fight teachers, as a former teacher, having that being done to me, is because of the lack of understanding how to express and deal with conflict and emotion. So as the Commissioner mentioned, the younger you imprint those coping mechanisms into an individual, the easier it would be for them to identify and de-escalate themselves.
Thank you. I looked at the amended language, and I wanted to get an understanding from the Commissioner of Education. I may have missed it. The Basic Child Study Team, is that presently in effect? It is. So what happens now? Before this legislation, right? It hasn't passed. What happens now if a child comes with a gun, a weapon? What happens at the school? They're discovered. What happens right now?
So if a child comes with a weapon, that's a level 4 infraction. And that will require immediate 10-day suspension to include services, which is the component that has been missing from the department for quite some time. Intensive wraparound services, which is what I spoke about in my testimony today, ensuring that this multi-tiered system of supports that really outlines what the expectations are moving forward, that a child isn't just suspended without any sort of wraparound services. This bill really aligns to the vision of the department moving forward, in that our focus is pre-K to 3rd. And I don't agree that children should be suspended at that young age or expelled. As a matter of fact, I think we have a responsibility to ensure that we get to the core of what is causing that particular behavior, and having those partnerships with the Department of Health and any other entity that provides that type of service here in the territory is the direction the department is moving, because we have to save our children. And that means helping them to cope with whatever it is that may cause that type of behavioral concern with them, so that it doesn't impact their educational experience.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I was really focusing on the basic child study
Suspension?
team. No, the team itself. I actually wanted to know what happens.
So what? Right. So how the team is structured, like I mentioned, it consists of school counselor, some teachers, administration, and what they do is there's a referral form that teachers fill out if there's a concern. It could be academic, it could be behavioral, and the team meets and comes up with an intervention plan to address that child's individual need. That plan is shared with parents, that plan is shared with the teacher, and it is fully implemented and monitored by that basic child study team. What we found is there isn't consistency in the team meeting regularly, and that's part of what we discussed with the superintendents here today, is that consistency is important. Some schools are doing it, some schools may not do it on a weekly basis. It needs to be consistent if we're going to really address those needs as they arise. So they would form an intervention plan and implement that plan using resources internally, externally to meet that child's needs.
Thank you. That's why we need the law. Just listening to what you're saying, that's why we need it. Senator Fred Gregory, you may have some questions for the testifiers. 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just told I went wrong. You're supposed to be last, I was told.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
I
you're correct.
apologize. So let me go to the other members. Senator DeGraff? Dwayne DeGraff, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. I stand in support of the bill, but I'm just wondering, pre-kindergarten to third grade is what age group?
That's 4.5 to 6, 7? No, about 8. 8.
4.5 to 8 is the third grade. 9, 4, 10, 5th, 11, 6. So it should amend to further. I agree it should be, because again, I think in the VI code, you have to be 9 years old before you could be arrested. I believe it's 9 is the number. So again, I think that part we could extend. Plus, you say it's already in a policy that you don't suspend or expel that age group, Commissioner?
Yes, that's in the board's policy, K through 6.
Okay, so we'll be basically trying to codify it.
Yeah.
Okay, I support that.
Expulsion. Yeah, sorry,
expulsion.
Senator. Thank you for that. Expulsion.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and just in section 1, number 1, or it said being in physical condition detrimental to the best interest of the school. Should it be of the school or of the student itself, themselves?
It should be for the student.
For the student.
Right.
Okay, and like I said, so I guess it's just some minor adjustment, but I vote yes, and I stand in support of it. Now, what kind of numbers do we have presently in regards to pre-kindergarten to third grade instances over the year that you could think of? Because I know you don't do it, but have you known of any prior to or any recent?
So I would let the superintendents answer, because in the power school system, they do track the infractions and the grade levels. Superintendent Herman?
In the St. Croix district last school year, there were 61 incidents recorded in our dashboard for students in pre-K to third, 29 suspensions for that age group, 4 in KG, 5 in first grade, 1 in second, and 8 in third.
Okay.
Let me pull that up.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't want to waste your time, so you can continue.
No, okay. No, like I said, I stand in support, and it's just those minor things that we could fix. But going forward, up to the 6th grade would be all of the elementary school grades. Now,
1 minute.
even in how close is the transition from elementary to middle school or junior high, I think, as Department of Health mentioned, Dr. Sims, I think you mentioned in terms of even if we don't suspend or expel students in those age groups up to K6, then we start with it. We have to put something in place to grab them from going forward into the teenage levels and stuff, and actually track them right through to the end of school. Would the mitigation part of it being the bill address that going forward?
Right. So that early warning signal, those early warning years are the most critical years in the child's experience. So if we're able to intervene at an earlier stage in the child's development, then their success rate increases.
Okay.
Time.
So in the St. Thomas Jan district, there were 9 suspensions of students in pre-K through 3rd.
Okay.
Senator May.
Okay, and just my time was as a commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just before you answer, Commissioner, I just wanted to know if, because we seen 9 on the St. Thomas St. John district and 61 on the St. Croix district, is there something that also we need to look at in terms of the districts as to some of the behavioral issues we're seeing?
Senator DeGraff.
Commissioner, yes, I heard my time.
No. Your question was excellent, except that I don't believe it was 61 suspensions on St. Croix. So I'm going to have the superintendent restate the numbers again.
There were 29.
Okay, good.
29 between kinder to 3rd grade.
Suspensions.
Oh, 20. Okay, I didn't know. Okay. But still, to even see the numbers, it's something that also we could address going forward to in the entirety of the Department of Education. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. I think, I believe Commissioner Encarnacion was trying to say something at one point. Thank you.
Yes, Senator DeGraff. I'm going to allow her to respond to you.
Thank you, Senator. One of the things that I also wanted to make sure that we're looking at is the differences between, and that's why identification is critical, the difference between someone who's suffering or challenged with behavioral health issues versus some individuals who have disabilities. There is a big difference in how you look at them, how the way that the treatment course has actually taken place. So I think that is one benefit of having this bill is education to the individuals who need to be educated.
I agree. Okay, next we will have Senator James Sr.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Greetings, testifiers. I stand in full support of Bill number 35-0082. And I really wish we had a senator like the one who is proposing this bill back in my younger days. We'd have saved so many young Virgin Islanders from being misdiagnosed or labeled as this and that and all those things. So kudos to the sponsor of this measure, because I was labeled as that too, and nothing was wrong with me. I grew up in a nice household, Christian home, nice parents, educated, but I was just different. But you know, good grades, but the teacher would put in the remarks, but, you know the buts. But no one took the time to really find out what's going on with that child. And it's not many of them, you know. It's not many of them. It's a few. And if we actually take the time to care in a small knit community where almost every single one of us are of hue, we will solve a lot of our issues. And I'm happy that it's from kindergarten to 3rd grade, or pre-kindergarten through 3rd grade, because you know they say by the time a student reaches the 3rd grade level, depending on their reading skills and what have you, you can determine, you know, a slight chance of what the future may be. So this is a good bill. No more mislabeling of our young Virgin Islanders and giving them an opportunity to get the help that they need. My question, though, and I know the sponsor of the measure might probably expound on it, but it says that they should have a school-based professional. Every school-based professional, including teachers and administrators, shall complete a course. So my question to the Department of Education, I know the bill hasn't passed as yet, but just saying it was passed, how long you think it would take to put a course together for the professionals and the teachers and administrators once signed into law?
Once signed into law, Senator, we will begin working and looking at our existing professional development platforms to work with the comprehensive centers. We have the opportunity of having consultants working with us on various initiatives. That's how we put the modules together for the certification process. So we'll do the same. We'll have them work and help us to put together a cohort of modules that our teachers could access off of our professional development system.
I'm kindly asking on behalf of the Office of Senator Javon James, and hopefully some of my colleagues feel the same way. Put this to the top of your priority list, the very top. To the very top.
1 minute.
Of your priority list. Bill number 35-0082. Because we could fund all the infrastructure and fund all the things for our schools. But if the environment of the school is not structured properly, I don't care what structure we put there, it will be dysfunctional and it will lead to what we have here in the Virgin Islands when it comes to students with behavioral issues. And anybody could cite all those things from books and professors, but I'm living proof. I went through that. Watch all my report cards. Javon James is very intelligent, but no council ever sat down and took the time to find out what was going on with me. But thank God they had after-school programs. And thank God to my father friends who've been there in the community who love me, and my mother friends, and the people in the church and the community, the village, who scold me and make sure that I file in line.
Time.
But everybody is not Javon James. This bill will save a lot of young Virgin Islanders. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator James, Sr. This morning I referenced a documentary that I saw, Pre-K to Prison. And it was basically because there was no intervention at pre-K. That was the point of it, that it had to be in that early age group so that you can prevent a child from eventually becoming a criminal and ending up in the criminal justice system. The next senator is Senator Samuel Carrion. 4 minutes, please.
Good afternoon to everyone once again. How does the current Virgin Islands student discipline policy handle the expulsions on the primary and intermediate students currently?
So I don't think that we have handled any expulsions on the K-6 level.
Okay.
Everything, Senator, has been on the high school primarily. And we're happy to report that we have not expelled any children. I'm really not in favor of that, especially when we have not done our due diligence to help these children. And if we are serious about education and serious about the future of this community, then we have to do what we need to do to help our children.
Good.
And so hence the multi-system, tiered system of supports to help us to all stay on the same trajectory and provide that much needed wraparound service to these children.
Thank you, Commissioner. So in regards to challenges, what challenges do we foresee with this proposed legislation, if any, the Department of Health Commissioner and yourself?
I don't foresee any challenges with any type of legislation. It really boils down to holding people accountable. And that comes from monitoring. And that's why the superintendents will be in schools to monitor stuff like this, because we cannot allow our children to fall through the cracks. And so it's just a matter of monitoring and, again, using resources to put those modules
So
together.
no challenges. All right, Commissioner?
What I would say is that I don't see a challenge once we look at how we collaborate with each other, and it's holding individuals accountable, as the commissioner spoke of, but it's holding ourselves accountable as commissioners as well, to ensure that we continue that working relationship. And just to let you know that some of the goals that we have with our technical assistants we spoke about is to enhance the knowledge and skills of behavioral health workforce. So the consistency approach is what's going to help us be successful.
I'm glad to hear that. Now, Commissioner, you did mention in testimony, like, there was some hesitation before. You had some reservations with supporting the measure because you mentioned that after consultation, the department can now support bill. What were some of your reservations with regards to this proposal?
So originally, the team felt that it was overlapping with the board's jurisdiction. However, we don't agree with that anymore. And one of the conversations that we just had at break time was the fact that monitoring is so critical, and when administrations change, things go out the window. And if this is a law, then it will not change. A law stands. And so we're in full support, Senator.
Very well. I'm glad you got that cleared up. Definitely our children are our future, and we need to ensure we do everything to save them and to avoid the pipeline from school to prison, and ensure that they have all the support and services that are necessary. And I would have loved for the Board of Education to have been present, because I believe this is something that falls within their jurisdiction when it regards to policy. I know they were here earlier. It's unfortunate that they're not part of this as a testifier to find out what's their role and how they feel regards to this proposed legislation. Now, is there any funding that is necessary from both of you commissioners? Do you feel that any funding should accompany this proposed legislation?
Time.
But my issue is sustainability. It's always sustainability for me. If we're able to build the professional development modules like we did for the early childhood certification, then those modules will remain in the possession of the department and be uploaded onto our platform, where teachers will be able to access the modules as new teachers come on board. So in terms of that part, I don't see any issues. But when it comes to the wraparound services, we have to be very, very careful that we continue to include funding through the consolidated grant application, so that that type of service, that wraparound service that we're speaking about, is sustained. Right now, we're going to use the federal funding that's going to expire, but just bearing in mind that superintendents, when they're writing their plans, that they write that into the consolidated grant application so that services are never interrupted.
Thank you. And last, if I may, on the chair's time, if you could once again share with us, how does this proposed legislation is different from what you have now in the policies, and how would this enhance what you currently have?
So as I mentioned before, when it's a law, it stands. And while we as educators know what practice should be, if people aren't monitored and administrations change and principles change, people tend to move with their own philosophies. But this is very critical to the work that we're doing. If we're serious about talking about closing the achievement gap and ensuring that our students are reading by third grade, then our students need to be in school so they could learn to read by third grade. So it really all falls in line with the direction that the department is headed. So I don't foresee any challenges or anything like that to the implementation of this law, of this legislation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you. 2-minute recess. the Committee on Education and Workforce Development is out of recess. And I just want to say that I actually did a little research on the certificate that a teacher would need, which is it's called a mental health first responder certificate. And I wanted to ask if the Department of Health has any tools, resources that can actually be used, collaboration with the Department of Education, because when I looked it up, the cost of the course that I looked up was like $2,000. And I thought, well, since it's like online.
Point of inquiry. Point of inquiry.
Senator Donna Fred Gregory, point of inquiry.
Yes, Madam Chair, and it's actually point of information, right? So I know that you were asking a specific question. And one of the things that I did not hear this afternoon is the fact that the behavioral health bill that we passed in the 34th legislature actually requires that the Commission of Health and the Department of Education work together to ensure that teachers are completing a course to mitigate behavioral issues and misconduct in the classroom. So it's already in law. This section that we have in this particular piece of legislation, I am actually considering removing it because it's redundant. It's already in, I don't remember the bill number, but it's already in VI Code Chapter 19, Section 1022. It's already a requirement. And I was passing the 34th legislature. So my question is, or my point of information is to health and education. Have they been working together to implement the elements of the behavioral health bill that was passed most recently?
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, because yes, you're correct. Section 1022 does in fact require, it's already in law. So my question is totally moot at this point because the law requires you to do that. So can you please answer the question posed by the sponsor of the bill? It's Act number 8688.
Yeah. May I, Senator?
Yes, please do.
So, Senator Fred Gregory, we actually did put it in our testimony that it is required by the bill. So we are, by the act, so we are prepared. We were speaking just now about the cost and what the cost would be. To answer Senator Fred Gregory's question, we met once. We had our first planning meeting. At the planning meeting, we decided exactly how it's about 3 different committees that should be formed under that bill. And so what we're doing right now is what we did is we set a plan for who was going to actually facilitate each of those committee meetings. And since we're now finished with our budget call, we're going to go ahead and set the second meeting up and ready to go with that. In reference to if we do have a program, that's one of the reasons why we are tapping into our technical assistance through SAMHSA. And so if you're looking at the testimony, there were 3 different alternatives as what we can actually use. PBIS is just one of them. And then there are others that are not as costly. I know you say you saw one that was $2,000 per case. So one of the things that we're looking at is train the trainer. So we too can begin training on an annual basis. So there are different options that can be placed on the table.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. It clarifies for me, how it would happen. And there is always a cost, even if we do it ourselves. There's always a cost. I will now go to the sponsor of the bill, Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so we have it. We heard this afternoon that in the 2022-23 school year, we had 9 K3 students suspended in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 29 suspensions on those same grade levels in the St. Croix district, totaling some 39 students. So my question is, how or what did we do to address the challenges of these 39 students from a wraparound services perspective? Was anything done?
Senator, I would allow the superintendents to respond. Superintendent Herman.
So good afternoon, Senator. For instance, we had some third graders that were caught with vape devices. Those students were working through the principals and the school-based counselors to talk about the issues with vaping. They were able to take part in some of the neighborhood activities that were there. There were students who were caught fighting on the bus. Parental interventions were done. So students, and at this grade level, there's monitoring support by the guidance counselor and the school team to include the teachers, and that was put in place.
St. Thomas?
Whenever we get suspensions, St. Thomas St. John School District, whenever we get suspensions on the elementary level, our student services director is very involved in what happens. She's over the guidance counselors, and so they would, incorporate whatever interventions are deemed necessary. I don't know what those specific interventions are, but I know that she does keep me informed as to whenever there's a case that she has to see on the elementary level.
All right, I hear your responses, but I believe that if we actually had a system, a program, a whatever we want to call it in our school system, the response would have been a lot different. We have to be able to show that those students, especially those 29 students, well, all of them, the 39 students it is, those 39 students, that we are still following those students today. We have to follow those students until we see improvement, and then we move in a different direction. So it just can't be that, while this occurrence is occurring or has occurred, then we provide supports and then we move in a different direction, because that's what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing that there is any true follow-up and follow-through. Again, what gets monitored gets done. And I learned that right in education. What gets monitored gets done. So let's now go to the support of our teachers. So we have an expectation of our teachers, of course. So what supports are we providing to our teachers when they have to deal with students that young children, your babies literally, that find themselves in this situation where they're in fact, they have infractions?
You have anything? Superintendents?
Again, I just know that the work involves the collaboration with the guidance counselors, especially on the elementary level, to really take the charge in making the necessary referrals to students that are experiencing, whatever issues they have.
Okay. Again, Commissioner, this is a work in progress. I recently visited a classroom in one of our elementary classrooms, a kindergarten classroom to be exact. And there was a young baby in there who clearly had behavioral issues. And the poor teacher, there's a huge classroom too, lots of students. It was bursting at the seams, literally. And that child was sitting next to the teacher and just being disruptive. Clearly, that baby needed, intervention. But that teacher was left in that classroom by herself to deal with that. So it impacted the other children in the classroom. And there's more, but I don't need to put it here. But I'm just saying that these are the types of challenges that we have. And this is why this is so important. So we talk about moving legislation, but what matters is the way in which we implement the legislation and the way we actually do the work to make sure that it's working. So we hear this for as long as I can remember. Students need to be reading on grade level. We move the legislation for our teachers to do some work in the primary grades, primary courses. That's a challenge. Everything is a challenge. But if we are to truly improve, then these are the things that need to happen. These things have to happen. Otherwise, all we're going to be doing is spinning our wheels. So again, based on what I heard from my colleagues, they are in support of the measure, but there's a lot of work that we have to do around this. And let me just ask the Department of Health, one of my colleagues, no longer here with us in the legislature, of course, passed a measure, sponsored a measure regarding maternal child health. I want to say in the 33rd or the early 34th legislature, regarding what happens when children are born and what should happen with their primary care pediatrician and what happens before they leave the hospital. Has that been implemented?
I'm going to refer that to Dr. Noel and DC Steele to speak to that. I have to tell you that we've been pulling all of the bills that have been passed over the last few months. We actually spoke about the technique.
My time is running, so just allow them to respond if it's been implemented or not. Yeah, otherwise my time is going to be called. So.
Yeah, the time has been called. Go ahead and on my time and respond.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Senator. A couple of things. One, the technique and the tool was listed in the testimony as to what we'll be using for that. Other pediatricians already use that. Our infants and toddler program also have the application for that tool, and our MCH program has implemented the project that was written into the bill.
Thank you. I've just asked that my colleagues support this measure, and we will talk more about the necessary amendments. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. At this point, do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Fred Gregory.
Motion. I move that Bill number 35-0082, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 91, to limit the expulsion and suspension in pre-kindergarten through third grade, and amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by adding a section to make a course in mitigating behavioral issues and misconduct in the classroom for school-based professionals a requirement, be favorably voted on by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Senator Donna Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Javan James Sr., Senator Diane Capehart, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Franklin. Objection? Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Hearing no objection, roll call on bill number 35-0082.
Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0082, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Chapter 1, Section 91, to limit the expulsion and suspension of students in pre-kindergarten through third grade, and amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by adding a section to make a course in mitigating behavioral issues and misconduct in the classroom for school-based professionals a requirement has been approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules for further consideration and action. So ordered. I would like to ask if the commissioners have any statement to put on the record, and then the sponsor of the bill.
Again, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to testify in support of this bill. I'm really looking forward to the work that we continue to do on the pre-K to third grade level to ensure that we are meeting the individual needs of all of our students. And I'm looking forward to partnering with the Department of Health as we move this territory forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Encarnacion.
Thank you so much, and I do agree with you, Commissioner Deanne Wells-Hedrington. Collaboration is definitely one of the things that will keep us going, so I look forward to the collaboration. Thank you so much, Senator James, for putting the bill forward, Senator Donna Fred Gregory for putting the bill forward, for presentation for today, and looking forward for the outcome of the bill.
Thank you, Commissioner Encarnacion. And to the sponsor, Senator Fred Gregory, any final words?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. And I just want to thank my colleagues and to thank the Department of Education in particular, particularly Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, for working with my office to make sure that we were able to move this legislation forward. But equally important, and what really matters, is the implementation of the legislation and the ability to provide the wraparound services to our children. Absent of providing those services, and we have to acknowledge, my colleagues was just sharing with me, a lot of the challenges that we have with our babies that are being born is tied to issues that has occurred in the womb. I think Dr. Sims indicated such. And so we have to identify from an early age these cognitive and behavioral issues. That between the 33rd, the 34th, and the 35th legislature, since I have been here, I have moved significant legislation around pre-K3 students. And I really want to see that we make some movement on what's happening with our children. You know, there's some that, like I said earlier in my statement, that, you know, they're at the age where we have to figure out other ways to address those challenges. But we have a perfect, great opportunity to really address those students, those children that are coming into our schools now and really beginning to address the cognitive and behavioral issues that they have. But we have to provide the services to them and their families, because it's just not them. So it's not only in the school, but it's the parents, etc. So again, thank you for supporting the measure, and we will work with the department to make, and whomever else who has, you know, who's within the sound of my voice, who would like us to add or subtract or whatever that is, to make the necessary amendments to this measure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator, for the legislation. And if you don't take care of it up front, you will definitely pay for it on the back end. We know that. I want to thank all my colleagues, for the committee members and the non-committee members, for joining us today for this committee meeting of the Education and Workforce Development. Thank you to my staff. I didn't give, I'm sorry, who didn't I give? Commissioner Encarnacion? Senator Franklin Johnson, I will call you out today. Stop. Stop. You weren't paying attention. Thank you to my staff for getting me ready for this meeting, the senatorial staff of the committee members and central staff, everyone who made this a great meeting. Thank you to the legal counsel for joining me and assisting me today. I appreciate that. And the media, public affairs, everyone, thank you so much. See you at the next meeting. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby adjourned.